without fail was exquisitely delightful. Every variety of movement added fresh enjoyment to the enraptured Sin, who was fairly entranced with the pleasures of his new existence. After a time, however, he began to feel the discomforts of hunger, and remembering that he had now to seek his own food, he devoted his energies to finding a worm. But whether through want of skill in the kind of search, or from scarcity of worms, certain it is that he was eminently unsuccessful. He prowled along the muddy banks, he dived down to the bottom, and he peered among the rubbish collected. 242 Chinese stories. Round the wrecks of punts and stumps of trees wheelie strewed the bed of the river. But all in vain, and what made his failure the more distressing was that his appetite was becoming voracious. In one of his predatory expeditions he saw a worm, and at first his joy was intense, but he was fain to recognize that it hung in the water in the shape of a hook, and remembering the king's words of warning, he passed by on the other side. After many fruitless swimmings to and fro, however, and when his strength began to fail and his energies to slacken for want of food, it chanced that he again found himself face to face with the dangling worm which he had before avoided. "Eat it," whispered the demon of hunger in his ear, "never mind what the old carp said. He is a fish of a past generation, and has not the knowledge and intelligence that we have. As to its shape, who ever saw a worm straight? And see, its tail is quite wagging with enjoyment or pain. Sug. Jest Prudence." "Not a bit of it," answered the demon. "But if you are afraid of gulping it down altogether, bite a bit off and then you can put it to the proof." Weakened by hunger, Sin yielded to the temptation and nibbled a piece. The taste of food and the innocuousness of the first mouthful broke down the little hesitation he had left, and with greedy maws he swallowed the whole worm. Never was delight turned more instantly into pain. The hook, which had been concealed in the worm, pierced the roof of his mouth with an agonizing prick. In his pain and terror he tried to swim away, but every movement, every writhe, added to his misery. A Buddhist Story. 243. And to complete his horror, he found that he was being pulled up towards the surface. When he came conscious of this, he struggled violently, regardless of the torture it entailed, but all in vain. In spite of his efforts he was drawn out of the spite of his efforts he was drawn out of the water, when, looking upwards, he saw, to his surprise and relief, that his captor was his own boat. "Man, Chong! Let me go this instant, Chong," he said. "I am not a fish, but your master Sin. Take this horrid." 244 Chinese Stories. "Hook out of my mouth and put me back in the water." at once. Well, thought Chang, I never heard a fish make a noise like that before. But he is a wonderfully fine one, and I will just take him home to Mr. Le. So thinking, he seized the fish, tore the hook out of its jaws and threw it down in the boat. "Ah, you scoundrel!" shouted Sin. "How dare you treat your master in this way? You have broken my jaw, and injured my side. I dismiss you from my service. Put me back into the water. I have heard old women tell tales of birds that talked," said Chang, aloud, "but I will be bambooed if I don't think I have got hold of a fish that talks. But I dare say he will eat just as well as one that does not." "What are you talking about, you fool?" said Sin. "I am not a fish, but your master. Once again I order you to let me go." These brave words sorted with the terror suggested by Chang's word "eat." The idea of being served up as a meal was almost more than he could endure. At this moment the boat touched the shore, and without more ado Chang lifted the fish by its gills and stepped onto the bank. "Oh! Oh! Oh! You will kill me!" shouted Sin. "How dare you behave to me in this way? I will have you flayed alive for this. Oh, for an hour of manhood." By this time Chang had learned to disregard the strange noises made by the fish, and he trudged home. A Buddhist Story 245. With it, full only of the thought of the kumsha which Mr. Le would probably give him for bringing home so fine a carp. Sin, also, who was beginning to feel weak from pain and the absence of water, determined to reserve his energies until he should come to his house, when he felt sure that the old porter would certainly know him. On arriving at the gate, they were met by the porter, who, on seeing Chang and his prize, exclaimed, "Hi-ya! Chang, you are in luck today. What a splendid fish you have got! Mr. Le has just sent out to know whether you have brought in anything." "Porter," said Sin, "I am not a fish, but your master Sin, and this insolent fellow Chang has tortured me inexpressibly, and refuses to put me back in the river. I depend on you to take me back at once." "Now, by Confucius, Chang," said the door keeper, "you have got hold of a queer fish. I never heard a carp growl and snuff like that before. You had better take it in at once to Mr. Le." "Alas," thought Sin, "it is useless trying to make these fools understand me. I must wait until I can explain myself to Le." His opportunity soon came, for Chang carried off his prize straight to Mr. Lee's apartment. "Well, Chang, what have you got there?" asked Le. "May it please your excellency, I have brought one of the finest carp tea ever saw. One, i.e., present. 2, 246 Chinese stories. Le, said Sin in the loudest voice he could now command, listen to me a moment. I am your Hiya. Chong, you are in luck today. Friend Sin, and I put on this fish's skin merely to try what it is to be a fish. Alas, I know now only a Buddhist story. 247. Too well what that is. This villain Chung has tortured me beyond endurance. Tell him, as he will no longer obey me, to take me back to the river, as I should be glad now to resume my former shape. I have had enough of fins and scales, and hooks, and worms, he might have added. Why, Chong, you have got hold of an extraordinary beast. He grunts like a pig. However, I dare say he will make a good dish. Oh! Groaned Sin. Take him to the cook. What? Eat your old friend Sin? Impossible. Le. And tell him to split him open and grill him with some of that hot sauce I had yesterday. Le. Has it come to this that you will eat your old friend? Aimed Sin. Alas that my end should be to be split open and grilled. My only chance now is that the cook may know me. But even this last hope was destined to be disappointed. As Chong handed the fish to the cook, Sin said, as loudly and as distinctly as he could, Cook, I am not a real fish, I am Mr. Sin. I have always been kind to you, cook, and I now beg you to take me back to the river. Your carp makes strange noises, Chong, said the cook, but I will soon stop his grunting. Give me the chopper. Oh! Spare me my life! Screamed Sin. But, regardless of his cries, the cook complacently placed him on the kitchen block, and lifting the chopper, gave him a violent blow on the head. Oh! Exclaimed Sin, sitting up in bed and 248 Chilsres stories. Oofly aroused, what a knock I have given my head against the bedpost. At first he could scarcely realize that he was safe in his own bed, his sensations had been so vivid. But at length he fell back with a sigh of relief, for, behold, it was a dream. 249. A Fickle Widow. Adapted from the Chinese. At the time when Plato and Aristotle were elaborating their systems of ethical and political philosophy, the Taoist philosophers of China were devoting their lives to the study of mysticism, and to vain attempts to master the powers of nature by the use of the philosopher's stone. One of the most noted of these searchers after immortality was a certain Kwang Chao, circ British Columbia 330, who is popularly believed to have been endowed with rare supernatural gifts. Many weird stories are told of his extraordinary powers, not the least strange of which is the following, which is adapted from the tale as told in the Kain Ku Ke Kwan, or Strange Stories of Ancient and Modern Times. The story has been translated into several languages, and in some of its details bears a resemblance to Voltaire's Zadig. It may possibly also have inspired the author of The Knight and the Lady in the Ingoldsby Legends. A distance from the capital, and in the peaceful retirement of the country, there dwelt many centuries ago a philosopher named Kwang, who led a pleasurable existence in the society of his third wife, and in the study of the doctrines of his great master, Lao Tze. Like many philosophers, Kwang had not been fortunate in his 250 Chinese stories early married life. His first wife died young, his second he found it necessary to divorce, on account of misconduct, but in the companionship of the Lady Tien he enjoyed a degree of happiness which had previously been denied him. Being a philosopher, however, he found it essential to his peace that he should occasionally exchange his domestic surroundings for the hillsides and mountain solitudes. On one such expedition he came unexpectedly on a newly made grave, at the side of which was seated a young woman dressed in mourning, who was gently fanning the new mound. So strange a circumstance was evidently one into which a philosopher should inquire. He therefore approached the lady, and in gentle accents said, "May I ask what you are doing?" "Well," replied the lady, "the fact is that this grave contains my husband. And, stupid man, just before he died he made me promise that I would not marry again until the soil above his grave should be dry. I watched it for some days, but it got dry so very slowly that I am fanning it to hasten the process." So saying, she looked up into Kwang's face with so frank and engaging a glance that the philosopher at once decided to enlist himself in her service. "Your wrists are not strong enough for such work," he said, "let me relieve you at it." "By all means," replied the lady briskly. "Here is the fan, and I shall owe you an everlasting debt of gratitude if you will fan it dry as quickly as possible." Without more ado Kwang set to work, and by the A Fickle Widow 251 exercise of his magical powers he extracted every drop of moisture from the grave with a few waves of the fan. The lady was delighted with his success, and with the sunniest smile said, "How can I thank you sufficiently for your kindness? As a small mark of my gratitude, let me present you with this embroidered fan which I had in reserve, and as a token of my esteem I really must ask /I/2q/I/tilde y you to accept one of my sil is and a ver hairpins, Illinois." With these uft words she presented the ossifer with the fan, and drawing out one of her ornament hair pins, she offered it for his accept. Ants. The philosopher took the fan, but possibly having the fear of Lady T'en before his eyes, he declined the pin. The incident made him thoughtful, and as he seated himself again in his thatched hall, he sighed deeply. "Why are you sighing?" inquired the Lady T'en, who happened to enter at that moment, and where? "Here is the fan. Fan it dry as quickly as possible." 252 Chinese stokies. Does the fan come from which you hold in your hand? Thus invited, Kwong related all that had passed at the tomb. As he proceeded with the tale, Lady T'en's countenance fell, and when he had concluded, she broke forth indignantly, inveighing against the young widow, whom she vowed was a disgrace to her sex. So soon as she had exhausted her vituperations, Kwong quietly repeated the proverb, "Knowing men's faces is not like knowing their hearts," interpreting this use of the saying as implying some doubts as to the value of her protestations. Lady T'en exclaimed, "How dare you condemn all women as though they were all formed in the same mold with this shameless widow? I wonder you are not afraid of calling down a judgment on yourself for such an injustice to me, and others like me. What need is there of all this violence?" rejoined her husband. "Now, tell me, if I were to die, would you, possessed as you are of youth and beauty, be content to remain a widow for 5, or even 3 years? A faithful minister does not serve 2 princes, and a virtuous woman never thinks of a second husband," sententiously replied the lady. "If fate were to decree that you should die, it would not be a question of 3 years or of 5 years, for never, so long as life lasted, would I dream of a second marriage." "It is hard to say, it is hard to say," replied Kwong. "Do you think," rejoined his wife, "that women, a fickle widow, 253, are like men, destitute of virtue and devoid of use? Tice. When one wife is dead you look out for another, you divorce this one and take that one. But we women are for one saddle to one horse. Why do you say these kind of things to annoy me?" With these words she seized the fan and tore it to shreds. "Calm yourself," said her husband. "I only hope, if occasion offers, you will act up to your protestations." Not many days after this Kwong fell dangerously ill, and as the symptoms increased in severity, he thus addressed his wife: "I feel that my end is approaching, and that it is time I should bid you farewell. How unfortunate that you destroyed that fan the other day. You would have found it useful for drying my tomb. Pray, my husband, do not at such a moment suggest such suspicions of me. Have I not studied the book of kites, and have I not learned from it to fall? La one husband, and one only? If you doubt my sincerity, I will die in your presence to prove to you that what I say in all faithfulness. I desire no more, replied Kwang, and then, as weakness overcame him, he added faintly, I die. My eyes grow dim. With these words he sank back motionless and breathless. Having assured herself that her husband was dead, the Lady Teen broke out into loud lamentations, and embraced the corpse again and again. For days and 2K 254 Chinese STOEIES 7 nights she wept and fasted, and constantly dwelt in her thoughts on the virtues and wisdom of the deceased. As was customary, on the death of so learned a man as Kwang, the neighbors all came to offer their condolences and to volunteer their assistance. Just as the last of these had retired, there arrived at the door a young and elegant scholar, whose face was like a picture, and whose lips looked as though they had been smeared with vermilion. He was dressed in a violet silk robe, and wore a black cap, an embroidered girdle, and scarlet shoes. His servant announced that he was a prince of the kingdom of Tsu, and he himself added by way of explanation. Some years ago, I communicated to Kwang my desire to become his disciple. In further ance of this purpose I came hither, and now, to my inexpressible regret, I find on my arrival that my master is dead. To evince his respectful sorrow, the prince at once exchanged his colored clothing for mourning garb. There arrived a young and elegant scholar, a fickle widow, 255 months, and prostrating himself before the coffin, struck his forehead 4 times on the ground, and sobbed forth, "Oh, learned Kwang, I am indeed unfortunate in not having been permitted to receive your instructions face to face. But to show my regard and affection for your memory, I will here remain and mourn for you 100 days. With these words he prostrated himself again 4 times, while he watered the earth with his tears. When more composed, he begged to be allowed to pay his respects to Lady Teen, who, however, thrice declined to see him, and only at last consented when it was pointed out to her that, according to the most recondite authorities, the wives of deceased instructors should not refuse to see their husbands' disciples. After then receiving the prince's compliments with downcast eyes, the Lady Teen ventured just to cast one glance at her guest, and was so struck by his beauty and the grace of his figure, that a sentiment of more than interest suffused her heart. She begged him to take up his abode in her house, and when dinner was prepared, she blended her sighs with his. As a token of her esteem, so soon as the repast was ended, she brought him the copies of the classic of Nanhua, and the Citra of reason and of virtue, which her husband had been in the habit of using, and presented them to the prince. He, on his part, in fulfillment of his desire of mourning for his master, daily knelt and lamented by the side of the coffin, and thither also the Lady T'ien repaired to breathe her sighs. These constant meetings provoked short 256 Chinese stories, conversations, and the glances, which on these scions were exchanged between them, gradually took less of condolence and more of affection, as time went on. It was plain that already the prince was half enamored, while the lady was deeply in love. Being desirous of learning some particulars about her engaging guest, she one evening summoned his servant to her apartment, and having plied him with wine, inquired from him whether his master was married. "My master," replied the servant, "has never yet been married." "What qualities does he look for in the fortunate woman he will choose for his wife?" inquired the lady. "My master says," replied the servant, who had taken quite as much wine as was good for him, "that if he could obtain a renowned beauty like yourself, madam, his heart's desire would be fulfilled." "Did he really say so? Are you sure you are telling me the truth?" eagerly asked the lady. "Is it likely that an old man like myself would tell you a lie?" replied the servant. "If it be so, will you then act as a go-between, and arrange a match between us? My master has already spoken to me of the matter, and would desire the alliance above all things, if it were not for the respect due from a disciple to a deceased master, and for the animadversions to which such a marriage would give rise." "But as a matter of fact," said the Lady T'ien, "the prince was never my husband's disciple, and as to our neighbors about here, they are too few and a fickle widow. 257. Insignificant to make their animadversions worth a thought." The objections having been thus overcome, the servant undertook to negotiate with his master, and promised to bring word of the result at any hour of the day or night at which he might have anything to communicate. So soon as the man was gone, the Lady T'ien gave way to excited impatience. She went backwards and forwards to the chamber of death, that sly might pass the door of the prince's room, and even list eat at his window, hoping to hear him discussing with his servant the proposed alliance. All, however, was still until she approached the coffin, when she heard an unmistakable sound of hard breathing. Shocked and terrified, she exclaimed, "Can it be possible that the dead has come to life?" A light, however, relieved her apprehensions by discovering the form of the prince's servant lying in a drunken sleep on a couch by the corpse. She went backwards and Foi vards to the chamber of death. 258 Chinese stories. Other times such disrespect to the deceased would have drawn from her a torrent of angry rebukes, but on this occasion she thought it best to say nothing, and on the next morning she accosted the defaulter without any reference to his escapade of the night before. To her eager inquiries the servant answered that his master was satisfied on the points she had combated on the preceding evening, but that there were still 3 unpropitious circumstances which made him hesitate. What are they? Asked the lady. First, answered the man, my master says that the presence of the coffin in the saloon makes it difficult to conduct marriage festivities in accordance with us. Secondly, that the illustrious Kwang having so deeply loved his wife, and that affection having been so tenderly returned by her in recognition of his great qualities, he fears that a second husband would probably not be held entitled to a like share of affection. And thirdly, that not having brought his luggage, he has neither the money nor the clothes next. Sorry to play the part of a bridegroom. These circumstances need form no obstacle to our marriage, replied the lady. As to the first objection, I can easily have the coffin removed into a shed at the back of the house. Then as to the second, though my husband was a great Taoist authority, he was not by any means a very moral man. After his first wife's death he married a second, whom he divorced. And just before his own decease, he flirted outrageously with a widow whom he found fanning her husband's grave on the hill yonder. Why, then, should a fickle widow. 259. Your master, young, handsome, and a prince, doubt the quality of my affection? Then as to the third objection, your master need not trouble himself about the expenses connected with our marriage, I will provide them. At this moment I have 20 taels of silver in my room, and these I will readily give him to provide himself clothes withal. Go back, then, and tell the prince what I say, and remind him that there is no time like the present, and that there could be no more felicitous evening for our marriage than that of today. Carrying the 20 taels of silver in his hand, the servant returned to his master, and presently brought back word to the lady that the prince was convinced by her arguments, and ready for the ceremony. On receipt of this joyful news, Lady T.N.X. changed her mourning for wedding garments, painted her cheeks, reddened her lips, and ordered some loggers to carry Kwang's Coj0SN into a hut at the back of the house, and to prepare for the wedding. She herself arranged the lights and candles in the hall, and when the time arrived stood ready to receive the prince, who presently entered, wearing the insignia of his official rank, and dressed in a gaily embroidered tunic, bright as a polished gem and a gold setting. The two stood beneath the nuptial torch, radiant with beauty and love. At the conclusion of the ceremony, With every demonstration of affection, the prince led his bride by the hand into the nuptial chamber. Suddenly, as they were about to retire to rest, the prince was seized with violent convulsions. His face became distorted, his eyebrows stood on end. 260 Chinese STOHIES. And Lai fell to the ground, beating his breast with his hands. The Lady Tien, frantic with grief, embraced him, rubbed his chest, and when these remedies failed to revive him, called in his old servant. Has your master ever had any fits like this before? She hurriedly inquired. Often, replied the man, and no medicine ever. The coffin removed alleviates his sufferings. In fact, there is only one thing that does. Oh, what is that? Asked the lady. The brains of a man, boiled in wine, answered the servant. In Tsu, when he has these attacks, the king, his father, beheads a malefactor, and takes his brains to form the decoction. But how is it possible here to obtain such a remedy? A fickle widow. 261. Will the brains of a man who has died a natural death do? Asked the lady. Yes, if 49 days have not elapsed since the death. My former husband's would do then. He has only been dead 20 days. Nothing will be easier than to open the coffin and take them out. But would you be willing to do it? I and the prince are now husband and wife. A wife with her body serves her husband. And should I refuse to do this for him, out of regard for a corpse, which is fast becoming dust? So saying, she told the servant to look after his master, and seizing a hatchet, went straight to the hut to which the corpse had been removed. Having arranged the light conveniently, she tucked up her sleeves, clenched her teeth, and with both hands brought down the hatchet on the coffin lid. Blow after blow fell upon the wood, and at the 31st stroke the plank yielded, and the head of the coffin was forced open. Panting with her exertions, she cast a glance on the corpse preparatory to her further grim office, when, to her inexpressible horror, Kwang 2L. The prince was seized with violent convulsions. Page 259. 262 Chinese stories. Sighed twice, opened his eyes, and sat up. With a piercing shriek she shrank backwards, and dropped the hatchet from her palsied hands. My dear wife, said the philosopher, help me to rise. Afraid to do anything else but obey, she assisted him out of the COFLNN and offered him support, while he led the way, lamp in hand, to her chamber. Remembering the sight that would there meet his eyes, the wretched woman trembled as they approached the door. What was her relief, however, to find that the prince and his servant had disappeared. Taking advantage of this circle circumstance, she assumed every woman's wile, and in softest accents said, "Ever since your death you have been in my thoughts clay and night. Just now, hearing a noise in your coffin, and remembering how, in the tales of old, souls are said to return to their bodies, the hope occurred to me that it might be so in your case. And I took a hatchet to open your coffin. Thank heaven and earth, my felicity is complete, you are once more by my side." "Many thanks, madam," said Kwang, "for your..." She dropped the hatchet from her palsied hands. A fickle widow. 263. Deep consideration. "But may I ask why you are dressed in such gay clothing? When I went to open your coffin, I had, as I say, a secret presentiment of my good fortune, and I dare not receive you back to life in mourning attire." "Oh," replied her husband, "but there is one other circumstance which I should like to have explained. Why was my coffin not placed in the saloon, but tossed into a ruined barn?" To this question Lady Teen's woman's wit failed to supply an answer. Kwang looked at the cups and wine which formed the relics of the marriage feast, but made no other remark thereon, except to tell his wife to warm him some wine. This she did, employing all her most engaging wiles to win a smile from her husband, but he steadily rejected her advances, and presently, pointing with his finger over her shoulder, he said, "Look at those two men behind you." She turned with an instinctive knowledge that she would see the prince and his servant in the court yard, and so she did. Horrified at the sight, she turned her eyes towards her husband, but he was not there. Again looking towards the courtyard, she found that the prince and his servant had now disappeared, and that Kwang was once more at her side. Perceiving then the true state of the case, that the prince and his servant were but Kwang's other self, which he by his magical power was able to project into separate existences, she saw that all attempts at concealment were vain, and taking her 264 Chinese stories girdle from her waist, she tied it to a beam and hung herself on the spot. So soon as life was extinct, Kwang put his frail wife into the coffin from which he had lately emerged, and setting fire to his house, burnt it with its contents to ashes. The only things saved from the flames were the Satra of Eason and of Virtue, and the classic of Nanhua, which were found by some neighbors, and carefully treasured. As to Kwang, it is said that he set out as on a journey towards the west. What his ultimate destination was is not known, but one thing is certain, and that is, that he remained a widower for the rest of his life. 265. A Chinese girl Geaduate Chapteei W. Ho among the 300 million sons of Han does not know the say. There's paradise above. 'Tis true. But here below we've Hang and Su. And though no one will deny the beauty of those far-famed cities, they cannot compare in grandeur of situation and boldness of features with many of the towns in the province of the Four Streams. For most among the favored spots of this part of the empire is Menku, which, as its name implies, is celebrated for the silky bamboos which grow in its immediate neighborhood. These form, however, Hanschow and Suchow, 266 Chinese stories, only one of the features of its loveliness. Situated at the foot of a range of mountains which rise through all the gradations from rich and abundant verdure to the region of eternal snow, it lies embosomed in groves of beech, cypress, and bamboo, through the leafy screens of which rise the up-turned yellow roofs of the temples and official residences which dot the land scape like golden islands in an emerald, while beyond the wall her rise, between high and rugged banks, the tributary of the Fu River, which bears to the mighty waters of the Yangtze, Kiang the goods and passengers which seek an outlet to the eastern province. Inces. The streets within the walls of the city are scenes of life and bustle, while in the suburbs stand the residences of those who can afford to live in peace. A Chinese girl graduate, 267, and quiet, undisturbed by the clamor of the less, and Chang's one of the town. There, in a situation, the streets within the walls are scenes of busy life, which the Son of Heaven might envy, stands the official residence of Colonel W.N. Outwardly it has all the appearance of a grandee's palace, and i.e., the people. Li and Chong are the two commonest surnames in China. 268 Chinese stories. Within the massive boundary walls which surrounded it, the courtyards, halls, grounds, summer houses, and pavilions are not to be exceeded in grandeur and beauty. The office which had fallen to the lot of Colonel W6N was one of the most sought after in the province, and commonly only fell to officers of distinction, though not without fame in the field. Colonel WSN's main claim to honor lay in the high degrees he had taken in the examinations. His literary acquirements gained him friends among the civil officers of the district, and the position he occupied was altogether one of exceptional dignity. Unfortunately, his first wife had died, leaving only a daughter to keep her memory alive, but at the time when our story opens, his second spouse, more kind than his first, had presented him with a much desired son. The mother of this boy was one of those bright, pretty, gay creatures who commonly gain the affections of men much older than themselves. She sang in the most faultless falsetto, she played the guitar with taste and expression, and she danced with grace and agility. What wonder, then, that when the colonel returned from his tours of inspection and parades, weary with travel and dust, he found relief and relaxation in the joyous company of Hyacinth. And was she not also the mother of his son? Next to herself, there can be no question that this young gentleman held the chief place in the colonel's affections, while poor Jasmine, his daughter, by his first venture, was left very much to her own resources. No one troubled themselves about what she did, and she was allowed, as she grew up, to a Chinese girl graduate 269 follow her own pursuits, and to give rein to her fancies without let or hindrance. From her earliest childhood, one of her lonely amusements had been to dress as a boy, and so unchecked had the habit become that she gradually drifted into the character which she had chosen to assume. She even persuaded her father to let her go to the neighboring boys' school. Her mother had died before the colonel had been posted to Menku, and among the people of that place, who had always seen her in boys' attire, she was regarded as an adopted son of her father. Hyacinth was only too glad to get her out of the way as much as possible, and so encouraged the idea of allowing her to learn to read and write in the company of their neighbors' urchins. In Chu's situation, which the Son of Heaven might envy, stands the Chale residence of Colonel WHT/Fags 267 2M 270 Chinese stories. Being bright and clever, she soon gained an intellectual lead among the boys, and her uncommon beauty, coupled with the magnetism belonging to her sex, secured for her a popularity which almost amounted to adoration. She was tall for her age, as are most young daughters of Han, and her perfectly oval face, almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf brows, small, well-shaped mouth, brilliantly white teeth, and raven-black hair, completed a face and figure which would have been noticeable anywhere by the boys. She was worshipped, and no undertaking was too difficult or too troublesome if it was to give please. Your Tsung-ing, or the young noble, as she was called, for to have answered to the name of Jasmine would have been to proclaim her sex at once. Even the grim old master smiled at her through his horn spectacles as she entered the schoolhouse of a morning, and any graceful turn in her poetry or scholarly diction in her prose was sure to win for her his unsparing praise. Many an evening he invited the young noble to his house to read over chapters from Confucius and the poems of Le Taipa, and years afterwards, when he died, among his most cherished papers were found odes signed by Tsung Ing, in which there was a good deal about bending willows, light, flickering bamboos, horned moons, wild geese, the sound of a flute on a rainy day, and the pleasures of wine, in strict accord with the models set forth in the Aids to Poetry Making, which are common in the land. If it had not been for the indifference with which she was treated in her home, the favor with which a Chinese graduate 271 she was regarded abroad would have been most prejudicial to Jasmine, but any conceit which might have been engendered in the schoolhouse was speedily counteracted when she got within the porta, L3 of the colonel's domain. Coming into the 272 Chinese stories, presence of her father and his wife, with all the incense of kindness, affection, and, it must be confessed, flattery with which she was surrounded by her schoolfellows fresh about her, was like stepping into a cold bath. Wholesome and invigorating the change may have been, but it was very unpleasant, and Jasmine often longed to be alone to give vent to her feelings in tears. One deep consolation she had, however, she was a devoted student, and in the society of her books she forgot the callousness of her parents, and, living in imagination in the bygone annals of the empire, she was able to take part, as it were, in the great deeds which mark the past history of the state, and to enjoy the converse and society of the sages and poets of antiquity. When the time came that she had gained all the knowledge which the old school master could impart to her, she left the school, and formed a reading party with 2 youths of her own age. These lads, by name Wei and Tuesday, had been her schoolfellows, and were delighted at obtaining her promise to join them in their studies. So industriously were these pursued, that the 3 friends succeeded in taking their BA degree at the next examination, and, encouraged by this success, determined to venture on a struggle for a still higher distinction. Though at one in their affection for Jasmine, Tuesday and Wei were unlike in everything else, which ably accounted for the friendship which existed between them. Wei was the more clever of the 2. He wrote poetry with ease and fluency, and a Chinese girl graduate 273. His essays were marked by correctness of style and aptness of quotation. But there was a want of strength in his character. He was exceedingly vain, and was always seeking to excite admiration among his companions. This unhappy failing made him very susceptible of adverse criticism, and at the same time extremely jealous of anyone who might happen to excel him in any way. Tuesday, on the other hand, though not so intellectually favored, had a rough kind of originality, which always secured for his exercises a respectful attention, and made him at all times an agreeable companion. Having no exaggerated ideas of his capabilities, he never strove to appear otherwise than he was, and being quite independent of the opinions of others, he was always natural. Thus he was one who was sought out by his friends, and was best esteemed by those whose esteem was best worth having. In outward appearance the youths were as different as their characters were diverse. Wei was decidedly good-looking, but of a kind of beauty which suggested neither rest nor sincerity, while in Tuesday's features, though there was less grace, the want was fully compensated for by the strength and honest firmness of his countenance. For both these young men Jasmine had a liking, but there was no question as to which she preferred. As she herself said, Wei is pleasant enough as a companion, but if I had to look to one of them for an act of true friendship, or as a lover, she mentally added, I should turn at once to Tuesday. It was one of her amusements to compare the young men in her mind, and one day when so occupied Tuesday 274 Chinese stories suddenly looked up from his book and said to her, what a pity it is that the gods have made us both men. If I were a woman, the object of my heart would be to be your wife, and if you were a woman, there is nothing I should like better than to be your husband. Jasmine blushed up to the roots of her hair at having her own thoughts thus capped, as it were, but before she could answer, Wei broke in with, what nonsense you talk! And why, I should like to know, should you be the only one the young noble might choose, supposing he belonged to the other sex? You are both talking nonsense, said Jasmine, who had had time to recover her composure, and remind me of my two old childless aunts, she added, laughing, who are always quarreling about the names they would have given their children if the goddess Kuan Yin had granted them any half a century ago. As a matter of fact, we are three friends reading for our MA degrees, neither more nor less. And I will trouble you, my elder brother, she added, turning to Tuesday, to explain to me what the poet means by the expression tuneful tongue. In the line, the greedy flames devour the tuneful tongue. A learned disquisition by Tuesday on the celebrated musician who recognized the sonorous qualities of a piece of tongue timber burning in the kitchen fire. A Chinese girl graduate 275 effectually diverted the conversation from the inconvenient direction it had taken, and shortly afterwards Jasmine took her leave. Haunted by the thought of what had passed, she wandered on to the veranda of her archery pavilion, and while gazing half unconsciously heavenwards, her eyes were attracted by a hawk which flew past and alighted on a tree beyond the boundary wall, and in front of the study she had lately left. In a restless and thoughtless mood, she took up her bow and arrow, and with unerring aim compassed the death of her victim. No sooner, however, had the hawk fallen, carrying the arrow with it, than she remembered that her name was inscribed on the shaft, and fearing lest it should be found by either Wei or Tuesday, she hurried round in the hope of recovering it. But she was too late. On approaching the study, she found Tuesday in the garden in front, examining the bird and arrow. "Look," he said, as he saw her coming, "what a good shot someone has made. And whoever it is, he has a due appreciation of his own skill. Listen to these lines which are scraped on the arrow. Do not lightly draw your bow, but if you must, bring down your foe." Jasmine was glad enough to find that he had not discovered her name, and eagerly exchanged banter with him on the conceit of the owner of the arrow. But before she could recover it, Wei, who had heard the talking and laughter, joined them, and took the arrow out of Tuesday's hand to examine it. Just at that 276 Chinese STOEIES moment, a messenger came to summon Tuesday to his father's presence, and he had no sooner gone than Wei exclaimed. She took up her bow and arrow, and with unerring aim compassed the death of her Titan. But, see, here is the name of the mysterious owner of the arrow, and, as I live, it is a girl's name, Jasmine. A Chinese GIBL graduate. 277. Who, among the goddesses of heaven, can Jasmine be? "Oh, I will take the arrow then," said Jasmine. "It must belong to my sister. That is her name." "I did not know that you had a sister," said Wei. "Oh yes, I have," answered Jasmine, "quite forget." Full of the celebrated dictum of Confucius. Be truth. Full. She is just 1 year younger than I am. She added, thinking it well to be circumstantial. "Why have you never mentioned her?" asked Wei, with animation. "What is she like? Is she anything like you?" "She is the very image of me." "What? In height and features and ways?" "The very image, so that people have often said that if we changed clothes each might pass for the other." "What a good-looking girl she must be," said Wei, laughing. "But, seriously, I have not, as you know, yet set up a household, and if your sister has not received bridal presents, I would beg to be allowed to invite her to enter my lowly habitation. What does my elder brother say to my proposal?" "I don't know what my sister would feel about it," said Jasmine. "I would never answer for a girl, if I live to be as old as the god of longevity." "Will you find out for me?" "Certainly I will. But remember, not a word must be mentioned on the subject to my father, or, in fact, to anybody, until I give you leave. So long as my elder brother will undertake for me, I will promise anything," said the delighted 2n. 278 Chinese stories. Wei. I already feel as though I were 9/10 of the way to the abode of the phoenix. Take this box of precious ointment to your sister as an earnest of my intentions, and I will keep the arrow as a token from her until she demands its return. I feel inclined to express myself in verse. May I? By all means, said Jasmine, laughing. Thus encouraged, Wei improvised as follows. 'Twas sung of old that Lofu had no mate, though Che was willing, for no word was said. At last an arrow like a herald came, and now an honored brother lends his aid. Excellent, said Jasmine, laughing. With such a poetic gift as you possess, you certainly deserve a better fate than befell Lofu. From this day the idea of marrying Jasmine's sister possessed the soul of Wei. But not a word did he say to Tuesday on the matter, for he was conscious that, as Tuesday was the first to pick up the arrow through which he had become acquainted with the existence of Jasmine's sister, his friend might possibly lay a claim to her hand. To Jasmine also the subject was an absorbing one. She felt that she was becoming most unpleasantly involved in a risky matter, and that, if the time should ever come when she should have to make an explanation, she might in honor be compelled to marry Wei, a prospect which filled her with dismay. The turn events had taken had made her analyze her feelings more than she had ever done before, and the process made Lyra doubly conscious of the depth of her affection for Tuesday. A horse, she said to herself, cannot carry two saddles. A Chinese geograduate. 279. And a bookman cannot marry more than one man. Wise as this saw was, it did not help her out of her difficulty, and she turned to the chapter of accidents, and determined to trust to time, that old disposer of events, to settle the matter. But Wei was inclined to be impatient, and Jasmine was obliged to resort to more of those departures from truth which circumstances had forced upon this generally very upright young lady. I have consulted my father on the subject, she said to the expectant Wei, and he insists on your waiting until the autumn examination is over. He has every confidence that you will then take your MA degree, and your marriage will, he hopes, put the coping stone on your happiness and honor. That is all very well, said Wei, but autumn is a long time hence, and how do I know that your sister may not change her mind? Has not your younger brother undertaken to look after your interests, and cannot you trust him to do his best on your behalf? I can trust my elder brother with anything in the world. It is your sister that I am afraid of, said Wei. But since you will undertake for her. No, no, said Jasmine, laughing, I did not say that I would undertake for her. A man who answers for a woman deserves to have fool written on his forehead. Well, at all events, I will be content to leave the Matter in your hands, said Wei. At last the time of the autumn examination drew near, and Tuesday and Wei made preparations for their 280 Chinese stories departure to the provincial capital. They were both bitterly disappointed when Jasmine announced that she was not going up that time. This determination was the result of a conference with her father. She had pointed out to the colonel that if she passed and took her MA degree, she might be called upon to take oflois at any time, and that then she would be compelled to confess her sex, and as she was by no means disposed to give up the freedom which her doublet and hose conferred upon her, it was agreed between them that she should plead illness and not go up. Her two friends, therefore, went alone, and brilliant success attended their venture. They both passed with honors, and returned to Menku to receive the congratulations of their friends. Jasmine's delight was very genuine, more especially as regarded Tuesday, and the first evening was spent by the three students in joyous converse and in confident anticipations of the future. As Jasmine took leave of the two new MAs, Wei followed her to the outer door and whispered at parting, "I am coming tomorrow to make my formal proposal to your sister." Jasmine had no time to answer, but went home full of anxious and disturbed thoughts, which were destined to take a more tragic turn than she had ever anticipated even in her most gloomy moments. The same cruel fate had also decreed that Wei's proposal was to be suspended, like Buddha, between heaven and earth. The blow fell upon him when he was attiring himself in the garments of his new degree, in preparation for his visit. He was in the act of tying a Chinese girl graduate. 281. His sasli and appending to it his purse and trinkets. When Jasmine burst into the young men's study, looking deadly pale and bearing traces of acute mental distress on her usually bright and joyous countenance. "What is the matter?" cried Tuesday, with almost as /. The first evening was spent by the three students in joyous converse. Much agitation as was shown by Jasmine. "Tell me, what has happened?" "Oh, my father, my poor father," sobbed Jasmine. "What is the matter with your father?" "He is not dead, is he?" cried the young men in one breath. 282 Chinese stories. "No, it is not so bad as that," said Jasmine. "But a great and bitter misfortune has come upon us. As you know, some time ago my father had a quarrel with the military intendant, and that horrid man has, out of spite, brought charges against him for which he was carried off this morning to prison." The statement of her misery and the shame involved in it completely unnerved poor Jasmine, who, true to her inner sex, burst into tears and rocked herself to and fro in her grief. Tuesday and Wei, on their knees before her, tried to pour in words of consolation. With a lack of reason which might be excused under the circumstances, they vowed that her father was innocent before they knew the nature of the charges against him, and they pledged themselves to rest neither day nor night until they had rescued him from his difficulty. When, under the influence of their genuine sympathy, Jasmine recovered some composure, Tuesday begged her to tell him of what her father was accused. The villain, said Jasmine, through her tears, has dared to say that my father has made use of government taxes, has taken bribes for recommending men for promotion, has appropriated the soldiers' ration money, and has been in league with highway men. Is it possible? Said Tuesday, who was rather staggered by this long catalogue of crimes. I should not have believed that anyone could have ventured to have charged your honored father with such things. Least of all the intendant, who is notoriously possessed of an itching palm. But I tell you what we can do. A Chinese geograduate. 283. At once. Ave and I, being MAS, have a right to call on the prefect, and it will be a real pleasure to us to exercise our new privilege for the first time in your service. We will urge him to inquire into the matter, and I cannot doubt that he will at once quash the proceedings. Unhappily, Tuesday's hopes were not realized. The 284 Chinese stories main to her. Tuesday and Wei were allowed out to go to Peking for their doctor's degrees, and if they passed, they might be able to bring such influence to bear as would secure the release of her father. Let not the young noble distress himself over much, said Wei to her, with some importance. This affair will be engraven on our hearts and minds, and if we take our degrees we will use our utmost exertions to wipe away the injustice which has been done your father. Unhappily, said the more practical Tuesday, it is too plain that the examining magistrates are all in league to ruin him. But let our elder brother remain quietly at home, doing all he can to collect evidence in the colonel's favor, while we will do our best at the capital. If things turn out well with us there, our elder brother had better follow at once to assist us with his advice. Before the friends parted, Wei, whose own affairs were always his first consideration, took an opportunity of whispering to Jasmine, "Don't forget your honored sister's promise, I beseech you. A.V. Hather. We succeed or not, I shall ask for her in marriage on my return. Under present circumstances, we must no longer consider the engagement," said Jasmine, shocked at his introducing the subject at such a moment, "and the best thing that you can do is to forget all about it." The moment for the departure of the young men had come, and they had no time to say more. With bitter tears, the two youths took leave of the weep. A Chinese girl graduate. 285. Jasmine, who, as their carts disappeared in the distance, felt for the first time what it was to be alone in misery. She saw little of her stepmother in those dark days. That poor lady made herself so ill with unrestrained grief that she was quite incapable of rendering either help or advice. Fortunately, the officials showed no disposition to proceed with the indictment, and by the judicious use of the money at her command, Jasmine induced the prison authorities to make her father's confinement as little irksome as possible. She was allowed to see him at almost any time, and on one occasion, when he was enjoying her presence as in his prosperous days he had never expected to do, he remarked, "Since the officials are not proceeding with the business, I think my best plan will be to send a petition to Peking asking the Board of War to acquit me. But my difficulty is, that I have no one whom I can send to look after the business." "Let me go," said Jasmine. When Tuesday and Wei were leaving, they begged me to follow them to consult as to the best means of helping you, and with them to depend on I have nothing to fear. I quite believe that you are as capable of managing the matter as anybody," said her father admiringly, "but Peking is a long way afield, and I cannot bear to think of the things which might happen to you on the road." "From all time," answered Jasmine, "it has been considered the duty of a daughter to risk anything in the service of her father, and though the way is long, I shall have weapons to defend myself with against 286 Chinese stories, injury, and a clear conscience with which to answer any interrogatories which may be put to me. Besides, I will take our messenger, the dragon, and his wife with me. I will make her dress as a man. What fun it will be to see Mrs. Dragon's portly form in trousers and gabardine. When that transformation is made, we shall be a party of 3 men. So, you see, she and I will have a man to protect us, and I shall have a woman to wait upon me, and if such a gallant company cannot travel from this to Peking in safety, I'll forswear boots and trousers and will retire into the harem forever." "Well," said her father, laughing, "if you can arrange in that way, go by all means, and the sooner you start the sooner I hope you will be back." Delighted at having gained the approval of her father to her scheme, Jasmine quickly made the arrangements for her journey. On the morning of the day on which she was to start, the results of the doctor's examination at Peking reached Menku, and to Jasmine's infinite delight, she found the names of Tuesday and Wei among the successful candidates. Armed with this good news, she hurried to the prison. All difficulties seemed to disappear like mist before the sun as she thought of the powerful advocates she now had at Peking. "Tuesday and Wei have passed," she said, as she rushed into her father's presence, "and now the end of our troubles is approaching." A Chinese girl graduate. 287. Chaptee 11. With impatient hoity Jasmine took leave of her father, and started on her eventful journey. As evening drew on she entered the suburbs of Chaptee, the provincial capital, and sent the dragon on to find a suitable inn for the couple of nights which she knew she would be compelled to spend in the city. The dragon was successful in his search, and conducted Jasmine and his wife to a comfortable hostelry in one of the busiest parts of the town. Having refreshed herself with an excellent dinner, Jasmine was glad to rest from the fatigues and heat of the day in the cool courtyard into which her room opened. Fortune and builders had so arranged that a neighboring house, towering above the inn, overlooked this restful spot, and one of the higher windows faced exactly the position which Jasmine had taken up. Such a fact would not, in ordinary circumstances, have troubled her in the least, but she had not been sitting long before she began to feel an extraordinary attraction towards the window. She did her best to look the other way, but she was often unconsciously impelled to glance up at the lattice. Once she fancied she saw the curtain move. Determined to verify her impression, she suddenly raised her eyes, after a prolonged contemplation of the pavement, and caught a momentary sight of a girl's face, which as instantly disappeared, but not. As she passed through the courtyard she instinctively looked up at the window. A Chinese girl graduate. 289. Before Jasmine had been able to recognize that it was one of exceptional beauty. Now, if I were a young man, said she to herself, I ought to feel my heart beat at the sight of such loveliness, and it would be my bounden duty to swear that I would win the owner of it in the teeth of dragons. But as my manhood goes no deeper than my outer garments, I can afford to sit here with a quiet pulse and a whole skin. The next day Jasmine was busily engaged in interviewing some officials in the interest of her father, and only reached the shelter of her inn towards evening. As she passed through the courtyard she instinctively looked up at the window, and again caught a glimpse of the vision of beauty which she had seen the evening before. If she only knew, thought Jasmine, that I was such a one as herself, she would be less anxious to see me, and more likely to avoid me. While amusing herself at the thought of the fair watcher, the inn door opened, and a waiting woman entered carrying a small box. As she approached Jasmine she bowed low, and with bated breath thus addressed her. May every happiness be yours, sir. My young lady, Mississippi King, whose humble dwelling is the adjoining house, seeing that you are living in solitude, has sent me with this fruit and tea as a complimentary offering. So saying, she presented to Jasmine the box, which contained pears and a packet of scented tea. To what am I indebted for this honor? Replied 290 Chinese stories. Jasmine, I can claim no relationship with your lady, nor have I the honor of her acquaintance. My young lady says, answered the waiting woman, that among the myriads who come to this inn and the thousands who go from it, she has seen no one to equal your excellency in form and feature. At sight of you, she was confident that you came from. She presented to Jasmine the box, which contained pears and a packet of scented tea. A lofty and noble family, and having learned from your attendants that you are the son of a colonel, she ventured to send you these trifles to supplement the needy fare of this rude inn. Tell me something about your young lady, said Jasmine, in a moment of idle curiosity. A Chinese girl graduate. 291. My young lady, said the woman, is the daughter of Mr. King, who was a vice president of a lower court. Her father and mother having, both, visited the Yellow Springs, she is now living with an aunt, who has been blessed by the god of wealth, and whose main object in life is to find a husband whom her niece may be willing to marry. The young gentleman, my young lady's cousin, is one of the richest men in Chapter 2. All, the larger inleys, belong to him, and his profits are as boundless as the four seas. He is as anxious as his mother to find a suitable match for the young lady, and has promised that so soon as she can make a choice he will arrange the wedding. I should have thought, said Jasmine, that, being the owner of so much wealth and beauty, the young lady would have been besieged by suitors from all parts of the empire. So she is, said the woman, and from her win dow yonder she espies them, for they all put up at this inn. Hitherto she has made fun of them all, and describes their appearance and habits in the most amusing way. See this one, SSLJS she, with his bachelor cap on and his new official clothes and awkward gait, looking for all the world like a barn door fowl dressed up as a stork, or that one, with his round shoulders, monkey face, and crooked legs, and so she tells them a fie. What does she say of me, I wonder? Said Jas. Mine, amused. Of your excellency she says that her comparisons 1 Hades. 292 Chinese stories fail her, and that she can only hope that the fates who guided your jeweled chariot hitherwards will not tantalize her by an empty vision, but will bind your ankles to hers with the red matrimonial cords. How can I hope for such happiness? Said Jas. Mine, smiling. But please to tell your young lady that, being only a guest at this inn, I have nothing worthy of her acceptance to offer in return for her bounteous gifts, and that I can only assure her of my boundless gratitude. With many bows, and with reiterated wishes for Jasmine's happiness and endless longevity, the woman took her leave. Truly this young lady has formed a most pervert attachment, said Jasmine to herself. She reminds me of the man in the fairy tale who fell in love with a shadow, and, so far as I can see, she is not likely to get any more satisfaction out of it than he did. So saying, she took up a pencil and scribbled the following lines on a scrap of paper, with thoughts as ardent as a quenchless thirst. She sends me fragrant and most luscious fruit. Without a hush she seeks a phoenix guest, who dwells alone like case-enveloped lute. After this mental effort Jasmine went to bed. Nor had her interview with the waiting woman made a sufficient impression on her mind to interfere in any way with her sleep. She was surprised, however, on coming into her sitting room in the morning, to meet the same messenger, who, laden with a dish, one a bachelor, a Chinese girl graduate, 293, of hot eggs and a brew of tea, begged Jasmine to deign to look down upon her offerings. Many thanks, said Jasmine, for your kind attention. You are putting the saddle on the wrong horse, replied the woman. In bringing you these I am but obeying the orders of Mississippi King, who herself made the tea of leaves from Pu 6rh in Yunnan, and who with her own fair hands shelled the eggs. Your young lady, answered Jasmine, is as bountiful as she is kind. What return can I make her for her kindness to a stranger? Stay, she said, as the thought crossed her mind that the verses she had written the night before might prove a whole some tonic for this effusive young lady. I have a few verses which I will venture to ask her to accept. So saying, she took a piece of peach blossom paper, on which she carefully copied the quatrain and handed it to the woman. May I trouble you, said she, to take this to your mistress. If, said Jasmine to herself as the woman took her departure, Mississippi King is able to penetrate the meaning of my verses, she won't like them. Without saying so in so many words, I have told her with sufficient plainness that I will have nothing to say to her. But stupidity is a shield sent by Providence to protect the greater part of mankind from many evils, so perhaps she will escape. It certainly in this case served to shield Mississippi King from Jasmine's shafts. She was delighted at receiving the verses, and at once sat down to compose a 2p. 294 Chinese stories quatrain to match Jasmine's. In reply, with infinite labor she elaborated the following. Sung Ya on Th eastern wall sat deep in thought, and longed with Pe to pluck the fragrant fruit. If all the well-known tunes be newly set, what use to take again the half-burnt lute one? Having copied these on a piece of silk-woven paper, she sent them to Jasmine by her faithful attendant. On looking over the paper, Jasmine said, smiling, "What a clever young lady your mistress must be." These lines, though somewhat inconsequential, are incomparable. But, though Jasmine was partly inclined to treat the matter as a joke, she saw that there was a serious side to the affair, more especially as the colors under which she was sailing were so undeniably false. She knew well that for Sung Ya should be read Mississippi king, and for her own name, and she determined, therefore, to put an end to the philandering of Mississippi king, which, in her present state of mind, was doubly annoying to her. I am deeply indebted to your young lady, she said, and then, being determined to make a plunge into the morass of untruthfulness, for a good end as she believed, added, and, if I had love at my disposal, I should possibly venture to make advances towards the feathery peach, but let me confess to you that I have already taken to myself a wife. I had the felicity of meeting Mississippi King before I committed myself in another direction. I might, perhaps, have been a happier man. But, after all, if one a nuptial emblem, a Chinese girl graduate, 295. This were so, my position is no worse than that of most other married men, for I never met one who was not occasionally inclined to cry, like the boys at Toss Cash, hark back and try again. This will be sad news for my lady, for she has set her heart upon you ever since you first came to the inn, and when young misses take that sort of fancy and lose the objects of their love, they are as bad as children when forbidden their sugar plums. But what's the use of talking to you about a young lady's feelings? Said the woman, with a vexed toss of her head. I never knew a man who understood a woman yet. I am extremely sorry for Mississippi King, said Jas. Mine, trying to suppress a smile. As you wisely remark, a young lady is a sealed book to me, but I have always been told that their fancies are as variable as the shadow of the bamboo, and probably, therefore, though Mississippi King's sky may be overcast just now, the gloom will only make her enjoy tomorrow's sunshine all the more. The woman, who was evidently in a hurry to convey the news to her mistress, returned no answer to this last sally, but, with curtailed obeisance, took her departure. Her non-appearance the next morning confirmed Jasmine in the belief that her bold departure from truth on the previous evening had had its curative effect. The relief was great, for she had felt that these complications were becoming too frequent to be pleasant, and, reprehensible though it may appear, her relief was mingled with no sort of compassion for 296 Chinese stories. Mississippi King. Hers was not a nature to sympathize with such sudden and fierce attachments. Her AFIEC tie-in for Tuesday had been the growth of many months, and she had no feeling in common with a young lady who could take a violent liking for a young man simply from seeing him taking his postprandial ease. It was therefore with complete satisfaction that she left the inn in the course of the morning to pay her farewell visits to the governor and the judge of the province, who had taken an unusual interest in Colo Nel W6N's case since Jasmine had become his personal advocate. Both officials had promised to do all they could for the prisoner, and had loaded Jasmine with tokens of goodwill in the shape of strange and rare fruits and culinary delicacies. On this particular day, the governor had invited her to the midday meal, and it was late in the afternoon before she found her way back to the inn. The following morning she rose early, intending to start before noon, and was stepping into the court yard to give directions to the dragon when, to her surprise, she was accosted by Mississippi King's servant, who, with a waggish smile and a cunning shake of the head, said, "How can one so young as your excellency be such a proficient in the art of inventing flowers of the imagination?" "What do you mean?" said Jasmine. "Why, last night you told me you were married." And my poor young lady, when she heard it, was wrung with grief. But, recovering somewhat, she sent me to ask your servants whether what you had, a Chinese girl graduate 297, said was true or not, for she knows what she's about as well as most people, and they both with one voice assured me that, far from being married, you had not even exchanged nuptial presents with anybody. You may imagine Mississippi King's delight when I took her this news. She at once asked her cousin to call upon you to make a formal offer of marriage, and she has now sent me to tell you that he will be here anon. Everyone knows what it is to pass suddenly from a state of pleasurable high spirits into deep despond. Denkei, to exchange in an instant bright mental sun shine for cloud and gloom. All, therefore, must sympathize with poor Jasmine, who, believing the road before her to be smooth and clear, on a sudden became thus aware of a most troublesome and difficult obstruction. She had scarcely finished calling down anathemas on the heads of the dragon and his wife, and cursing her own folly for bringing them with her, then the indoors were thrown open, and a servant appeared carrying a long red visiting card, inscribed with the name of the wealthy impropriator. On the heels of this forerunner followed young Mr. King, who, with effusive bows, said, "I have been toured to pay my respects to your excellency." Poor Jasmine was so upset by the whole affair that she lacked some of the courtesy that was habitual to her, and in her confusion very nearly seated her guest on her right hand. Fortunately this outrageous breach of etiquette was avoided, and the pair even to ally arranged themselves in the canonical order. "This old son of Han," began Mr. King, "would not have dared to intrude himself upon your excellency." 298 Chinese STOEIES. "If it were not that he has a matter of great delicacy to discuss with you. He has a cousin, the daughter of Vice President King, for whom for years he has been trying to find a suitable match. The position is peculiar, for the lady declares positively that she will not marry anyone she has not seen and approved of. Until now she has not been able to find anyone whom she would care to marry. But the presence of your excellency has thrown a light across her path, which has shown her the way to the plum groves of matrimonial felicity. Here King paused, expecting some reply, but Jas' mind was too absorbed in thought to speak, so Mr. King went on. This old son of Han, hearing that your excellency is still unmarried, has taken upon himself to make a proposal of marriage to you, and to offer his cousin as your basket and broom. His interview with you has, he may say, shown him the wisdom of his cousin's choice, and he cannot imagine a pair better suited for one another, or more likely to be happy, than your excellency and his cousin. I dare not be anything but straightforward with your worship, said Jasmine, and I am grateful for the extraordinary affection your cousin has been pleased to bestow upon me, but I cannot forget that she belongs to a family which is entitled to pass through the gate of the palace, and I fear that my rank is not sufficient for her. Besides, my father is at present under a cloud, and I am now on my way to Peking to try to release him from his difficulties. Wife. 2J family of distinction. A Chinese girl graduate. 299. It is no time, therefore, for me to be binding myself with promises. As to your excellency's first objection, replied King, you are already the wearer of a hat with a silken tassel, and a man need not be a prophet to foretell that in time to come any affairs, either civil or military, will be within your reach. No doubt, also, your business in Peking will be quickly brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and there can be no objection. Therefore, to our settling the preliminaries now, and then, on your return from the capital, we can celebrate the wedding. This will give rest and calm posture to my cousin's mind, which is now like a disturbed sea, and will not interfere, I venture to think, with the affair which calls you to Peking. As King proceeded, Jasmine felt that her difficulties were on the increase. It was impossible that she should explain her position in full, and she had no sufficient reason at hand to give for rejecting the proposal made her, though, at the same time, her annoyance was not small at having such a matter forced upon her at a moment when her mind was filled with anxieties. Then, she thought to herself, there is ahead of me that explanation which must inevitably come with way, so that, together, if it were not for the deeply rooted conviction which I have that Tuesday will be mine at last, when he knows what I really am, life would not be worth having. As for this improprietor, if he has so little delicacy as to push his cousin upon me at this crisis, I need not have any compunction regarding him, so, perhaps, my easiest way of getting out of 300 Chinese stories the present hobble will be to accept his proposal and to present the box of precious ointment handed me by way for my sister to this ogling lovesick girl. So turning to King, she said, since you, sir, and your cousin have honored me with your regard, I dare not altogether decline your proposal, and I would therefore beg you, sir, to hand this," she added, producing the box of ointment, "to your honorable cousin, as a token of the bond between us, and to convey to her my promise that, if I don't marry her, I will never marry another lady." Mr. King, with the greatest delight, received the box, and handing it to the waiting woman, who stood expectant by, bade her carry it to her mistress, with the news of the engagement. Jas. Mine now hoped that her immediate troubles were over, but King insisted on celebrating the event by a feast, and it was not until late in the afternoon that she succeeded in making a start. Once on the road, her anxiety to reach Peking was such that she traveled night and day, feeding on wind and lodging in water. Nor did she rest until she reached an hotel within the Hatta Gate of the capital. A Chinese girl graduate. 301. Chapter 3. Jasmine's solitary journey had given her abundant time for reflection, and for the first time she had set herself seriously to consider her position. She recognized that she had hitherto followed only the impulses of the moment, of which the main one had been the desire to escape complications by the wholesale sacrifice of truth, and she acknowledged to herself that, if justice were evenly dealt out, there must be a nemesis in store for her which should bring distress and possibly disaster upon her. In her calmer moments she felt an instinctive foreboding that she was approaching a crisis in her fate, and it was with mixed feelings, therefore, that on the morning after her arrival she prepared to visit Tuesday and Wei, who were as yet ignorant of her presence. She dressed herself with more than usual care for the occasion, choosing to attire herself in a blue silk robe and a mauve satin jacket which Tuesday had once admired, topped by a brand new cap. Altogether her appearance as she passed through the streets justified the remark made by a passer-by, a pretty young sterling, and more like a maiden of 18 than a man. The hostelry at which Tuesday and Wei had taken up their abode was an inn befitting the dignity of such distinguished scholars. On inquiring at the door, Jasmine was ushered by a servant through a court yard to an inner enclosure, where, under the grateful 302 Chinese stokies shade of a wide-spreading cotton tree, Tuesday was reclining at his ease. Jasmine's delight at meeting her friend was only equaled by the pleasure with which Tuesday greeted her. In his strong and gracious presence, she became conscious that she was released from the absorbing care which had haunted her, and her soul leaped out in new freedom as she asked and answered questions of her friend. Each had much to say, and Tuesday was reclining at his ease. It was not for some time, when an occasional reference brought his name forward, that Jasmine noticed the absence of Wei. When she did, she asked after him. "He left this some days ago," said Tuesday, "having some special business which called for his presence at home. He did not tell me what it was, but doubtless it was something of importance. A Chinese girl graduate. 303. Jasmine said nothing, but felt pretty certain in her mind as to the object of his hasty return. Tuesday, attributing her silence to a reflection on Wei, for having left the capital before her father's affair was settled, hastened to add, "He was very helpful in the matter of your our father's difficulty, and only left when he thought he could not do any more." "How do matters stand now?" asked Jasmine eagerly. "We have posted a memorial at the palace gate," said Tuesday, "and have arranged that it shall reach the right quarter. Fortunately, also, I have an acquaintance in the Board of War who has undertaken to do all he can in that direction, and promises an answer in a few days." "I have brought with me," said Jasmine, "a petty tie-in prepared by my father. What do you think about presenting it?" "At present I believe that it would only do harm. A superabundance of memorials is as bad as none at all. Beyond a certain point, they only irritate officials." "Very well," said Jasmine. "I am quite content to leave the conduct of affairs in your hands." "Well then," said Tuesday, "that being understood, I propose that you should move your things over to this inn. There is Wei's room at your disposal, and your constant presence here will be balm to my lonely spirit. At the Hatta Gate you are almost as remote as if you were in our study at Menku." Jasmine was at first startled by this proposal. 304 Chinese stories. Though she had been constantly in the company of Tuesday, she had never lived under the same roof with him, and she at once recognized that there might be difficulties in the way of her keeping her secret if she were to be constantly under the eyes of her friend. But she had been so long accustomed to yield to the present circumstances, and was so confident that fortune, which, with some slight irregularities, had always stood her friend, would not desert her on the present occasion, that she gave way. "By all means," she said. "I will go back to my inn, and bring my things at once. This writing case I will leave here. I brought it because it contains my father's petition." So saying, she took her leave, and Tuesday retired to his easy chair under the cotton tree. But the demon of curiosity was abroad, and alighting on the arm of Tuesday's chair, whispered in his ear that it might be well if he ran his eye over Colonel W.'s petition to see if there was any argument in it which he had omitted in his statement to the Board of War. At first Tuesday, whose nature was the reverse of inquisitive, declined to listen to these promptings, but so persistent did they become that he at last put down his book, The Spring and Autumn Annals, and, seating himself at the sitting room table, opened the writing case so innocently left by Jasmine. On the top were a number of red visiting cards bearing the inscription, in black, of W and sunk ing, and beneath these was the petition. Carefully Tuesday read it through, and passed mental eulogies on it as he proceeded. The colonel had put his case skillfully, but Tuesday had no difficulty in a Chinese girl graduate. 305. Recognizing Jasmine's hand, both in the composition of the document and in the penmanship. If my attempt, he thought, does not succeed, we will try what this will do. He was on the point of returning it to its resting place, when he saw another document in Jasmine's handwriting lying by it. This was evidently a formal document, probably connected, as he thought, with the colonel's case, and he therefore unfolded it and read as follows. The faithful maiden, Mississippi W.N. of Menkuhine, with burning incense reverently praised the God of war to release her father from his present difficulties, and speedily to restore peace to her own soul by nullifying, in accordance with her desire, the engagement of the bamboo arrow and the contract of the box of precious ointment. A respectful petition. As Tuesday read on, surprise and astonishment took possession of his countenance. A second time he read it through, and then, throwing himself back in his chair, broke out into a fit of laughter. So, he said to himself, I have allowed myself to be deceived by a young girl all these years. And yet, not altogether deceived, he added, trying to find an excuse for himself, for I have often fancied that there was the savor of a woman about the young noble. I hope she is not one of those heaven-born genii who appear on earth to plague men, and who, just when they have aroused the affections they wished to excite, ascend through the air and leave their lovers mourning. Just at this moment the door opened, and Jasmine entered, looking more lovely than ever, with the flush. 306 Chinese stories begotten by exercise on her beautifully molded cheeks. At sight of her Tuesday again burst out laughing. To Jasmine's not unnatural surprise, who, thinking that there must be something wrong with her dress, looked herself up and down, to the increasing amusement of Tuesday. So, said he at last, you deceitful little hussy. You have been deceiving me all these years by passing yourself off as a man, when in reality you are a girl. Overcome with confusion, Jasmine hung her head and murmured, Who has betrayed me? You have betrayed yourself, said Tuesday, holding up the incriminating document, and here we have the story of the arrow with which you shot the hawk. But what the box of precious ointment means I don't know. Confronted with this overwhelming evidence, poor Jasmine remained speechless, and dared not even lift her eyes to glance at Tuesday. That young man, seeing her distress, and being in no wise possessed by the scorn which he had put into his tone, crossed over to her and gently led her to a seat by him. Do you remember, he said, in so altered a voice that Jasmine's heart ceased to throb as if it wished to force an opening through the finely formed bosom, which enclosed it. On one occasion in our study at home I wished that you were a woman, that you might become my wife. Little did I think that my wish might be gratified. Now it is, and I beseech you to let us join our lives in one, and seek the happiness of the gods in each other's perpetual presence. A CHINESK Girl Graduate 307. But, as if suddenly recollecting herself, Jasmine withdrew her hand from his, and, standing up before him with quivering lip and eyes full of tears, said, "No. It can never be." "Why not?" said Tuesday, in alarmed surprise. "Because 1 a.m. bound to Wei." "What? Does Wei know your secret?" "No. But do you remember when I shot that arrow in front of your study?" "Perfectly," said Tuesday. "But what has that to do with it?" "Why, Wei discovered my name on the shaft, and I, to keep my secret, told him that it was my sister's name. He then wanted to marry my sister, and I undertook, fool that I was, to arrange it for him. Now I shall be obliged to confess the truth, and he will have a right to claim me instead of my supposed sister." "But," said Tuesday, "I have a prior right to that of Wei, for it was I who found the arrow. And in this matter I shall be ready to outface him at all hazards." "But," he added, "Wei, I am sure, is not the man to take an unfair advantage of you." "Do you really think so?" asked Jasmine. "Certainly I do," said Tuesday. Then I shall be very glad," said poor Jasmine, hesitatingly, overcome with bashfulness, but full of joy. At which gracious consent Tuesday recovered the hand which had been withdrawn from his, and Jasmine sank again into the chair at his side. 308 Chinese Stories. "But, Tuesday, dear," she said, after a pause, "there is something else that I must tell you before I can feel that my confessions are over." "What? You have not engaged yourself to any one else, have you?" said Tu, laughing. "Yes, I have," she replied, with a smile, and she then gave her lover a full and particular account of how Mr. King had proposed to her on behalf of his cousin, and how she had accepted her. "How could you frame your lips to utter such untruths?" said Tuesday, half laughing, and half in earnest. "Oh, Tuesday, falsehood is so easy and truth so difficult sometimes. But I feel that I have been very, very wicked," said poor Jasmine, covering her face with her hands. "Well, you certainly have got yourself into a pretty hobble. Bo far as I can make out, you are at the present moment engaged to one young lady and 2 young men." The situation, thus expressed, was so comical, that Jasmine could not refrain from laughing through her tears, but, after a somewhat lengthened consultation with her lover, her face recovered its wonted serenity, and round it hovered a halo of happiness which added light and beauty to every feature. There is some thing particularly entrancing in receiving the first confidences of a pure and loving soul. So Tuesday thought. On this occasion, and while Jasmine was pouring the most secret workings of her inmost being into his ear, those lines of the poet of the Sung dynasty came irresistibly into his mind. A Chinese girl 6 Kaddate 309. 'Tis sweet to see the flowers woo the sun, to watch the quaint wiles of the cooing dove, but sweeter far to hear the dulcet tones of her one loves confessing her great love. But there is an end to everything, even to the Confucian Analects, and so there was also to this lover's colloquy. For just as Jasmine was explaining for the 20th time the origin and basis of her love for Tuesday, a waiter entered to announce the arrival of her luggage. "I don't know quite," said Tuesday, "where we are to put your two men. But, by the by," he added, as the thought struck him, "did you really travel all the way in the company of these two men only?" "Oh, Tuesday," said Jasmine, laughing, "I have some thing else to confess to you." "What? Another lover?" said Tuesday, affecting horror and surprise. "No, not another lover, but another woman. The short, stout one is a woman, and came as my maid. She is the wife of the dragon." "Well, now have you told me all? For I am getting so confused about the people you have formed from women to men, that I shall have doubts about my own sex next." "Yes, Tuesday, dear, now you know all," said Jasmine, laughing. But not all the good news which was in store for him, for scarcely had Jasmine done speaking when a letter arrived from his friend in the Board of War, who wrote to say that he had succeeded in getting the military intendant of Menku transferred to a post in the province of Guangxi. 2R 310 Chinese stokies, and that the departure of this noxious official would mean the release of the colonel, as he alone was the colonel's accuser. This news added one more note to the chord of joy which had been making harmony in Jasmine's heart for some hours, and readily she agreed with Tuesday that they should set off homewards on the following morning, with no such adventure as that which had attended Jas Mine's journey to the capital. They reached Menku, and, to their delight, were received by the colonel in his own mun. After congratulating him on his release, which Jasmine took care he should understand was due entirely to Tuesday's exertions. A Chinese girl Geaduate 311. She gave him a full account of her various experiences on the road and at the capital. It is like a story out of a book of marvels, said her father, and even now you have not exhausted all the necessary explanations. For, since my release, your friend Wei has been here to ask for my daughter in marriage. From some questions I put to him, he is evidently unaware that you are my only daughter, and I therefore put him off and told him to wait until you returned. He is in a very impatient state, and, no doubt, will be over shortly. Nor was the colonel wrong, for almost immediate Li Wei was announced, who, after expressing the genuine pleasure he felt at seeing Jasmine again, began at once on the subject which filled his mind. I am so glad, he said, to have this opportunity of asking you to explain matters. At present I am completely nonplussed. On my return from Peking, I inquired of one of your father's servants about his daughter. He has not got one, quoth the man. I went to another, and he said, you mean the young noble, I suppose. No, I don't, I said. I mean his sister. Well, that is the only daughter I know of, said he. Then I went to your father, and all I could get out of him was, wait until the young noble comes home. Please tell me what all this means. Your great desire is to marry a beautiful and accomplished girl, is it not? Said Jasmine. That certainly is my wish, said Wei. Well, then, said Jasmine, I can assure you 312 Chinese stories that your betrothal present is in the hand of such a one, and a girl whom to look at is to love. That may be, said Wei, but my wish is to marry your sister. Will you go and talk to Tuesday about it? Said Jasmine, who felt that the subject was becoming too difficult for her, and whose confidence in Tuesday's wisdom was unbounded, and he will explain it all to you. Even Tuesday, however, found it somewhat difficult to explain Jasmine's sphinx-like mysteries, and on certain points Wei showed a disposition to be anything but satisfied. Jasmine's engagement to Tuesday implied his rejection, and he was disposed to be splenetic and disagreeable about it. His pride was touched, and in his irritation he was inclined to impute treachery to his friend and deceit to Jasmine. To the first charge Tuesday had a ready answer, but the second was all the more annoying because there was some truth in it. However, Tuesday was not in the humor to quarrel, and being determined to seek peace and ensue it, he overlooked Wei's innuendos and made out the best case he could for his bride. On Mississippi King's beauty, virtues, and ability he enlarged with a wealth of diction and power of imagination which astonished himself, and Jasmine also, to whom he afterwards repeated the conversation. Why, Tuesday, dear, said that artless maiden, how can you know all this about Mississippi King? You have never seen her, and I am sure I never told you half of all this. Don't ask questions, said the enraptured Tuesday. Let it be enough for you to know that Wei is as a Chinese girl Geaduate. 313. Eager for the possession of Mississippi King as he was for your sister, and that he has promised to be my best man at our wedding tomorrow. And Wei was as good as his word. With every is 5. Regard to ceremony and ancient usage, the marriage of Tuesday and Jasmine was celebrated in the presence of relatives and friends, who, attracted by the novelty. 314 Chinese stories of the antecedent circumstances came from all parts of the country to witness the nuptials. By Tuesdays, a special instructions also a prominence was allowed to Wei, which gratified his vanity, and smoothed down the ruffled feathers of his conceit. Jasmine thought that no time should be lost in reducing Mississippi King to the same spirit of acquiescence to which Wei had been brought, and on the evening of her wedding day she broached the subject to Tuesday. I shall not feel, Tuesday, dear, she said, that I have gained absolution for my many deceptions until that very forward Mississippi King has been talked over into marrying Wei, and I insist, therefore, she added, with an amount of hesitancy which reduced the demand to the level of a plaintive appeal, that we start to morrow for chapter 2 to see the young woman. Ho! Ho! Replied Tuesday, intensely amused at her attempted bravado. These are brave words, and I suppose that I must humbly register your decrees. Oh, Tuesday! You know what I mean. You know that, like a child who takes a delight in conquering toy armies, I love to fancy that I can command so strong a man as you are. But, Tuesday, if you knew how absolutely I rely on your judgment, you would humor my folly and say, yes. There was a subtle incense of love and flattery about this appeal which, backed as it was by a look of tenderness and beauty, made it irresistible, and the arrangements for the journey were made in strict accordance with Jasmine's wishes. On arriving at the inn which was so full of chasten, a Chinese girl graduate. 315. In memories to Jasmine, Tuesday sent his card to Mr. King, who, flattered by the attention paid him by so eminent a scholar, cordially invited Tuesday to his house. To what, he said, as Tuesday, responding to his invitation, entered his reception hall, am I to attribute the honor of receiving your illustrious steps in my mean apartments? I have heard, said Tuesday, that the beautiful Mississippi King is your Excellency's cousin, and having a friend who is desirous of gaining her hand, I have come to plead on his behalf. I regret to say, replied King, that your Excellency has come too late, as she has already received an engagement token from a Mr. W.N., who passed here lately on his way to Peking. Mr. W.N. is a friend of mine also, said Tuesday, and It was because I knew that his troth was already plighted that I ventured to come on behalf of him, of whom I have spoken. Mr. W6N, said King, is a gentleman and a scholar, and having given a betrothal present, he is certain to communicate with us direct in case of any difficulty. Will you, old gentleman, said Tuesday, producing the lines which Mississippi King had sent Jasmine, just cast your eyes over these verses, written to W.N. by your cousin. Feeling most regretfully that he was unable to fulfill his engagement, W6N gave these to me as a testimony of the truth of what I now tell you. King took the paper handed him by Tuesday, and recognized at a glance his cousin's handwriting. 1. A term of respect. 316 Chinese STOIIIES. Alas, he said, Mr. W.N. told us I was engaged. But, not believing him, I urged him to consent to marry my cousin. If you will excuse me, sir, he added, I will consult with the lady as to what should be done. After a short absence he returned. My cousin is of opinion, he said, that she cannot enter into any new engagement until Mr. W.N. has come here himself and received back the betrothal present which he gave her on parting. I dare not deceive you, old gentleman, and will tell you at once that that betrothal present was not W.N.'s, but was my unworthy friend Way's, and came into W6N's possession in a way that I need not now explain. Still, said King, my cousin thinks Mr. W6N should present himself here in person and tell his own story, and I must say that I am of her opinion. It is quite impossible that Mr. W6N should return here, replied Tuesday, but my stupid thorn is in the adjoining hostelry, and would be most happy to explain fully to Miss King W6N's entire inability to play the part of a husband to her. If your honorable consort would meet my cousin, she, I am sure, will be glad to talk the matter over with her. With Tuesday's permission, Mississippi King's maid was sent to the inn to invite Jasmine to call on her mistress. The maid, who was the same who had acted as Mississippi King's messenger on the former occasion, glanced long and earnestly at Jasmine. Her features were one wife, a Chinese girl graduate, sit familiar to her, but she could not associate them with any lady of her acquaintance. As she conducted her to Miss King's apartments, she watched her stealthily, and became more and more puzzled by her appearance. Mississippi King received her with civility, and, after exchanging wishes that each might be granted 10,000 blessings, Jasmine said, smiling, Do you recognize Mr. W.N.? Mississippi King looked at her, and seeing in her a likeness to her beloved, said, What relation are you to him, lady? I am his very self, said Jasmine. Mississippi King opened her eyes wide at this startling announcement, and gazed earnestly at her. "Ya!" cried her maid, clapping her hands. "I thought there was a wonderful likeness between the lady and Mr. W6N. But who would have thought that she was he? But what made you disguise yourself in that fashion?" asked Mississippi King, in an abashed and somewhat vexed tone. "My father was in difficulties," said Jasmine, "and as it was necessary that I should go to Peking to plead for him, I dressed as a man for the convenience of travel. You will remember that in the first instance I declined your flattering overtures, but when I found that you persisted in your proposal, not being able to explain the truth, I thought the best thing to do was to hand you my friend's betrothal present which I had with me, intending to return and explain matters. And you will admit that in one thing I was truthful." 2s. 318 Chinese stokies. "What was that?" asked the maid. "Why," answered Jasmine, "I said that if I did not marry your lady one would never marry any woman." A Chinese giklgeaduate. 319. "Well, yes," said the maid, laughing, "you have kept your faith royally there. The friend I speak of," continued Jasmine, "has now taken his doctor's degree, and this stupid husband and wife have come from Menku to make you a proposal on his behalf." Mississippi King was not one who could readily take in an entirely new and startling idea, and she sat with a half-dazed look staring at Jasmine without uttering a word. If it had not been for the maid, the conversation would have ceased, but that young woman was determined to probe the matter to the bottom. "You have not told us," she said, "the gentleman's name. And will you explain why you call him your friend? How could you be on terms of friendship with him?" "From my childhood," said Jasmine, "I have always dressed as a boy. I went to a boys' school." "Ya," interjected the maid. "And afterwards I joined my husband and this gentleman, Mr. Wei, in a reading party." "Didn't they discover your secret?" "No. Never? Never." "That's odd," said the maid. "But will you tell us something about this Mr. Wei?" Upon this, Jasmine launched out in a glowing eulogy upon her friend. She expatiated with fervor on his youth, good looks, learning, and prospects. And with such effect did she speak, that Mississippi King, 320 Chinese stories, who began to take in the situation, ended by accepting cordially Jasmine's proposal. "And now, lady, you must stay and dine with me," said Mississippi King, when the bargain was struck, "while my cousin entertains your husband in the hall." At this meal the beginning of a friendship was formed between the two ladies which lasted ever after wards, though it was somewhat unevenly balanced. Jasmine's stronger nature felt compassion mingled with liking for the pretty doll like Mississippi King, while that young lady entertained the profoundest admiration for her guest. There was nothing to delay the fulfillment of the engagement thus happily arranged, and at the next full moon Mississippi King had an opportunity of pairing her bridegroom with the picture which Jas. Mine had drawn of him. Scholars are plentiful in China, but it was plainly impossible that men of such distinguished learning as Tuesday and Wei should be left among the unemployed. And almost immediately after their marriage they were appointed to important posts in the empire. Tuesday rose rapidly to the highest rank, and died, at a good old age, Viceroy of the Metropolitan Province, and senior guardian to the heir apparent. Wei was not so supremely fortunate, but then, as Tuesday used to say, he had not a jasmine to help him. Love and alchemy. It was a lovely autumn evening, when a young man, dressed in the height of fashion, sat in the veranda of one of the villas which dot the bank of the beautiful western lake of Hangzhou, gazing at the exquisite landscape which lay before him. The sun had just sunk below the mountains on the western shore of the lake, and its lingering rays were still touching with gold the hill tops and the highest branches of the tallest trees. At the moment of the disappearance of the sun a cool breeze had sprung up, bringing refreshment and renewed vigor. On its wing, Mr. Pan, for that was the young man's name, was looking with admiration on the scene before him. He was one of those men who are easily affected by the sight of the beautiful, and, in his wonderment at the exquisite mixture of 322 Chinese stories coloring thrown over the lake and the islands which diversified its surface, he rose from his seat and bent forward over the railing of the balcony with an eager attitude, which was in entire disregard of the Confucian directions as to the positions proper to the person of a superior man. It was plain, from the deep lines which marked Pan's youthful features, that this was not by any means the first time that nature had mastered the rules of propriety, and it was obvious that the workings of his mind had not infrequently produced excitement such as was fatal to the calm engendered by rites and ceremonies. And such, indeed, was the case. His excitable imagination had at an early age seduced him from the eminently correct, though rather prosy, literature of the Confucian school, and had led him into the wild rhapsodical writings of the early Taoist prophets. From their fascinating pages, he learned the oneness of matter, that life and death were the same things under varying conditions, and that as it was within the power of man to perpetuate the joys of life by use of elixirs from the Isles of the Blessed, so it was also possible for him to transmute the commonest metals into their most precious shapes by the application of the philosopher's stone. Being rich and enthusiastic, he had devoted himself with the keenest relish to discover the secrets by which the high priests of the Taoist faith had been able to convert the merest dross into gold and silver. after the most approved models of antiquity. He built a laboratory in the garden of his house at Songjiang, and furnished it with the furnaces, love and alchemy. 323. Crucibles, and other paraphernalia necessary for the accomplishment of his great task. Sums of money, which, if devoted to any other purpose, he would have considered extravagant, he expended without question on the ingredients which composed the mysterious tan by which he was to be made the richest of the rich. Repeated failures had in no way damped his ardor, for was it not a fact that on each occasion he had been on the point of success, when some unforeseen accident had just snatched the prize from his grasp? It was after one such misfortune when, at the moment when the mass of metal in the crucible was assuming the yellow tinge which marked its conversion to the precious metal, a demon of misfortune in the shape of a fox had looked in at the door, which by some accident had blown open, and the subtle metal, influenced by the presence of the ill-omened creature, had turned black in an instant, as though it had been blasted. In proportion to his hopes, which had on that occasion been raised higher than ever, Pan's disappointment now was bitter, and so completely upset was he by his constant watching, and by his blighted expectations, that his friends advised him to seek rest and refreshment in change of scene and surroundings. It was in obedience to these recommendations that he betook himself to the villa on the western lake, where we now find him. With rapt admiration, on the evening in question, which was about a week after his arrival, he gazed on the beauties before him, until, to his imagination, the features of the landscape assumed the aspect of the fabled islands of the 324 Chinese stoies. Blessed, and he fell to wondering what manner of persons were the hoary 3 genii of the place. While thus lost in the pleasures of imagination, his attention was drawn to a sumptuously fitted NP yacht, which was brought from a neighboring boathouse to the landing place at the adjoining villa, which on that day had received its tenants. So entirely was the appearance of the vessel in keeping with his fanciful dreams, that its actuality in no way disturbed the tenor of his thoughts, and when, presently, a handsome, gaily dressed man led a lady of exquisite beauty onto the yacht, followed by a number of servants and singing girls, the illusion was complete. So fascinated was Pan by the beauty of the lady, that he was lost to a perception of all other surrounding objects. Intently he watched the yacht as it sailed out into the lake, and as the sound of minstrelsy was wafted over the waters from her deck, he longed for that spiritual elixir which had enabled some of the greatest of alchemists to annihilate space and form, and which might enable him to bask even spiritually in the presence of such ineffable loveliness. Absorbed in his thoughts, he remained motionless until, hours afterwards, the vessel was borne again lightly over the waves to the landing place, when merry thrills of joyous laughter, testifying to the enjoyment which the voyagers had experienced on their cruise, delighted his ears. The shades of night prevented Pan from seeing more than dimly the figures of the pleasure seekers. But he recognized the object of his admiration, and only withdrew from the veranda when the door of Love and Alchemy 325. The villa closed upon her. Restless and excited, he wandered round the home of the lady, and in the morning he sauntered along the shores of the lake, in the vague hope that he might have an opportunity. A handsome, gaily dressed man led a lady of exquisite beauty onto the yacht, of making the acquaintance of the happy possessor of so priceless a jewel. Once he flattered himself that he saw the lady herself at an upper window, and he drew near to make a closer inspection. But 2t 326 Chinese STOEIES. Great was his disappointment when he found that the form which had attracted him was that of a singularly ill-favored old woman, who was engaged in washing clothes, and who very nearly drenched him to the skin by throwing the contents of her basin over the wall, close to the spot where he stood. Disheartened, but not in despair, he turned for another stroll by the lake. By a turn of her wheel, fortune now befriended Hera. For, on his return towards his villa, he saw his happy neighbor San tearing towards him, and talking as he walked to a beautifully sleek pet mockingbird, which he carried perched on a crooked stick of ivory, to which one leg of the bird was fastened by a golden thread. As the two men approached each other, the stranger looked up from his bird with an engaging smile towards Pan, who, encouraged by his friendly attitude, made him a deep obeisance. The stranger appeared pleased by this advance, and, having bowed in return with all ceremony, asked Pan what his honorable surname and exalted personal name might be. Pan replied that his despicable surname was Pan, and that his mean personal name was Qiantseng. By a similar process he learned that his new friend's name was Le Quatso. The two men now entered into conversation, in the course of which Pan was made aware that Le came from Chengchao, and that he was paying a visit to the beautiful western lake for rest and enjoyment. It seems difficult to suppose, said Pan, that my honorable elder brother can be in need of rest, seeing that he has constantly about him in Love and Alchemy 327. Abundance, all that can make life enviable and enjoyable. It is true, replied Le, that I now have wealth at my command, and wealth into which I can dip at will without diminishing it. But it has not always been so, and it is only after much study and many disappointments that one have reached my present posy of complete independence. Pan had not intended his remark to refer only to the stranger looked up from his bird with an engaging smile. Lee's wealth, and he was at first shocked that his friend should so undervalue his beautiful wife, for so she turned out to be, as not to mention her among the blessings he enjoyed. But Li's reference to a wealth which could be used at will without diminishing the store directed his thoughts into another and quite an unexpected direction. My elder brother talks in riddles, said Pan, her 328 Chinese stories. Wryly, and with a most unconfucian agitation. How can wealth be expended and not diminished except by the art which filled the coffers of Hu Chen Chun I? Le smiled, and said, perhaps yon are right. If that be so, replied Pan, I beseech you to divulge to your younger brother this great secret. For years I have toiled in pursuit of this object. And though sometimes I have nearly gained it, the prize has by some misfortune been invariably snatched from my hand. It is not a matter to be lightly divulged, said Le. If I could really believe, but no, what reason have I to suppose that you are a fit recipient of the hidden mystery? But come and dine with me this evening on my yacht, and we will talk further on these matters. Pan gratefully accepted the invitation, and the two men parted. Once Pan turned round to look after the alchemist, and watched his retreating figure, resplendent with the choicest silks and satins, and possessing all the grace and dignity of a scholar, as, with sauntering steps, he chirruped to his bird, which fluttered in response to the length of his golden cord. Punctual to a moment, Pan went to Li's landing stage. As he had sat over a bottle of wine in the early part of the afternoon, he had wondered for the first time whether by any chance the lovely Mrs. Le would accompany her husband on that evening's cruise. Her presence, he had felt, would add anew. A celebrated alchemist of the 3rd century who had learned the secret of converting base metals into sold. Love and Alchemy. 329. Delight to the explanation which he hoped was forthcoming. This, he knew, would not be in accordance with the rules of strict propriety, but then, he thought to himself, may not a man possessing such a secret be above all conventionalities? However, when the time came, Mrs. Le was not present. In other respects the dinner was all that could be desired. The viands were excellent, the wine was of the choicest kinds, the music which accompanied the feast was bright and joyous, and Li's conversation, which never flagged, was marked by scholarly knowledge and brilliancy of diction. At the conclusion of the repast, which lasted an inordinate time, the two diners, satiated with the good things on the table, threw themselves back on the divan, and lazily smoked the pipes which were carried to their lips and lighted by two very pretty attendant maidens, whose names, as Pan afterwards discovered, were Autumn Moon and Spring Gda Cloud. After smoking for a few minutes in silence, Pan said, "May I ask you, sir, to continue to your lowly pupil your instructions of this morning? I have been thinking over our conversation, said Le, and, believing you to be a genuine inquirer, I have made up my mind to admit you into the mystical body of the initiated. At these words Pan raised himself on his elbow, and leaned eagerly towards the alchemist. I have learned, continued Le, the secret of the 9 transmutations which, by the virtue of Tan, convert lead and mercury into gold and silver. And since I am of opinion that every holder of so vast a secret should ensure it against 330 Chinese stories being lost by imparting it to a pupil, I am willing to make known to you the materials of the mystic Tan, and the method by which it is to be used. But this only on one condition, and that is, that you give me your word of honor that you never will, directly or indirectly, tell the secret to a soul, except in after years to the one pupil whom you shall choose as your scientific heir. I promise with my whole heart, said Pan, enthusiastically. That is well, said the alchemist. And now, when are we to set to work? I would invite you to visit me at Chengshao, where I live, but the distance is so great that I hesitate to do so. But will not my benevolent elder brother honor my humble cottage with his presence? I have there all that is necessary for our work except the knowledge which you, my master, would supply. I should be delighted to visit your honorable palace, but were I to, I should not know what to do with my wife, as I should not like her to travel home alone, and I cannot leave her in a strange place like this. Though a bachelor, said Pan, my humble dwelling is a large one, and if the honorable lady would condescend to enter my door I would set apart a compound for her residence. With considerable reluctance, which kept Pan in a torture of suspense, the alchemist assented to this arrangement, and when the two friends parted at the wharf, the day was arranged for their departure for Songjiang. Love and Alchemy. 331. To describe the joy which filled Pan's heart at the double prospect before him of learning the great mystery, and of entertaining the lovely Mrs. Le, would be quite impossible. With early dawn he sent a trusted servant to Songjiang to see that everything was put in order for the reception of his guests, and at the same time he wrote a note on red number equal. Both guest and host were in excellent spirits. Paper inviting the alchemist to a sail on the lake in a yacht which he hired for the occasion. The invita Tian was accepted, and the expedition proved eminently successful. Both guest and host were in excellent spirits, and in the interval between the small repasts of wine and tea, which diversified the day, the conversation turned, always on Pan's initia. 332 Chinese stories. Tive, on the burning question of the transmutation of metals. And now, he said, on one such occasion, to come to the practical point of ways and means. What shall you require for the operation? First of all, replied the alchemist, it is necessary to have certain quantities of pure gold and silver, which form, as we call them, the mothers of the gold and silver, because they give birth to, and nourish the product which is obtained. The mother metals must be carefully purified before they are put in the crucible. They must then be submitted to 9 fusions, during which must be added to them calories known as yellow germs and coagulated snow. When the moment arrives for opening the crucible, a small quantity of the mystic tan powder must be thrown in. When the masses of metal become transmuted at once into the finest gold and silver. How much of the mother metals do you require? That depends on the amount of gold and silver you wish to obtain. The greater the quantity of mother metal, the more powerful is the action of the tan. Thus, if anyone were to put into the crucible a considerable weight of gold, he might become possessed of riches before which the wealth of the state would appear as nothing. My resources are moderate, said Pan, but I can scrape together several millions of taels, which I will place at your disposal. Pan was too absorbed in the prospect of the wealth before him to notice a queer twinkle in the alchemist's eye at the mention of the sum available, and he heard, 1 tael is worth about 5s. Love and Alchemy. 333. Only the sommeliat condescending tone of his voice as he said, as to the amount, that is your affair, not mine. On the following day, the two friends started by boat for Sungjiang. Pan and Le occupied a yacht hired by the former, and the lovely Mrs. Le traveled in the gorgeously appointed vessel which belonged to her husband. During the last day or two, Pan had been so entirely absorbed in the idea of the boundless wealth which was now within his reach, that his mind had only reverted to Mrs. Le at such times as, with pipe in mouth and a flask of the famous Suchow wine at his elbow, he took his ease after his mid-day and evening meals. But now that, though not in the same boat, they were near neighbors, the thought of her exquisite beauty more frequently occurred to him. More especially as every now and then, when the yachts came abreast, he caught glimpses of her almond-shaped eyes and arched eyebrows, and it caused him infinite pleasure to notice that, far from appearing to avoid his eye, she rather encouraged his gaze, and even cast furtive glances in reply to his obvious but unexpressed admiration. As a poet of the Han Dynasty sings, across the flood quick glances pass as token that love is there though not a word be spoken. After a voyage of 2 days the travelers arrived at Sungjiang, and Pan invited Le to inspect his town house, which stood close to the wharf. In reply to Li's look of disappointment at the situation of the 2U. 334 Chinese stories. House in so busy a thoroughfare, arid, surrounded on all sides by other houses, Pan hastened to say, this is not the place for our great work. Beyond the western suburbs stands my villa, enwalled and closely fenced about with lofty trees. There, undisturbed by human eye or noise, we may disclose the secret power of Tan, and make a captive of the god of wealth. So saying, the two men returned to their yachts, and, following the course of the Grand Canal, soon reached the wharf, which abutted on the western suburbs. With some pleasure Pan led Le into the spacious grounds of his favorite residence, and indeed they were such as to justify his pride. A long avenue of handsome trees led from the portal into a park where, through vistas of flowering plants and dwarfed shrubs, were seen pointed kiosques and December orated pavilions, which added color and brilliancy to the views by the painted tiles which adorned their upturned roofs. The principal building contained apartments without number, some of which were so concealed that they might readily have escaped the observation of a visitor, while the pavilions scattered over the park offered charming retreats, and were so placed as to refresh the eye by views from their windows of picturesque rockwork, high bridges, and artificial grottos. Le gazed around him with admiration. "Admirable!" he cried, "admirable! This is exactly the place for our work. The calm of solitude such as this place affords is precisely what we want. Here we cannot fail to be successful, and my wife may stay here with all the privacy and safety which are ordained." Love and Alchemy. 335. For married ladies by the Book of Rites, and which I would desire for her. Pray, send for her at once. But it is necessary that I should remind you that each of the 9 mutations occupies 9 days, so that if we are to complete our work, we shall be obliged to remain the unworthy guests of my benevolent elder brother for 3 moons. The thought of having Mrs. Le as an bore for so long gave Pan a thrill of pleasure, which added emphasis to his declaration that if it were 3 years it would be too short a time. In response to the message sent to her yacht, the lady presently appeared, tended by autumn moon and spring gda cloud. She was tastefully dressed, and her dainty walk and willow-like waist added grace to her beauty. As she approached the 2 friends, Pan would have T/ie lady presently appeared. 336 Chinese stories. Withdrawn in accordance with the rules of propriety. But the alchemist stopped him. "We now form," said he, "one family. Suffer my unworthy wife to salute you, and let there be no restraint between us." For the first time Pan had now an opportunity of making a close inspection of the lady's features, and the sight was almost too much for him. As he after Ward said, her beauty eclipsed that of the moon, and was enough to make the flowers jealous. For the moment all thought of his approaching alchemistic triumphs disappeared, and his heart melted in him as snow at the touch of a flame. So soon as he could recover himself, he said, "The pavilions in the gardens are all ready for your reception. Will it please you to make your choice of the one you may like to occupy?" While the lady made her inspection, Pan selected from among his family heirlooms a pair of gold bracelets and a pair of earrings, and bringing them to Le, presented them to him, saying, "Allow me to offer these trifles to your noble wife. Such an offering is authorized by the Book of Rites, and I trust that she will not disdain my humble homage. Your generosity is overwhelming, but while such things as these are of value to you, they are none to us, who can coin them at pleasure, so take them back, for to accept them would be to abuse your hospitality. I had hoped that you would have seen in this insignificant present a token of the sincerity of my friendship," replied Pan, "though in them love and alchemy." 337. Selves worthless, I pray you to regard only my intentions. At these words the alchemist's countenance relaxed. "Your words," said he, "have overcome all my objections. I accept with pleasure these signs of your kindness." So saying, he handed the trinkets to a servant, with directions to take them to the lady, and to invite her to come in person to thank their host. Again Pan had the infinite pleasure of meeting her face to face, but so overcome was he with her beauty that words failed him, and he did nothing but bow and gaze in return for her courtly inclinations and gracious words of thanks. On the next morning the two friends entered seriously upon their work, having carefully examined the laboratory, the furnaces, and the surroundings, to see that they were perfectly free from all trace of impurity of every kind, for know, said Le, that the existence in the atmosphere of the laboratory of any material or moral impurity is fatal to the transmutation of the metal. He pronounced himself satisfied. He then retired, and presently returned, dressed with infinite care in new robes of brilliant blue, encircled round the waist by a broad red sash. Meanwhile, Pan had seen to the lighting of the furnace, and had made ready the mother metal, which was to produce the priceless offspring. When all was in order, Le, with much solemnity, approached the crucible, and with certain cabalistic utterances dropped the metal, accompanied by a due proportion of yellow germs, into the pot, and fastened close. 338. Chinese stories. The lid. Day after day, with unremitting care, the two friends kept alight the fire, which was to burn without intermission until the completion of the transmutation, and were so engaged on the 20th day of the process, when a messenger, dusty and travel-stained, arrived, bearing a letter for the alchemist. As Lu read the contents, the color left his cheeks, and Pan saw a man, to whom the most subtle secrets of nature had been revealed, reduced almost to tears. "I hope your messenger is not one of ill tidings," said Pan. "Indeed he is," replied the alchemist, in a broken voice. "I regret to say that my aged mother is dangerously ill, and that I must at once go to her bedside." "I am extremely sorry to hear it," answered Pan. "And though I fear that your absence will put an end to our present experiment, I trust that you will be able to return at some subsequent time to complete the work. It is my earnest desire to carry out our undertaking. But what can I do? I must go to my mother's dwelling, and my wife, who might have filled my place, having been accustomed to watch the furnace at home with me, is too young to be left in the house of even such a friend as you are. Do we not, to quote your own words, now form one family," said Pan, "and cannot you trust to my honor? Have I not studied the writings of Confucius, and do I not know the rules of propriety by love and alchemy?" 339. Heart. "Let my elder brother leave his wife here, and her honor shall be my first care." Long the alchemist hesitated, but at last he yielded. "I have," he said, "complete confidence in you, and as evidence of it I accept your proposal. But I must go to prepare for my departure, and to give full instructions to my wife." "All is saved," muttered Pan, in a voice suffocated with emotion, as Le went in the direction of the ladies' apartments. After an interval, which seemed to Pan to be interminable, the alchemist came to take leave of his host. 1,000 times 10,000 times, said he, I commend my wife to you. Be very careful, and do not for a moment neglect the furnace. Remember, the least fault of omission or of commission may work irrevocable evil. With a feeling of inexpressible joy, Pan saw the alchemist ride rapidly from his door, and as he turned into the garden his imagination pictured the infinite delights of the tête-à-tête interviews with his lovely guest, which were now possible. Nor had he long to wait for one such, for on the very next morning autumn moon presented herself at his study door, and invited him to accompany her mistress to the laboratory. Overjoyed at the proposal, Pan escorted the lady to the hallowed spot, the arrangements of which he found it necessary to explain to her very fully indeed. Nor, as Pan fancied, was there any desire on the lady's part to 340 Chinese stories cut short the lengthy descriptions and minute details in which he indulged. On the next day there were more matters to talk over, and in the momentary absence of Spring Gda Cloud, who had gone to fetch her mistress's fan, the lady gave him one of those dangerous glances which had electrified him on former occasions. By degrees the attendance of autumn moon and spring gda cloud became less inevitable, and Pan enjoyed the exquisite pleasure of unrestrained converse with the beautiful enchant Res. By and by she became confidential. "You doubtless think," she said on one occasion, "that I live a life of careless joy. But my husband is very different at home to what he is abroad. Is he unkind to you?" "Not exactly unkind, but he is very harsh." "Is it possible that he does not love you?" "He does in a kind of way," sighed Mrs. L.E., "but his love is the cold love of an unsympathetic nature. And," she added in a faltering voice, "it is that which is so painful to me. I am one of those two whom love is second nature, and I long, oh, how I long, for a congenial intercourse with a true and affectionate soul." "I am true and I am affectionate," said Pan, trembling with excitement, "and I love you with all my heart. Let me devote my life and being to you." With these burning words the man who knew the rules of propriety by heart, so far forgot himself as to clasp the blushing lady round the waist. With a scream she shook herself free. "Are you love and alchemy?" 341. "Mad," said she. "Don't you know that the least taint in the magic atmosphere of the laboratory is fatal to the success of the work?" "What care I for the work?" said Pan. "It is vous. I." At this inopportune moment autumn cloud rushed in to say that the alchemist had suddenly returned. The announcement was hardly made when W/E, "What has happened?" he exclaimed. The unwelcome intruder entered. After exchanging cordial greetings with Pan and his wife, the alchemist turned gaily towards the furnace, saying, "Now let us see how the ingredients are working." "Why, what has happened?" he exclaimed, with a look of blanched horror, as he examined the contents of the crucible. "The metals are curdled. Some wrong has been 2x 342 Chinese stories committed. Some evil influence has found its way into the laboratory." With a searching look the alchemist turned his gaze on Pan and on his wife. At first Pan attempted to return his stare, but his evil conscience made a coward of him, and he trembled from head to foot. As to the lady, she fairly burst into tears, and hurried out of the laboratory as fast as her feet, 3 inches long, could carry her. The fury depicted on Li's face was terrible to behold. He seized Pan by the throat. "You perjured villain," he screamed, "this is your honor. This is the care you have taken of my wife. Prepare for death, for by Amito Fu you shall visit the Yellow Springs, Hades, before sunset." Fairly paralyzed with terror, which he afterwards constantly affirmed was on account of the lady, Pan begged for mercy. "Oh, spare our lives, for pity's sake," said he, "and anything you demand shall be yours." "You miserable creature! Do you think that money can satisfy my wounded honor?" screamed Le. "No, you shall die, and my apostate wife with you." At this juncture Lee's valet threw himself at his master's feet. "Lofty sir," he cried, "before you carry out your fell decree, hear the evidence which I have gathered from the servants. Upon my honor, this is the first time Mr. Pan and Mrs. Le have been alone together. And though the evidence of the crucible is enough to warrant your inflicting death upon them, yet remember their youth, and remember the situation. Love and Alchemy. 343. "What do you mean?" said Le, in slightly modified tones. "Would you have me let the villain go unpunished?" "By no means," pleaded the valet, "his God is his wealth. Tear a portion of that God from him, and in so doing you will inflict a punishment on him, to which the loss of life will be as nothing." "There is something in what you say," said Le, in still milder accents. "But I have no taste for such bargainings. Let him send me an offer which I can accept within a quarter of an hour, or he dies in less than the required time." "Pan sent his out raged guest a packet containing 10,000 taels of silver, 3,000 pounds, which some Lee's valet afterwards assured Pan he had had much difficulty in inducing his master to accept in condonation of the wrong done to him through the flagrant breach of etiquette of which Pan had been guilty. Accept it he did, however, and in less than an hour the indignant alchemist had shaken the dust of Pan's dwelling from his feet. Taking with him his wife, Pan's packet of silver, and presumably the mother metal, for no trace of it was ever afterwards found. Scarcely, however, had he left the town when the magistrate called on Pan to inquire into the whereabouts of his departed guest, who was much wanted for a series of alchemistic frauds, to the success of which, added the magistrate, he has, I understand, been largely indebted to his extremely beautiful and fascinating wife, and a very astute valet. 344. A Chinese Ballad. Translated from the original. A maid was sitting in her boudoir snug, stitching away on colored shoes embroidering blossoms bright, when lo! a fortune teller met her sight. Passing that way, she calls to him. The master stopped, right glad to hear her call. "Come here. Advance, most learned man," she gently said, "and deign to converse with this lonely maid." "Honored sir." Handing the sage a wooden bench she said, "You're welcome, sir. You here will rest a while, so let me hope, while I impart to you my horoscope." "Honored sir." A Chinese Ballad. 345. 'Twas in the 4th month that I first saw light. Then high up there, pointing to the skies, the pretty hare was gamboling in the moon, and peach and plum trees were about to bloom. Honored Sir, in that same month, the 13th day thereof, my mother dear, to me, the humble maid you see, gave birth, when from the east the sun first touched the earth. Honored Sir, I ask not riches, at such paltry stuff one do but sneer, nor for high honors do I greatly care. I only crave the festive marriage chair. Honored Sir, the master took his pen and quickly wrote, with learned air, and having reckoned, said in voice sedate, you have another 3 years yet to wait. My maiden fair. The hapless maiden, when she listening heard this sentence drear, grew angry, and with countenance irate, said, you know nothing of the books of fate. Honored Sir, the hare is the sign of the 4th month, and is popularly believed to derive its origin from the vital essence of the moon, in which luminary, a sublimated figure of the animal is visible to the Chinese fancy. 346 Chinese stokies. Across the street there lives a lady fair, born king by name. Her father's 3rd child she, and strange to say, her birth with mine is both to month and day the very same. Yet she when 15 years of age embraced a son and leir, and the next year to this most welcome joy, she added still another little boy. Honored Sir, then take these copper cash and go thy way, nor linger here, and never darken more my humble gate. You are not fit to read the books of fate. Honored Sir. 347. The Lovesick Maiden. A Chinese poem. Within a silken curtained bed there lay a maiden wondrous fair but vaguely ill, who cared for nothing in the outside world, contented only to lie lone and still. While lying thus her neighbor Mrs. Wang stepped lightly o'er to ask her how she fared, and drawing back the curtains, stood aghast to see how wan and pale her cheeks appeared. Tell me what ails you, dear, she kindly said. My mind's diseased, the maiden soft replied. I cannot sleep, I loathe the sight of food, and I'm so weary. Then she turned and sighed. Shall I a doctor call to see you, dear? A doctor? No. I don't want any such. They countless questions ask to earn their fees, and sometimes end by finding out too much. 348 Chinese stories. Shall I call in a priest to pray with you? A priest? Oh no, that would be worse again. His snuffling chants and dismal tinkling bells would rather aggravate than ease my pain. Shall I go seek a nurse to wait on you? A nurse? Oh no, the pretty maiden said. I could not bear to have her watching me, and purring like a cat about my bed. But what's the cause of this distemper, dear? The maiden raised herself and blushing said. Last spring young Le, who to the wars has gone, was wont to saunter over hill and glade. He loved to wander forth amongst the flowers, to revel in the beauties of the spring, to watch the blossoms opening to the sun, and hear the lark and tuneful throstle sing. But what has that to do with you, my child? Oh blind, and can't you really see? I love him as the wakening dawn loves light. And let me whisper to you, he loves me. Then shall I call this Mr. Le to you. What use to call, he's many leagues away. Oh, if I could but see him once again. You shall, my child, for he comes home today. Printed by William Blackwood and Socks. Catalogue of Messrs. Blackwood and Sons. Publications. Philosophical Classics for English Readers. Edited by William Knight, LLD. Professor of Moral Philosophy in the University of St. Andrews. In Crown 8 VO volumes, with portraits, price 3s. 60. Ready. Nis. By J. Theodore Merziaco, by Pro. Fessor Flint, Edinburgh Hobbs, by Pro. Fessor Groom Cobertson. Hume, by the Editor Spinoza, by the very Eve. Prin. Sipple Caird, Glasgow. Bacon, Part I. The Life, by Professor Nicol Bacon. Part 2. Philosophy, by the same author. Locke, by Professor Campbell Fraser. In preparation. Now. Descartes, by Professor Mahaffey, Dub. Lynn. Butler, by Eve. W. Lucas Collins. M.A. Berkeley, by Professor Campbell. Fraser FRCHTE, by Professor Adamson. Owens College, Manchester. Kent, by Professor Wallace, Oxford Hamilton, by Professor Veitch, Glasgow. Heoel, by Professor Edward Caird, Glasgow Lae. Mill. Foreign Classics for English Readers. Edited by Mrs. Oliphant. In Crown 8 VO, 2s. 60. Contents of the series. Dante, by the editor. Voltaire, by General Sir B. B. Hamley, K.C.B. Pascal, by Principal Tulloch. Pet. Rarch, by Henry Reeve, C.B. Goethe. By A. Hayward, Q.C. Molifet, by the editor and F. Tarver, M.A. Montaigne. By Reverend W. L. Collins, M.A. Rabelais. By Walter Besant, M.A. Calderon, by E. J. Hayes U. Saint Simon, by Clifton W. Collins, M.A. Cervantes, by editor. Corneille and Racine. Henry M. Troyuapi. Madam S. Vin, by Mississippi Thackeray Law Fon. Taine, and other French fabulists. By Reverend W. Lucas Couins, M.A. Schill. Le, by James Syme, M.A., author of Lessing, His Life and Writings. Tasso. By B. J. Hayes U. Rousseau, by Henry Gray Graham. Alfred de Musset, by C. F. Oliphant. In preparation. Leopardi. By the editor. Ancient Classics for English Readers. Edited by the Reverend W. Lucas Collins, M.A. Complete in 28 vols, Crown 8 VO, cloth, price 2s. 60 each. and may also be had in 14 volumes, strongly and neatly bound, with calf or vellum back, £3, 10s. Contents of the series: Homer, the Iliad, by the editor. Homer, the Odyssey, by the editor. Herodotus, by George C. Swain, M.A. Xenophon, by Sir Alexander Grant, Bart. LLD. Euripides, by W. B. Dunn. Aristophanes, by the editor. Plato, by Clifton W. Collins, M.A. Lucian, by the editor. Isohylas, by the Right Revelation. The Bishop of Colombo. Sophocles, by Clifton W. Collins, M.A. Hesiod AIJD. Theonis, by the Reverend J. Davies, M.A. Greek Anthology, by Lord Neaves. Virgil, by the editor. Horace, by Sir Theodore Martin, K.C.B. Juvenal, by Edward Walford, M.A. Plautus and Terence, by the editor. The Commentaries of Caesar, by Anthony Trollope. Tacitus, by W. B. Dunn. Cicero, by the editor. Flint's Letters, by the Revelation. Alfred Church, M.A. and the Revelation. W. J. Brodribb, M.A. Livre, by the editor. Ovid, by the Reverend A. Church, M.A. Catullus, Tibullus and Pro. Pertus, by the Revelation. J.A.S. Davies, M.A. Demosthenes, by the Reverend W. J. Brodribb, M.A. Aristotle, by Sir Alex Ander Grant, Bart, LLD. Thucydides, by the editor. Lucretius, by W. H. Mallock, M.A. Pindar, by the Reverend F. D. Morris, M.A. Saturday J.T. View. It is difficult to estimate too highly the value of such a series as this in giving English readers an insight, exact as far as it goes, into those olden times, which are so remote, and yet to many of us so close. Catalogue. Op. Messrs. Blackwood and Sons. PUBLLCA Tyon S. Allison. History of Europe. By Sir Archibald Allison, Bart, DCL. 1. From the commencement of the French evolution to the Battle of Waterloo. Lee BKAKT edition, 14 volume, with portraits. Demi 8 VO, £10, 10s. Another edition, in 20 vols, Crown SVO, £6. People's edition, 13 vols, Crown SVO, £2, less. 2. Continuation to the accession of Louis Napoleon. Lee BRABT edition, S volume. SVO, £6, 7s. 60. People's edition, 8 vols, Crown SVO, 34s. Epitome of Allison's History of Europe. 30th thou. Sand, 7s. 60. Atlas to Allison's History of Europe. By A. Keith Johnston. Library edition, Demi 40, £3, 3s. People's edition, 31s. 60. Life of John Duke of Marlborough, with some account of his contemporaries, and of the War of the Succession. 3rd edition. 2 volume. SVO. Portraits and Maps, 30s. Essays, historical, political, and miscellaneous. 3 volume. Demi SVO, 40 SIXS. ACKOSSFEANCE in ACAEAVAN, being some account of a journey from Bordeaux to Genoa in the escargot, taken in the winter. 1 SS 990. By the author of A Day of My Life at Eton. With 50 illustrations. By John Wallace, after sketches by the author, and a map. Demi SVO, Los. Acta Sanctoeumhibeni, ex Codice Salmonticensi. Nunc primum integra edita opera Caroli di Smith et Josephi Backer, e. Social. Jesu, hagiographonem Bollandianorum, octari et sumptus largiant. Jo Anke Patricio Marchioni Bothi. In one handsome 40 volume, bound in half Roxburgh, 2 pounds, 2s, in paper cover, 31s. 60. AGEICULTURAL Holdings Act, 1883. With notes by a member of the Highland and Agricultural Society, SVO, 3s. 60. Airmen. Manures and the Principles of Manuring. By C. M. Aikman. BSc, PRSE, and C. Lecturer on Agricultural Chemistry, West of Scotland. Technical College, Examiner in Chemistry, University of Glasgow. Crown SVO. Shortly. List of books published by Aikman. Farmyard Manure, Its Nature, Composition, and Treatment. Crown SVO, is 60. AIED. Poetical Works of Thomas Aird. 5th edition, with Memoir of the Author by the Eve. Jadine Wallace, and Portrait. Crown SVO. 760. Ala Edis. The City of Sunshine. By Alexandre B. Alidik. 3. Vols, Post SVO, 1 pound, 5s. 60. Memoir of the Honourable George Keith Elphinstone, K.B. Viscount Keith of Stonehaven, Marischal, Admiral of the Red. SVO, with portrait, illustrations, and maps, 21s. Amund. Sermons by a Lay Headmaster. By Helly Hutch. Ensign Amund, M.A. Oxon, Headmaster of Loretto School. Crown SVO, 5s. Ancient Classics Faux English EEADEES. Edited by Bev. W. Lucas Collin S.J.M.A. Price 2s. 60 each. For list of vols, Seep. 2. Annals of a Fishing Village. By a Son or the Marshes. See page 28. Aytoun. Lays of the Scottish Cavaliers, and Other Poems. By W. Edmonds Toon Town, DCL, Professor of Rhetoric and Belles Lettres in the University of Edinburgh. New edition. FCAP. SVO, 3s. 60. Another edition. FCAP. SVO, 7s. 60. Cheap edition. Is. Cloth, is 3D. An illustrated edition of the Lays of the Scottish Cavaliers. From designs by Sir Noel Paton. Small 4to, in gilt cloth, 21s. Bothwell, a poem. 3rd edition. FCAP, 7s. 60. Poems and Ballads of Goethe. Translated by Professor Itown and Sir Theodore Martin, KCB. 3rd edition. FCAP, SIXS. Bon Gaultier's Book of Ballads. By the same. 15th edition. With illustrations by Doyle, Leach, and Croquill. FCAP. SVO, 5s. The Ballads of Scotland. Edited by Professor Itown. 4th edition. 2-volume FCAP. SVO, 12s. Memoir of William E. Itown, DCL. By Sir Theodore Martin, KCB. With portrait. Post SVO, 12s. Bach. On Musical Education and Vocal Culture. By Albert B. Bach. 4th edition. SVO, 7s. 60. The Principles of Singing. A practical guide for vocalists and teachers. With course of vocal exercises. Crown SVO, SIXS. The Art of Singing. With musical exercises for young people. Crown SVO, 3s. The Art Ballad, Loewe and Schubert. With music illustra. Tie-ins. With a portrait of Loewe. 3rd edition. Small 4to, 5s. Baidlectuees. Theism. By Eve. Professor Flint, D.D., Edinburgh. 8th edition. Crowvn SVO, 7s. 60. Anti-theistic Theories. By Eve. Professor Flint, D.D., Edinburgh. 4th edition. Crown SVO, 10s. 60. William Blackwood and Sons. Baited Lectures. The Early Religion of Israel. As set forth by biblical writers and modern critical historians. By Revelation. Professor Robertson, D.D., Glasgow. 3rd edition. Crown SVO, 10s. 60. The Inspiration of the Holy Scriptures. By Revelation. Robert Jameson, D.D. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. The Mysteries of Christianity. By Revelation. Professor Crawford, D.D. Crown SVO, TS 60. Endowed territorial work, its supreme importance to the Church and country. By Revelation. William Smith, D.D. Crown SVO, SIXS. Ballads and Poems. By members of the Glasgow Ballad Club. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Bannatyne. Handbook of Republican Institutions in the United States of America. Based upon federal and state laws, and other reliable sources of information. By Dougald J. Bannatyne, Scotch solicitor, New York, member of the Faculty of Procurators, Glasgow. Crown SVO, Sevens. G.D. Bellairs. The Transvaal War, 1880–81. Edited by Lady Bellairs. With a frontispiece and map. SVO, 15ths. Gossips with Girls and Maidens, Betrothed and Free. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Cloth, extra gilt edges, 5s. Belshaim. History of the Catholic Church of Scotland. From the Introduction of Christianity to the Present Day. By Alphonse Bell. Leshei 5I, dd, Canon of Ixeliahapel. Translated, Iveth Notes and Additions. By D. Oswald Hnenter Blay, OSB, Monk of Fort Augustus. Complete in 4 vols, Demi SVO, with maps. Price 12s. Field each. Bentinck. Racing Life of Lord George Cavendish Bentinck, MP, and Other Reminiscences. By John Kent, Private Trainer to the Good Wood Stable. Edited by the Honorable Francis Lawley. With 23 full page plates, and facsimile letter. 2nd edition. Demi SVO, 20 SIXS. Besant. The Revolt of Manitoba. By Walter Besant. 10th edition. Crown SVO, 3s. Ed. Readings in Rabelais. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Beveridge. Culross and Tuesday Ireland, or Perthshire on 4th. Its History and Antiquities. With elucidations of Scottish life and character from the Burgh and Kirk Session records of that district. By David Beveridge. 2 volume. SVO, with illustrations, 42s. Between the Ochils and the Forth, or from Stirling Bridge to Aberdour. Crown SVO, SIXS. Dipped. Examples of stables, hunting boxes, kennels, racing establishments, and E. By John Birch, architect, author of Country Architecture. And C. With 30 plates. Royal SVO, 7s. Examples of laborers' cottages, and C. With plans for IM. Proving the dwellings of the poor in large towns. With 34 plates. Royal SVO, 7s. Picturesque lodges. A series of designs for gate lodges. Park entrances, keepers, gardeners, bailiffs, grooms, upper and under seer. Vents lodges, and other rural residences. With 16 plates. 40, 12s. 60. Black. Heligoland and the Islands of the North Sea. By William George Black. Crown SVO, 43. List of books published by Blackie. Lays and Legends of Ancient Greece. By John Stewart. Blackie, Emeritus Professor of Greek in the University of Edinburgh. 2nd edition. FCAP 8VO, 5s. The Wisdom of Goethe. FCAP 8VO. Cloth, extra gilt, SIXS. Scottish Song, Its Wealth, Wisdom, and Social Significance. Crown 8VO. With Music, 7s. 60. A Song of Heroes. Crown 8VO, SIXS. Blackmore. The Maid of Sker. By R.D. Blackmore. Author of Loma Doon, and C. New edition. Crown 8VO, SIXS. Blackwood. Blackwood's Magazine, from commencement in 1817 to d. Samher 1892. NOS 1-926, forming 152 volumes. Index to Blackwood's Magazine. Vols 1-50. 8VO, 15ths. Tales from Blackwood. First series. Price 1 shilling each. In paper cover. Sold separately at all railway bookstalls. They may also be had bound in 12-volume, cloth, 18ths. Half calf, richly gilt, 30s. Or the 12 vols, in 6, Roxbury, 21s. Half red Morocco, 28s. Tales from Blackwood. Second series. Complete in 20. 4-shilling parts. Handsomely bound in 12-volume, cloth, 30s. In leather back. Roxbury style, 37s. 60. Half calf, gilt, 52s. 60. Half Morocco, 55s. Tales from Blackwood. Third series. Complete in 12-shilling parts. Handsomely bound in 6-volume, cloth, 15ths, and in 12-volume, cloth, 18ths. The 6 vols, in Roxbury, 21s. Half calf, 25s. Half Morocco, 28s. Travel, Adventure, and Sport. From Blackwood's Magazine. Uniform with Tales from Blackwood. In 12 parts, each price is hand. Somely bound in 6-volume, cloth, 15ths. And in half calf, 25s. New educational series. B. Separate catalog. New uniform series of novels, copyright. Crown 8VO, cloth. Price 3A. 60 each. Now ready. Katie Stewart, and Other Stories. By Mrs. Oliphant. Valentine, and His Brother. By the same. Sons and Daughters. By the same. 3IARM0 Renette. By P.G. Hamerton. Riata. By E.D. Gerard. Beggar My Neighbor. By the same. The Waters of Hercules. By the same. Fair to See. By L.W.M. Lockhart. Mine is Thine. By the same. Doubles and Quits. By the same. Hurish. By the Honorable Emily Lawless. Alti Oropito. by Lawrence Oliphant. Piccadilly, by the same, with illustra. Tie-ins. The Revolt of Manitoba, by Walter Besant. Lady Baby, by D. Gerard. The Blacksmith of Vaux, by Paul Gush. Ing. The Dilemma, by the author of *The Battle of Dorking. My Trivial Life and Misfortune, by A. Plain Woman. Poor Nelly, by the same. Others in preparation. Standard novels, uniform in size and binding, each complete in one volume. Florin series, illustrated boards, bound in cloth, 2s. 60. Pen Owen, by Dean Hook. Adam Blair, by J. G. Lockhart. Lady Lee's Widowhood, by General Sir B. B. Hamley. Salem Chapel, by Mrs. Oliphant. The Perpetual Curate, by the same. Mississippi Majora Banks, by the same. John, A Love Story, by the same. Tom Cringle's Log, by Michael Scott. The Cruise of the Midge, by the same. Cyril Thornton, by Captain Hamilton. Annals of the Parish, by John Gate. The Provost, and C. by the same. Sir Andrew Wiley, by the same. The Entail, by the same. Mississippi Molly, by Beatrice May Butt. Reginald Dalton, by J. G. Lockhart. William Blackwood and Sons. Blackwood. Standard novels. Shilling series, illustrated cover. Bound in cloth, is 60. The Rector, and the Doctor's Family, by Mrs. Oliphant. The Life of Mancy Vauch, by D. M. Moyer. Peninsular Scenes and Sketches, by F. Hardman. Bolton. Lord Wastwater. 2 vols, Crown 8 vo, 17ths. Sib Frizzle Pumpkin, Nights at Mess. And C. The Subaltern. Life in the Far West, by G. F. Ruxton. Valerius, A Bowman Story, by J. G. Lockhart. A Novel, by Sidney Bolton. Bon Gaultie's Book of Ballads. 15th edi. Tie-in, with illustrations by Doyle, Leach, and Groquil. FCAP 8 vo, 5s. BONNAK. Biographical sketch of George Meikle Kemp, Arcade. Text of the Scott Monument, Edinburgh, by Thomas Bonner, FSA. Scott. Author of ** The Present Art Revival, The Past of Art in Scotland, Suggestions for the Picturesque of Interiors, and C. with 3 portraits and numerous illustrations. Post 8 vo, 7s. 60. Boscobel Tracts, relating to the escape of Charles II after the Battle of Worcester, and his subsequent adventures. Edited by J. Hughes, Esquire, A.M. A new edition, with additional notes and illustra. Tie-ins, including communications from the Reverend R. H. Barham, author of the Ingoldsby Legends. 8 VO, with engravings, 16ths. BEOUGHAM. Memoirs of the Life and Times of Henry Lord Brougham. Written by himself. 3-volume 8 VO, £2, 8s. The volumes are sold separately, price 16ths each. B.O.N. A Manual of Botany, Anatomical and Physiological. For the use of students. By Robert Brown, M.A., Ph.D. Crown 8 VO, with numerous illustrations, 12s. G.D. BKOWN. The Book of the Landed Estate. Containing direct tie-ins for the management and development of the resources of landed property. By Robert E. Brown, Factor and Estate Agent. Royal 8 VO, with illustrations. 21s. BBOWN. The Forester, a practical treatise on the planting, rearing, and general management of forest trees. By James Brown, LLD. Inspector of and Reporter on Woods and Forests. 5th edition, Re. A.S. ed. and enlarged. Royal 8 VO, with engravings, 30 SIXS. Bruce. In Clover and Heather. Poems by Wallace Brooksea. New and enlarged edition. Crown 8 VO, 4s. 60. A limited number of copies of the first edition, on large handmade paper, 12s. 60. BRYDALL. Art in Scotland, Its Origin and Progress. By Robert Bridle, Master of St. George's Art School of Glasgow. 8 VO, 12s. 60. Buchan. Introductory Textbook of Meteorology. By Alex Anderbxchen, LLD, FRSE, Secretary of the Scottish Meteorological Society, and C. Crown 8 VO, with 8 colored charts and engravings, 4s. 60. Buchanan. The Sherfee Highlands, East Central Africa. By John Buchanan, Planter at Zomba. Crown 8 VO, 5s. Burbage. Domestic Floriculture, Window Gardening, and Floral Decora. Tie-ins. Being practical directions for the propagation, culture, and arrangement of plants and flowers as domestic ornaments. By F. W. Burbido. 2nd edition, Crown 8 VO, with numerous illustrations, 7s, 60. Cultivated plants, their propagation and improvement, including natural and artificial hybridization, raising from seed, cuttings, and layers, grafting and budding, as applied to the families and genera in cultivation. Crown 8 VO, with numerous illustrations 1260. List of books published by BURKOWS. Commentaries on the History of England, from the earliest times to 1866. By Montague Bohos, Shekiel Professor of Modern History in the University of Oxford, Captain E.N. FSA, and C. Officier d'Instruction Publique of France. Crown 8 VO, ys. 60. Burton. The History of Scotland, from Agricola's invasion to the extinction of the last Jacobite insurrection. By John Hill Button, DCL. Historiographer Royal for Scotland. New and enlarged edition, 8 volume, and index. Crown 8 VO, £3, 3s. History of the British Empire during the reign of Queen Anne. In 3 volume 8 VO 30 SIXS. The Scot Abroad. 3rd edition. Crown 8 VO, 10s. 60. The Book Hunter. New edition. With portrait. Crown 8 VO, 7s. 60. Butte. The Roman Breviary, reformed by order of the Holy See Ecumenical Council of Trent, published by order of Pope Saint Pius V. and evised by Clement VIII. and Urban VIII. Together with the offices since granted. Translated out of Latin into English by John, Marquis of Bute. KT. In 2 volume Croven SVO, cloth boards, edges uncut. £2, 2s. The Altus of St. Columba. With a prose paraphrase and notes. In paper cover, 2s. 60. Butler. Pompeii, descriptive and picturesque. By W. Butler. Post SVO, 5s. But. Mississippi Molly. By Beatrice May Butt. Cheap edition, 2s. Eugenie. Crown SVO, SIXS. 60. Elizabeth, and Other Sketches. Crown SVO, SIXS. Delicia. New edition. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. CAIED. Sermons. By John Cairo, D.D., Principal of the University of Glasgow. 16,000. FCAP. SVO, 5s. Religion in Common Life. A sermon preached in Crathy Church, October 14, 1855, before Her Majesty the Queen and Prince Albert. Published by Her Majesty's command. Cheap edition, 8d. Calder. Chaucer's Canterbury Pilgrimage. Epitomized by William Calder. With photogravure of the Pilgrimage Company, and other illustrations, glossary, and c. Crown SVO, 4s. Campbell. Critical Studies in St. Luke's Gospel, its Demon ology and Ebionitism. By Colin Campbell, D.D. Minister of the Parish of Dun. D. Formerly Scholar and Fellow of Glasgow University. Author of the 3 first Gospels in Greek, arranged in parallel columns. Post SVO, 7s. 60. Campbell. Sermons preached before the Queen at Balmoral. By the Reverend A. Campbell, Minister of Crathy. Published by command of Her Majesty. Crown SVO, 4s. 60. Campbell. Records of Argyll. Legends, Traditions and Collections of Argyllshire Highlanders, collected chiefly from the Gaelic. With notes on the antiquity of the dress, clan colours, or tartans of the Highlanders. By Lord Archibald Campbell. Illustrated with 19 full-page etchings. 4to, printed on handmade paper, £3, 3s. Campbell, W.D., and V.K. Erskine. The Bailey. Emphy, a curling song. With illustrations, and the music to which it may be sung. Small 4to, is 60. William Blackwood and Sons. Canton. A Lost Epic, and Other Poems. By William Canton. Crown 8vo, 5s. Cakkik. Kumis, or fermented mare's milk, and its uses in the treatment and cure of pulmonary consumption, and other wasting diseases. Whitly an appendix on the best methods of fermenting cow's milk. By Gioko L. Kakrik, MD, LBCSE, and L. RCPE, physician to the British Embassy, St. Petersburg, and c. Crown 8vo, 10s. 60. Cakstais. British work in India. By E. Caestes. Crown 8vo, 6s. Coven. A Treasury of the English and German languages. Compiled from the best authors and lexicographers in both languages. By Joseph Coven, LLD and PhD, of the University of Göttingen, and c. Crown 8vo, verses 60. Cave Brown. Lambeth Palace and its Associations. By J. Kate B. Bone, M.A., Vicar of Detling, Kent, and for many years curate of Lamb Beth Parish Church. With an introduction by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Second edition, containing an additional chapter on medieval life in the Old Palaces. SVO, with illustrations, 21s. Chaeteis. Canonicity, or, Early Testimonies to the Exist ins and use of the books of the New Testament. Based on Kirchhoffer's Kuyensam Lung. Edited by A. H. Chodabis, D.D., Professor of Biblical Criticism in the University of Edinburgh. SVO, ISS. Chastisen. Life of Sir Eobert Christison, Bart., M.D. DCL. Oxon, Professor of Medical Jurisprudence in the University of Edinburgh. Edited by his sons. In 2-volume. SVO. Volume I Autobiography. 16th. Volume 2 Memoirs. 16th. Cheonicles of Steathaden. A Highland Parish of Today. By a Resident. Crown SVO, 5s. Cheonicles of West Ely, a Provincial Sketch. By the author of Culmshire Folk, John Orlebar, and c. 3 vols, Crown SVO, 25s. 60. Chuechseevice Society. A Book of Common Order. Being Forms of Worship issued by the Church Service Society. 6th edition. Crow /VNSVO, SIXS. also in 2 vols. Crown SVO, SIXS. 60. Order of Divine Service for Children. Issued by the Church Service Society. With Scottish hymnal. Cloth, South Dakota. Cleland. To Apt a Pupil. By Egbert Cleland, author. Of Barbara Allen, the Provost's Daughter. Crown SVO, SIXS. Clewiston. Popular Tales and Fictions, Their Migrations and Transformations. By W. A. Clewiston, editor of Arabian Poetry for Eng. Lish Headers, and C. 2 vols, Post SVO, Roxburgh Binding, 25s. COCHEAN. A handy textbook of military law. Compiled chiefly to assist officers preparing for examination, also for all officers of the regular and auxiliary forces. Comprising also a synopsis of part of the Army Act. By Major F. Cochrane, Hampshire Regiment Garrison Instructor, North British District. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Calhoun. The Moor and the Loch. Containing minute. Instructions in all Highland sports, with wanderings over crag and combe. Flood and Pell. By John Calhoun. 7th edition. With illustrations. Demi SVO, 21s. Constitution and Law of the CHUECH of Scotland. With an introductory note by the late Principal Tuesday Uoc. New edition, revised and enlarged. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Constitutional YEAE book. Published annually. Paper cover, is. Cloth, is 60. 10 List of books published by Cottikill. Suggested e-forms in public schools. By C.C. Cotty Isle, M.A. Crown 8 VO, SS 60. CEANSTOUN. The Elegies of Albius Tibullus. Translated into English. Verse, with light of the poet, and illustrative notes. By James Spossiatern, LLD, author of a translation of Catullus. Crown 8 VO, SIXS. 60. The Elegies of Sextus Propertius. Translated into English. Verse, with life of the poet, and illustrative notes. Crown 8 VO, 7s. 60. CEAWFOED. An Atonement of East London, and Other Poems. By Howard Crawford, M.A. Crown 8 VO, 5s. CEAWFOED. Saracinesxa. By F. Marion C. Oft, author. Of Mr. Isaacs, and C. and C. 6th edition. Crown SVO, SIXS. CEAWFOED. The Doctrine of Holy Scripture Respecting the Atonement. By the late Thomas J. Crawford, D.D., Professor of Divinity in the University of Edinburgh. 5th edition. SVO, 12s. The Fatherhood of God, considered in its general and special aspects. 3rd edition, revised and enlarged. SVO, 9s. The Preaching of the Cross, and Other Sermons. SVO, 7s. 60. The Mysteries of Christianity. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. CEOSS. Impressions of Dante, and of the New World, with a few words on bimetallism. By J. W. Cross, editor of George Eliot's Life, as related in her letters and journals. Post SVO. Immediately. Gushing. The Blacksmith of Vaux. By Paul Gushing, author of The Bull I. Th. Thorne, * cut with his own diamond. Cheap edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Davies. Norfolk Broads and Ivers, or, the Waterways, Lagoons, and Decoys of East Anglia. By G. Christopher Davies. Illustrated, with 7 full-page plates. New and cheaper edition. Crown SVO, SIXS. Our Home in Aveyron. Sketches of Peasant Life in Aveyron. And the Lot. By G. Christopher Davies and Mrs. Brawell. Illustrated. With full-page illustrations. SVO, 15s. Cheap edition, 7s. 60. DLAWAEE. An Eastern Cruise in the Edeline. By the Countess de la Wab. In illustrated cover. 2s. Desca Eats. The Method, Meditations, and Principles of Philo. Sophie of Descartes. Translated from the original French and Latin. With a new introductory essay, historical and critical, on the Cartesian philosophy. By Professor Veitch, LLD, Glasgow University. 10th edition. SIXS 60. DEWAE. Voyage of the Nyanza, ENYC. Being the Ecord of a 3 years' cruise in a schooner yacht in the Atlantic and Pacific, and her subsequent shipwreck. By J. Cumming Dewar, late Captain King's Dragoon Guards and LLTN Prince Albert's Hussars. With 2 autogravures, numerous illustrations, and a map. Demi SVO, 21s. Dixon. Gleanings from Japan. By W. G. Dixon, author of Japan, being a sketch of its history, government, and outflow and affairs of the empire. With illustrations. SVO, 16s. Dilemma, by the author of The Battle of Dorking. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Dogs, Q domesticated, their treatment in reference to food, diseases, habits, punishment, accomplishments. By Magenta. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. William Blackwood and Sons. 1. Domestic Expeiment, A. By the author of Ideala, A. Study from Life. Crown 8 VO, SIXS. Douglas. Chinese Stories. By Egbert K. Douglas. With numerous illustrations by Parkinson, Forestier, and Outliers. Smaldom 8 VO 1260 Duquesne. The Odyssey of Homer, Books I, XII. Translated into English verse by Sir Chables Duquesne, KCMG. SVO, tens. 60. Dudgeon. History of the Edinburgh or Queen's Egament. Leglet Infantry Militia, now 3rd Battalion the Royal Scots, with an account of the origin and progress of the militia, and a brief slow sketch of the Old Royal Scots. By Major R. C. Dudgeon, Adjutant, 3rd Battalion the Royal Scots. Post SVO, with illustrations, tens. 60. Duncan. Manual of the General Acts of Parliament relating to the salmon fish AIES of Scotland from 1828 to 1882. By J. Barker Duncan. Crown 8 VO, 5s. DUNSMOEE. Manual of the Law of Scotland as to the ELA. Tie-ins between agricultural tenants and the landlords, servants, merchants, and bowers. By W. Dunsmore. SVO, 7s. 60. Dupee. Thoughts on Art, and Autobiographical Memoirs of Giovanni Duperfei. Translated from the Italian by B. M. P. Buzzy, with the permission of the author. New edition. With an introduction by W. W. Story. Crown SVO, tens. 60. Eliot. George Eliot's life, elicited in her letters and journals. Arranged and edited by her husband, J. W. Sposs. With portrait and other illustrations. 3rd edition. 8 vols, post SVO, 42s. George Eliot's life. Cabinet edition. With portrait and other illustrations. 3 vols, Crown SVO, 15s. George Eliot's life. With portrait and other illustrations. New edition, in 1 volume. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Works of George Eliot, Cabinet edition. 21 volumes. Crown SVO, price £5, 5s. Also to be had handsomely bound in half and full calf. The volumes are sold separately, bound in cloth, price 5s. Each, viz. Romola. 2 volume, Silas Mamer, The Lifted Veil, Brother Jacob. 1 vol. Adam Bede. 2 volume, Scenes of Clerical Life. 2 volume, The Mew on the Floss. 2 volume, Felix Holt. 2 volume, Middlemarch. 3 volume, Daniel Derouda. 3 volume, The Spanish Gypsy. 1 vol, Jubal, and Other Poems, Old and New. 1 vol, Theophrastus Such. 1 vol, Essays. 1 vol. Novels by George Eliot. Cheap edition. Adam Bede. Illustrated. 360, Cloth, The Mill on the Floss. Illis. Traded. 360, Cloth, Scenes of Clerical Life. Illustrated. 3s, Cloth. Suas Mamer, The Weaver of Babylon. Illustrated. 260, Cloth, Felix Holt, The Radical. Illustrated. 860, Cloth Ramala. With vignette. 360, Cloth. Middlemarch. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Daniel Duranda. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Essays. New edition. Crown SVO, 5s. Impressions of Theophrastus Such. New edition. Crown SVO, 5s. The Spanish Gypsy. New edition. Crown SVO, 5s. The Legend of Jubal, and Other Poems, Old and New. New edition. Crown SVO, 5s. Wise, witty, and tender sayings, in prose and verse. Selected from the works of George Eliot. 8th edition. FCAP. SVO, SIXS. 12 List of books published by Eliot. The George Eliot Birthday Book. Printed on fine paper. With red border, and handsomely bound in cloth, gilt. Cap. 8VO, 35. 60. And. In French Morocco, or Russia, 5s. Essays on social subjects. Originally published in The Saturday Review. New edition. First and second series. 2 vols, Crown. 8VO, SIXS. Each. Faiths of the World, A Concise History of the Great Religious Systems of the World. By various authors. Crown 8VO, SIXS. Ferrer. A Tour in Greece in 1880. By Richard Ridley. Ferrer. With 27 full-page illustrations by Lord Windsor. Royal. SVO, with a map, 21s. Ferrier. Philosophical works of the late James F. Ferrier, B.A. Oxon, Professor of Moral Philosophy and Political Economy, St. Andrews. New edition. Edited by Sir Alexander Grant, Bart, DCL, and Professor. Lushington. 3 vols, Crow, VNSVO, 34s. 60. Institutes of Metaphysic. 3rd edition. 1060. Lectures on the Early Greek Philosophy. 4th edition. 1060. Philosophical Remains, including the lectures on early Greek philosophy. New edition. 2 volume, 24s. Fitzroy. Dogma and the Church of England. By A.I. Fitzroy. Post SVO, 7s. 60. Flint. The Philosophy of History in Europe. By Egbert Flint. D.D., LL.D., Professor of Divinity, University of Edinburgh. 3 volume. SVO. /Nevada, edition in preparation. Volume 1 France. Immediately. Agnosticism. Being the Crowell Lecture for 1887–88. In the Press. Theism. Being the Baird Lecture for 1876. 8th edition. Revised. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Anti-theistic theories. being the Baird Lecture for 1877. 4th edition, Crown SVO, 10s. 60. Forbes. Insulinda, Experiences of a Naturalist's Wife in the Eastern Archipelago. By Mrs. H. O. Forbes. Crown SVO, with a map. 460. Foreign Classics for English Readers. Edited by Mrs. Oliphant. Price 2s. 60. For list of volumes published, see page 2. Foster. The Fallen City, and Other Poems. By Will Foster. Crown SVO, SIXS. Francillon. Gods and Heroes, or, The Kingdom of Jupiter. By R. E. Francillon. With 8 illustrations. Crown SVO, 5s. Fullerton. Merlin, a Dramatic Poem. By Ralph Mack. Leod Fullerton. Crown SVO, 5s. Galt. Novels by John Galt. FCAP 8VO, boards, each 2s. Cloth, 2s. 60. R. Annals of the Parish. The Provost Sib Andrew Wiley. The Entail. William Blackwood and Sons. 13. GENEEAL Assembly of the CHUECH of Scotland. Scottish Hymnal, with Appendix incorporated. Published. For use in churches by authority of the General Assembly. 1. Large type. Cloth, red edges, 2s. 60. French Morocco, 4s. 2. Bourgeois type, limp cloth, is. French Morocco, 2s, 3. Nonpareil type, cloth, red edges, 60. French Morocco, is 4d. 4. Paper covers, 3d. 5. Sunday School Edition, paper covers, ID. Cloth, 2d. Number 1, bound with the Psalms and paraphrases, French Morocco, 8s. Number 2, bound with the Psalms and paraphrases, cloth, 2s. French Morocco, 3s. Prayers for Social and Family Worship. Prepared by a Special Committee of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. Entirely new edition, revised and enlarged. FCAP. SVO, red edges, 2s. Prayers for Family Worship. A selection of 4 weeks. Prayers. New edition. Authorized by the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. FCAP. SVO, red edges, is 60. GEEAED. EDA, What's in a Name? By E. D. Gead. Cheap edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Beggar My Neighbor. Cheap edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. The Waters of Hercules. Cheap edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. GEEAED. The Land Beyond the Forest. Facts, Figures, and Fancies. From Transylvania. By B. Gerard. With maps and illustrations. 2 vols, post. SVO, 25s. bis, Some Tales E-Told. Crown SVO, SIXS. A Secret Mission. 2 vols, Crown SVO, 17th. GEEAED. Lady Baby. By Douia Theagebed. Cheap Edition. Crown. SVO, SS60. Icha. 2nd Edition. Crown SVO, SIXS. GEEAED. Stonyhurst Latin Grammar. By Eve. John Gied. 2nd Edition. FCAP. SVO, 3s. CTTL. Free Trade, An Inquiry into the Nature of its Operation. By Echabd Gill. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Free Trade Under Protection. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Goethe Poems and Ballads of Goethe. Translated by Pro. Professor Town and Sir Theodore Martin, KCB. 3rd Edition. FCAP. SVO, SIXS. Goethe's Faust. Translated into English verse by Sir Theodore Martin, KCB. Part I. 2nd Edition, Post SVO, SIXS. 9th EDI. Tyen, FCAP, 3s. CD. Part 2. 2nd Edition, Evised. FCAP. SVO, SIXS. Goedon Gumming. T. At Home in Fiji. By C. F. Gooden Gumming. 4th Edition, Post SVO. With illustrations and map. 760. A Lady's Cruise in a French Man of War. New and Cheaper. Edition. SVO. With illustrations and map. 1260. Fire Fountains. The Kingdom of Hawaii, its volcanoes, and the history of its missions. With map and illustrations. 2 volume. SVO, 25s. Wanderings in China. New and Cheaper Edition. SVO, with illustrations, 10s. Granite Crags, the Yosemite Aegean of California. Illus. Traded with 8 engravings. New and Cheaper Edition. SVO, 8s. 60. 14 List of books published by CTEAHAM. The Life and Work of Syed Ahmad Khan, CSI. By Lieutenant Colonel G. F. Igiham, BSc 8VO, 14th. GEAHAM. Manual of the Elections, Scott. Corrupt and Illegal Practices, Act, 1890. With analysis, Relative Act of Seed Runt, Appendix Con. Taining the Corrupt Practices Acts of 1883 and 1885, and Copious Index. By J. Dwacht Graham, Advocate. 8VO, 4s. 60. Jeant. Bush Life in Queensland. By A.C. Grant. New Edition. Crown 8VO, SIXS. GUTHEIE, Smith. Crispus, A Drama. By H. Guthrie. Smith. FCAP 4TO, 5s. Haynes. Unless. A Commands. By Ian Dolph Haynes. Crown. 8VO, SIXS. Haldane. Subtropical Cultivations and Climates. A Handy Book for Planters, Colonists, and Settlers. By R.C. Haldane. Post SVO, 9s. Hallett. 1,000 Miles on an Elephant in the Shan. States. By Holt S. Hallett, M. Institute CB, FRGS, MBAS, Honorable Member. Manchester and Tyneside Geographical Societies. 8VO, with maps and numerous illustrations, 21s. Hame Eaton. Wenderholm, A Story of Lancashire and Yorkshire Life. By P.G. Hame Eaton, author of A Painter's Camp. Crown SVO, SIXS. Marmorn. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Hamilton. Lectures on Metaphysics. By Sir William Hamilton. Bart, Professor of Logic and Metaphysics in the University of Edinburgh. Edited by the Reverend H. L. Mansell, B.D., LL.D., Dean of St. Paul's, and John Veitch, M.A., LL.D., Professor of Logic and Rhetoric, Glasgow. 7th edition. 2-volume. SVO, 24s. Lectures on Logic. Edited by the same. 3rd edition. Revised. 2-volume, 24s. Discussions on Philosophy and Literature, Education and University Reform. 3rd edition. SVO, 21s. Memoir of Sir William Hamilton, Bart, Professor of Logic and Metaphysics in the University of Edinburgh. By Professor Veitch, of the University of Glasgow. SVO, with portrait, ISS. Sir William Hamilton, The Man and His Philosophy. 2. Lectures delivered before the Edinburgh Philosophical Institution, January and February 1883. By Professor Veitch. Crown SVO, 2s. Hamley. The Operations of War Explained and Illustrated. By General Sir Edward Bruce Hamley, KCB, KCMG. 5th edition, revised. Throughout. 4TO, with numerous illustrations, 30s. National Defense, Articles and Speeches. Post SVO, SIXS. Shakespeare's Funeral, and Other Papers. Post SVO, 760. Thomas Carlyle, An Essay. 2nd edition. Crown SVO. 260. On Outposts. 2nd edition. SVO, 2s. Wellington's Career, A Military and Political Summary. Crown SVO, 2s. Lady Lee's Widowhood. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. Our Poor Elations. A Philozoic Essay. With illustrations. Chiefly by Ernest Grizzett. Crown SVO, Cloth Gut, 3s. 60. William Blackwood and Sons. 15. Hamley. Guilty, or not guilty. A Tale. By Major General W. G. Hamley, late of the Royal Engineers. New edition. Crown 8 VO, 3s. 60. Haeeison. The Scot in Ulster. The Story of the Scottish Settlement in Ulster. By John Habkisson, author of Our Town is Coyuge. Crown 8 VO, 2s. 60. Hazel. Bible Partings. By E. J. Hazel. Crown 8 VO, 6. Short Family Prayers. Cloth, is. Hay. Arakan, past, present, future. A Easement of 2. Campaigns for its development. By John Ogilvhat, J.P. Old I. Aiken. Formerly Honorary Magistrate of the town of Akyab, author of Indobunna. China Eelway Connections a Pressing Necessity. With a Map. Demai 8 VO, 4s. 60. Hay. The Works of the Right Revelation. Dr. George Hay, Bishop of Edinburgh. Edited under the supervision of the Right Revelation. Bishop Strain. With Memoir and Portrait of the author. 5 vols, Crown 8 VO, bound in extra. Cloth, 1 pound, is. The following volumes may be had separately, viz. The Devout Christian Instructed in the Law of Christ from the Written Word. 2 volume, 8's The Pious Christian Instructed in the Nature and Practice of the Principal Exercises of Piety. 1 vol, 3s. Heatley. The Horse Owner's Safeguard. A handy medical guide for every man who owns a horse. By G. S. Heatley, MRCVS. Crown 8 VO, 5s. The Stockowner's Guide. A handy medical treatise for every man who owns an ox or a cow. Crown 8 VO, 4s. 60. Hedderwick. Lays of Middle Age, and Other Poems. By James Hedby. Wick, LLD. Price 3s. 60. Backward Glances, or Some Personal Recollections. With a Portrait. Post SVO, 7s. 60. Hemans. The Poetical Works of Mrs. Heman S. Copyright Editions. Royal SVO, SIXS. The same with engravings, cloth, gilt edges, 7s. 60. Select Poems of Mrs. Hemans. FCAP, cloth, gilt edges, 3s. Hercules. Cardinal Beaton, Priest and Politician. By John Hickey Less, Minister of Tannadice. With a Portrait. Post SVO, S60. Home Prayers. By Ministers of the Church of Scotland. And members of the Church Service Society. 2nd edition. FCAP. SVO, 3s. Homer. The Odyssey. Translated into English verse in the Spen. Syrian stanza. By Philip Stanhope Woselt. 3D edition. 2 vols, FCAP, 12s. The Iliad. Translated by P.S. Wosai and Professor Khan. INQTON. 2 vols, Crown SVO, 21s. Hutchinson. Hints on the Game of Golf. By Hoi Siebji. Hutchinson. 7th edition, enlarged. FCAP. SVO, cloth. Is. Iddesleigh. Lectures and Essays. By the late Earl of Iddesleigh. GCB, DCL, and C. SVO, 16ths. Life, Letters and Diaries of Sir Stafford Northcote, 1st Earl of Iddesleigh. By Andy Language. With 3 portraits and a view of Pines. 3rd edition. 2 vols, Post SVO, 31s. 60. Popular edition. With portrait and view of Pines. Post SVO, 7s. 60. 1. 6. List of books published by Index GEOGKAPHICUS, being a list, alphabetically RABGE'd, of the principal places on the globe, with the countries and subdivisions of the countries in which they are situated, and their latitudes and longitudes. Imperial 8VO, pages 676, 21s. Jean Jambon. Our Trip to Blunderland, or Grand X. Excursion to Blundertown and back. Jean Jambon. With 60 illustrations. Designed by Charles Duttl, engraved by Dalziel. 4000. Cloth. Gilt edges, SIXS. 60. Cheap edition, cloth, 3s. 60. Boards, 2s. 60. Jennings. Mr. Gladstone, A Study. By Louis J. Jennings. MP, author of Republican Government in the United States, The Croker Memoirs, and C. Popular edition. Crown 8VO, is. JEENINGHAM. Eminiscences of an Attach. By Hubert E. H. Geeningham. 2nd edition. Crown 8VO, 5s. Diane D. Brett Ewell. A Love Story. Crow AVN 8VO, 2s. 60. Johnston. The Chemistry of Common Life. By Professor J.F.W. Johnston. New edition, revised, by Arthur Herbert Church, M.A. Oxon. Author of Food, Its Sources, Constituents, and Uses, and C. With Maps and 102. Engravings. Crown 8VO, 7s. 60. Elements of Agricultural Chemistry. An entirely new edition from the edition by Sir Charles A. Cameron, M.D., FRCSI, and C. Revised and brought down to date by C. M. Aikman, M.A., B.Sc., FRSB. Lecturer on Agricultural Chemistry, West of Scotland Technical College. FCAP. 8VO. In Reparation. Catechism of Agricultural Chemistry. An entirely new edition from the edition by Sir Charles A. Cameron. Revised and enlarged by C. M. Aikman, M.A., and C. 92D1000. with numerous illustrations. Crown 8vo, is Johnston. Patrick Hamilton, A Tragedy of the Reformation. In Scotland, 1528. By T. P. Johnston. Crown 8vo, with 2 etchings. 5s. Johnston. Agricultural Holdings, Scotland, Acts, 1883 and 1889, and the Ground Game Act, 1880. With notes, and summary of procedure. And c. By Christopher N. Johnston, M.A., Advocate, Demi 8vo, 5s. Kebbel. The Old and the New, English Country Life. By T. E. Keble, M.A., author of The Agricultural Laborers, Essays in History and Politics, Life of Lord Beaconsfield. Crown 8vo, 5s. Kennedy. Sport, Travel and Adventure in Newfoundland and the West Indies. By Captain W. R. Kennedy, R.N. With illustrations by the author. Post 8vo, 14s. King. The Metamorphoses of Ovid. Translated in English. Blank verse. By Henry Keno, M.A., FEUO of Wadham College, Oxford, and of the Inner Temple, Barrister at Law. Crown 8vo, 10s. 60. Kinglake. History of the Invasion of the Crimea. By A. W. Kinglake. Cabinet Edition, Revised. Whitly and Index to Tly Complete Work. Illustrated. With maps and plans. Complete in 9 volume, Crown 8vo, at SIXS. Each. History of the Invasion of the Crimea. Demi 8vo. Volume 6. Winter Troubles. With a map, 16ths. Vols. 7 and 8. From the Morrow of Inkerman to the death of Lord Eglin. With an index to the whole work. With maps and plans. 28ths. Eothin. A new edition, uniform with the Cabinet Edition. Of the History of the Invasion of the Crimea. SIXS. William Blackwood and Sons, 17. Neep. My Water, Cure. As tested through more than 30 tears, and described for the healing of diseases and the preservation of health. By Sebastian I. Neep, parish priest of Oberschöfen, Bavaria. With a portrait and other illustrations. Authorized English translation from the 30th German edition, by ADP Crow VVN SVO, 5s. KNOLLYS. The Elements of Field Artillery. Designed for the use of infantry and cavalry officers. By Henny Eicheley, Captain Royal Artillery, author of From Sedan to Saarbrück, editor of Incidents in the Sepoy War, and C. With engravings. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Lamington. In the Days of the Dandies. By the late Lord Lachmington. Crown SVO. Illustrated cover, is cloth, is 60. T.G. Life, Letters and Diaries of Sir Stafford Northcote. 1st Earl of Iddesleigh. By Anko Language. Whitley 3 Portraits and a View. Of Pines. 3rd edition. 2 vols, post SVO, Sis. 60. Popular edition. With portrait and view of pines. Post SVO, 7s. 60. Lawless. Huish, a study. By the Honorable Emily Lawless. Author of A Chelsea Householder, and O. 4th edition. Crown SVO, 8s. 60. Lees. A Handbook of the Sheriff and Justice of Peace Small Debt Courts. With notes, references, and forms. By J. M. Lees, Advocate. Sheriff Substitute of Lanarkshire. SVO, TS 60. Lightfoot. Studies in Philosophy. By the Eve. J. Light. Foot, M.A., D.Sc., Vicar of Crossstone, Todmorden. Crown SVO, 4s. 60. Lindsay. The Progressiveness of Modern Christian Thought. By the Revelation. James Lindsay, M.A., B.D., B.Sc., F.R.S.E., P.Q.S., Minister of the Parish of St. Andrews, Kilmarnock. Crow, V.N. S.V.O., S.I.X.S. Lloyd. Ireland under the Land League. A Narrative of Personal Experiences. By Clifford L. Lott, Special Resident Magistrate. Post SVO, SIXS. Lockhart. Doubles and Quits. By Lawrence W. M. Lockhart. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Fair to See. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Mine is Thine. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Lockhart. The Church of Scotland in the 13th Century. Tory. The Life and Times of David D. Bimham of St. Andrews, Bishop, A.D. 1239 to 1253. With list of churches dedicated by him, and dates. By William Lockhart, A.M., F.S. A. Scott, Minister of O'Linton Parish. 2D edition SVO, SIXS. LOEIMEE. The Institutes of Law, a treatise of the principles of jurisprudence as determined by nature. By the late James Lorimer, Professor of Public Law and of the Law of Nature and Nations in the University of Edinburgh. New edition, revised and much enlarged. SVO, ISS. The Institutes of the Law of Nations. A treatise of the jural relation of separate political communities, in 2 volume. SVO. Volume I. Price 16s. Volume 2, Price 20s. Love. Scottish Church Music. Its composers and sources. With musical illustrations. By James Love. Post SVO, 7s. 60. M. Comby. Cattle and Cattle Breeders. By William M. Comby. Tilly 4. New edition, enlarged, with memoir of the author by James MacDonald, of the Farming World. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. MCEIE. Works of the Eve. Thomas M. Cree, D.D. Uniform Edition. 4 vols, Crown SVO 24s. 1. 8. List of books published by M. Cree. Life of John Knox. Crown 8 VO, SIXS. Another edition, 3s. 60. Life of Andrew Melville. Crown 8 VO, SIXS. History of the Progress and Suppression of the E-Formation in Italy until the 16th century. Crown 8 VOJ4s. History of the Progress and Suppression of the E-Formation in Spain in the 16th century. Crown 8 VO, 3s. 60. Lectures on the Book of Esther. FCAP 8 VO, 5s. MCKIE. The Public Worship of Presbyterian Scotland. History. Cali treated. With copious notes, appendices, and index. The 14th series of the Cunningham Lectures. By the Eve. Charles G. Mcia. Demi. 8 VO, 10s. 60. MacDonald. A Manual of the Criminal Law, Scotland, Pro. Sedger Act, 1887. By Norman Dorr and MacDonald. Revised by the Lord Justice Clerk. SVO, 10s. 60. MacDonald. History of Polled Aberdeen and Angus Cattle. Giving an account of the origin, improvement, and characteristics of the breed. By James MacDonald and James Sinclair, sub-editor, Irish Parmas Gazette. Illis. Traded with numerous animal portraits. Post SVO, 12s. 60. Stephen's Book of the Farm. 4th edition. Evised and in great part rewritten by James MacDonald of the Farming World. Complete in 3 volume, bound with leather back, gilt top, £3, 3s. In 6 divisions. Bound in cloth, each 10s. 60. Pringle's Livestock of the Farm. 3rd edition. Kebeast. And edited by James MacDonald. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. M. Comby's Cattle and Cattle, Breeders. New edition. Enlarged, with memoir of the author by James MacDonald. Crown SVO, 3s. 5d. MACGREGOK. Life and Opinions of Major General Sir Charles Macgregor KCB, CSI, Clee, Quartermaster General of India. From his Letters and Diaries. Edited by Lady Macgreor. With portraits and maps to illustrate campaigns in which he was engaged. 2 volume. SVO, 35s. M'Intosh. The Book of the Garden. By Charles M'Intosh. Formerly curator of the Royal Gardens of His Majesty the King of the Belgians. And lately of those of His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch, KG, at Dalkeith Palace. 2 vols, Royal SVO, with 1350 engravings. £4, 7s. 60. Volume I. On the formation of gardens and construction of garden edifices, 2 pounds, 10s. Volume 2. Practical gardening, 1 pound, 17s. 60. Masintai. Hindu, KOH, Wanderings and Wild Sports on and Beyond the Himalayas. By Major General Donald MacIntyre, VC, late Prince of Wales' Own Gurkhas, FEGS. Dedicated to HBH, the Prince of Wales. New and cheaper edition, revised, with numerous illustrations. Post. SVO, 7s. 60. Mackay. A Sketch of the History of Fife and Kinross. A Study of Scottish History and Character. By J. G. Mackay, Sheriff of these Counties. Crown SVO, SIXS. Mackay. A Manual of Modern Geography, Mathematical, Physical, and Political. By The Revelation. A. Exeroer Mackay, LLD, FRGS 11th. 1000, revised to the present time. Crown SVO, pages 688, 7s. 60. Elements of Modern Geography. 56,000, EVAs 2. The Present Time. Crown SVO, pages 300, 3s. The Intermediate Geography. Intended as an intermediate book between the author's Outlines of Geography and Elements of Geography. 17th edition, revised. Crown SVO, pages 238, 2s. William Blackwood and Sons. 19. Mackay. Outlines of Modem Geography. 188 TLI 1000, revised to the present time. 18 MO, pages 118, is First Steps in Geography. 105,000. 18 MO, pages 56. Sewed, 40. Cloth, 60. Elements of Physiography and Physical Geography. With express reference to the instructions issued by the Science and Art Department. 30,000, revised. Crotitanium 8VO, is 60. Facts and Dates, or, the Leading Events in Sacred and Profane History, and the Principal Facts in the Various Physical Sciences, for schools and private reference. New edition. Crown 8VO, 3s. 60. Mackay. An Old Scots Brigade. Being the history of Mackay's regiment, now incorporated with the Royal Scots. With an appendix containing many original documents connected with the history of the regiment. By John Mackay, late, of Harry Esdale. Crown 8VO, 5s. Mackenzie. Studies in Yeoman Law. With comparative views of the laws of France, England, and Scotland. By Lord Mackenzie, one of the judges of the Court of Session in Scotland. 6th edition, edited by John Camia Attrick, M.A., LLB, Advocate, Professor of History in the University of Edinburgh. SVO, 12s. Macpherson. Glimpses of Church and Social Life in the Highlands in the Olden Times. By Alexander Macpherson, FSA. Scott. With illustrations. In one volume. Small 4to. In the Press. MPHEESON. Summer Sundays in a Strathmore Parish. By J. Gooden. MFECSON, Ph.D., PBSK, Minister of Youthven. Crown SVO, SIXS. Golf and Golfers. Past and Present. With an introduction. By the Right Honorable A.J. Balfoub, and a portrait of the author. FCAP. SVO. Is 60. MACEAE. A Handbook of Deer Stalking. By A. Exandy. McRae, late forester to Lord Henry Bentinck. With introduction by Horatio Eos, Esquire. FCAP. SVO, with 2 photographs from life. 360. Maine. 300 English Sonnets. Chosen and edited. By David M. Maine. FCAP. SVO, SIXS. MAI. A digest of laws and decisions, ecclesiastical and civil, relating to the constitution, practice, and affairs of the Church of Scotland. With notes and forms of procedure. By the Eve. William Mabe, D.D. Minister of the Parish of Barleston. Crown SVO. With supplements. 8. Marshall. French Home Life. By Feb D. E. Oakmoss Hall, author of Claire Brandon. 2nd edition. 5. It Happened Yesterday. A novel. Crown SVO, SIXS. MAESHMAN. History of India. From the earliest period to the close of the India Company's government, with an epitome of subsequent events. By John Clegg-Mockshman, CSI. Abridged from the author's larger work. 2nd edition, revised. Crown SVO, with map, SIXS. 60. MAETIISR. Goethe's Faust. Part I, translated by Sir Theodore Emiden. KCB. 2nd edition, Crown SVO, SIXS. 9th edition, FCAP. SVO, 3s. 60. Goethe's Faust. Part 2. Translated into English verse. 2nd edition, Evised, FCAP. SVO, SIXS. The Works of Horace. Translated into English verse, with Life and Notes. 2 volume. New edition, Crown SVO, 21s. Poems and Ballads of Heinrich Heine. Done into English verse. 2nd edition. Printed on papier verge, Crown SVO, SS. 20 List of books published by MAETIN. The Song of the Bell, and other translations from Schiller, Goethe, Tiend, and others. Crown 8 VO, 7s. 60. Catullus. With Life and Notes. 2nd edition. evised and corrected. Post 8 VO 7s. 60. Aladdin, a dramatic poem. By Adam Ersenschlia A. FCAP. SVO 5s. Correggio, a tragedy. By Erland Schlage. With notes. FCAP. SVO 3s. King Ian's Daughter, a Danish lyrical drama. By Panique Hetz. 2nd edition, FCAP 2s. 60. Matin. On some of Shakespeare's female characters. In a series of letters. By Helena Fouath, Lady Mardet. Dedicated by permission. To Her Most Gracious Majesty the Queen. New edition, enlarged. SVO, with portrait by Lane, 7s. 60. Bound in cloth, gilt edges, 8s. 60. Maewick. Observations on the law and practice in regard to municipal elections and the conduct of the business of town councils and commissioners of police in Scotland. By Sir James D. Marwick, LLD. Town Clerk of Glasgow. Royal SVO, 30s. Matheson. Can the old faith live with the new? Or, the problem of evolution and revelation. By The Revelation. George Matheson, D.D. 3rd edi. Tyen. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. The Psalmist and the Scientist, or, Modern Value of the Ely. Just Sentiment. New and cheaper edition. Crown SVO, 5s. Spiritual Development of St. Paul. 3rd edition. CR. SVO, 5s. The Distinctive Messages of the Old Eligians. CR. SVO, 5s. Sacred Songs. New and cheaper edition. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. Maueice. The Balance of Military Power in Europe. An examination of the war resources of Great Britain and the continental states. By Colonel Maurice, Rear Admiral, Professor of Military Art and History at the Royal Staff College. Crow, VNSVO, with a map, SIXS. Maxwell. Meridiana, Noontide Essays. By Sir Herbert Maxwell, Bart, MP, FSA, and C. Author of Passages in the Life of Sir Lucian Elphin, and C. Post SVO, 7s. 60. Meedyth. The Brief for the Government, 18s6 92. A Hand Book for Conservative and Unionist Writers, Speakers, and C. 2nd edition. By W. H. Meredith. Crow /VNSVO, 2s. 60. Michelle. A Critical Inquiry into the Scottish Language. With the view of illustrating the rise and progress of civilization in Scotland. By Francisque Michel, FSA. London. And Scott. Correspondent d'Institut de France, and C. Fortio, printed on handmade paper, and bound in Roxbury, 60 SIXS. Mickey. The Large, being a practical treatise on its culture and general management. By Christopher Y. Mickey, Forrester, Union House. Crown SVO, with illustrations. New and cheaper edition, enlarged, 5s. The Practice of Forestry. Crown SVO, with illustrations. SIXS. Middleton. The Story of Alastair Bon Coman, or, The Tragedy of Dunfale. A Tale of Tradition and Romance. By the Lady If Idle. Ton. Square SVO, 10s. Cheaper edition, 5s. MILLEE. Landscape Geology. A Plea for the Study of Geology. By Landscape Painters. By Hugh Miller, of His Majesty. Geological Survey. Crow, VN. SVO, 3s. Cheap edition, paper cover. Is. William Blackwood and Sons. 21. Milne Home. Mama's Black Nurse Stories. West Indian Folklore. By Maybe Pamela Milne Home. With 6 full-page tinted illustra. Tie-ins. Small 4to, SIXS. Minto. A Manual of English Prose Literature, biographical and critical, designed mainly to show characteristics of style. By W. Minto. M.A., Professor of Logic in the University of Aberdeen. 3rd edition, revised. Crown 8VO, 7s. 60. Characteristics of English Poets, from Chaucer to Shirley. New edition, revised. Crown 8VO, 7s. 60. Moy. Life of Mansi Vaush, Taylor in Dalkeith. By D.M. Moyer. With 8 illustrations on steel, by the late George Cruikshank. Crown. 8VO, 3s. 60. Another edition, FCAP 8VO, is 60. MOMEEIE. Defects of Modern Christianity, and Other Sermons. By Alfred Williams Momry, M.A., D.Sc., LLD. 4th edition. Crown. 8VO, 5s. The Basis of Religion. Being an examination of natural religion. 3rd edition. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. The Origin of Evil, and Other Sermons. 7th edition. Enlarged. Crown 8VO, 5s. Personality. The Beginning and End of Metaphysics, and a Necessary Assumption in All Positive Philosophy. 4th edition, revised. Crown SVO, 3s. Agnosticism. 4th edition, revised. Crown SVO, 5s. Preaching and Hearing, and Other Sermons. 3rd edition. Enlarged. Crown 8VO, 5s. Belief in God. 3rd edition. Crown SVO, 3s. Inspiration, and Other Sermons. 2nd edition, enlarged. Crown SVO, 5s. Church and Creed. 2nd edition. Crown SVO, 4s. 60. Montague. Campaigning in South Africa. Reminiscences of an Officer in 1879. By Captain W. B. Montague, 94th Regiment, author of Claude Meadowlee, and C. SVO, 10s. 60. Montalembeet. Memoir of Count de Montalembert. A chapter of recent French history. By Mrs. Oliphant, author of The Life of Edward Irving, and C. 2 vols, Crow, VNSVO, 1 pound, 4s. Moeison. G. Eolus. A Eomance in Lyrics. By Jeannie Moison. Crown SVO, 3s. There as Here. Crown SVO, 3s. Number A limited impression on handmade paper, bound in vellum. Is 60. Selections from poems. Crown SVO, 4s. 60. Sordello. An outline analysis of M. R. Browning's poem. Crown SVO, 3s. Of Fifine at the Fair, Christmas Eve and Easter Day. And other of M. R. Browning's poems. Crown SVO, 3s. The Purpose of the Ages. Crown SVO, 9s. Gordon, An Our Day Idol. Crown SVO, 3s. Saint Isidora, and Other Poems. Crown SVO, is 60. Snatches of Song. Paper, is 60. Cloth, 3s. 22 List of books published by Moeison. Pontius Pilate. Paper, is 60. Cloth, 3s. Milo, 4s. Crown 8VO, is Ein Buch of Ballads. FCAP 4TO, is Mosley. Essays from Blackwood. By the late Anne Mosellet, author of Essays on Social Subjects, editor of the Letters and Correspondence of Cardinal Newman, Letters of the Reverend J. B. Mosley, and C. With a memoir by her sister, Fanny Mosley. Post 8VO, 7s. 60. MUNEO. On Valuation of Property. By William Munio. M.A., Her Majesty's Assessor of Railways and Canals for Scotland. 2nd edition, revised and enlarged. 8VO, 3s. 60. Murdoch. Manual of the Law of Insolvency and Bankruptcy. Comprehending a summary of the law of insolvency, note or bankruptcy. Composition, contracts, trust deeds, cessios and sequestrations, and the winding up of joint stock companies in Scotland, with annotations on the various insolvency and bankruptcy statutes, and with forms of procedure applicable to these subjects. By James Murdoch, member of the Faculty of Procurators in Glasgow. 5th edition, revised and enlarged. 8VO, 1 pound, 10s. My Trivial Life and Misfortune, a Gossip with no plot in particular. By a Plain Woman. Cheap edition. Crown BVO, 3s. 60. By the same Oddhook. Poor Nelly. Cheap edition. Crown 8 VO, 3s. 60. Napier. The Construction of the Wonderful Canon of Loga. Rhythms. By John Napier of Merchiston. Translated, with notes, and a Catalogue of Napier's Works, by William Ray MacDonald. Small 4to, 153. A few large paper copies on Whatman paper, 30s. Neves. Songs and Verses, Social and Scientific. By an Old Con. Tribute to Mega. By the Honorable Lord Neves. 5th edition. FCAP 8 VO, 4s. The Greek Anthology. Being Volume XX of Ancient Classics. For English readers. Crown 8 VO, 2s. 60. Nicholson. A Manual of Zoology, for the use of students. With a General Introduction on the Principles of Zoology. By Henpt Allen. Nicholson, MD, DSc, FLS, FGS, Regius Professor of Natural History in the University of Aberdeen. 7th edition, rewritten and enlarged. Post. SVO, pages 956, with 556 engravings on wood, ISS. Textbook of Zoology, for the use of schools. 4th edi. Tyen, enlarged. Crown 8 VO, with 188 engravings on wood, 7s. 60. Introductory Textbook of Zoology, for the use of junior classes. 6th edition, revised and enlarged, with 166 engravings, 3s. Outlines of Natural History, for beginners, being descript. Tie-ins of a progressive series of zoological types. 3rd edition, with engravings, is 60. A Manual of Paleontology, for the use of students. With a General Introduction on the Principles of Paleontology. By Professor H. Alan Nicholson and Richard Ledeckek, B.A. 3rd edition, entirely rewritten and greatly enlarged. 2 volume. SVO, £3, 3s. The Ancient Life History of the Earth. An outline of the principles and leading facts of paleontological science. Crowm SVO, with 276 engravings, 10s. 60. On the tabulate corals of the Paleozoic period, with critical descriptions of illustrative species. Illustrated with 15 lithographed plates and numerous engravings. Super Royal SVO, 21s. William Blackwood and Sons. 23. Nicholson. Synopsis of the Classification of the Animal Kingdom. 8 VO. Whitley 106 Illustrations, SIXS. On the structure and affinities of the genus Monticulopora and its subgenera, with critical descriptions of illustrative species. Illustrated. With numerous engravings on wood and lithographed plates. Super Royal. 8 VO, 18s. Nicholson. Communion with Heaven, and Other Sermons. By the late Maxwell Nicholson, D.D., Minister of St. Stephen's, Edinburgh. Crown. 8vo, SIXS. 60. Best in Jesus. 6th edition. FCAP 8vo, 4s. 60. Nicholson. A Treatise on Money, and Essays on Present Monetary Problems. By Joseph Shield Nicholson, M.A., D.Sc., Professor of Commercial and Political Economy and Mercantile Law in the University of Edinburgh. 8vo, IDs. 60. Thoth. A. Eamance. 3rd edition. Crown 8vo, 4s. 60. A Dreamer of Dreams. A Modern Eamance. 2nd edi. Tyon. Crown 8vo, SIXS. Nicholson and MUEE. A Handbook to the Local Government, Scotland, Act, 1889. With introduction, explanatory notes and index. By J. Badenao Nicholson, Advocate, Counsel to the Scotch Education Department, and W. J. Muir, Advocate, Legal Secretary to the Lord Advocate for Scotland. 9th Beprint. SVO, 5s. Oliphant. Maso-am, A Problem of the Period. A Novel. By Lawrence. Oliphant. 3 vols, post 8vo, 25s. 60. Scientific Eligion, or, Higher Possibilities of Life and Practice through the Operation of Natural Forces. 2nd edition. SVO, 16ths. Alti Oropito. Cheap edition. Crown SVO, boards, 2s. 60. Cloth, 3s. 60. Illustrated edition, Crown SVO, cloth, SIXS. Piccadilly. With illustrations by Richard Doyle. New EDI. Tyon, 3s. 60. Cheap edition, boards, 2s. 6d. Traits and Travesties, Social and Political. Post SVO, 10s. 60. Episodes in a Life of Adventure, or, Moss from a Eowing. Stone. 5th edition. Post SVO, SIXS. Haifa, Life in Modern Palestine. 2nd edition. SVO, 7s. 60. The Land of Gilead. With excursions in the Lebanon. With illustrations and maps. Demai SVO, 21s. Memoir of the Life of Lawrence Oliphant, and of Alice Oliphant, his wife. By Mrs. M.O.W. Oliphant. 7th edition. 2 vols. Post SVO, with portraits. 21s. Popular edition. With a new preface. Post SVO, with portraits. 760. Oliphant. Katie Stewart. By Mrs. Oliphant. Illustrated boards, 2s. 60. Katie Stewart, and Other Stories. New edition. Crown SVO. Cloth, 3s. 60. Valentine and His Brother. New edition. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Sons and Daughters. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. 24 List of books published by Oliphant. Diana Trelawney, The History of a Great Mistake. 2 volume. Crown 8VO, 17s. 2 Stories of the Seen and the Unseen. The Open Door. Old Lady Mary. Paper covers, is Oliphant. Notes of a Pilgrimage to Jerusalem and the Holy Land. By F. E. Oliphant. Crown 8VO, 3s. 60. On Sukkeey Hills. By A Son of the Moshes. 5 EE Papa 28. Ossian. The Poems of Ossian in the Original Gaelic. With a literal translation into English, and a dissertation on the authenticity of the poems. By The Revelation. Archibald Clerk. 2 vols, Imperial SVO, £1, Liss. 60. Oswald. By Fell and Fjord, or Scenes and Studies in Ice Land. By E. J. Oswald. Post SVO, with illustrations. 760. Page. Introductory Textbook of Geology. By David Page, LLD. Professor of Geology in the Durham University of Physical Science, Newcastle. And Professor Lapworth of Mason Science College, Birmingham. With engrave. Ings and Glossarial Index. 12th edition, revised and enlarged. 360. Advanced Textbook of Geology, Descriptive and Industrial. With engravings, and glossary of scientific terms. 6th edition, revised and enlarged. Verses 60. Introductory Textbook of Physical Geography. With sketch, maps and illustrations. Edited by Professor Lapworth, LLD, FGS, and C. Mason Science College, Birmingham. 12th edition, revised. 260. Advanced Textbook of Physical Geography. 3rd edition. Revised and enlarged by Professor Lapworth. With engravings. 5s. Peyton. Spindrift. By Sir J. Noel Peyton. FCAP, Cloth, 5s. Poems by a Painter. FCAP, Cloth, 5s. Peyton. Body and Soul. A Eamance in Transcendental Path. Ology. By Frederick Noel Peyton. 3rd edition. Crown SVO, is Pateick. The Apology of Origen in Eply to Celsus. A chapter in the History of Apologetic. By the Reverend J. Patrick, B.D. Post SVO. TS 60. Patteckson. Essays in History and Art. By E. Hogarth Patterson. SVO, 12s. The New Golden Age, and Influence of the Precious Metals upon the World. 2 volume. SVO, 81s. 60. Paul. History of the E-Oil Company of Archers, the Queen's Bodyguard for Scotland. By James Balfour Paul, Advocate of the Scottish Bar. Crown 4to, with portraits and other illustrations. £2, 2s. PEILE. Lawn tennis as a game of skill. With latest revised laws as played by the best clubs. By Captain SCF Pyle, BSc. Cheaper edition. FCAP, cloth. Is PETTIGEEW. The Handy Book of Bees, and Their Profitable Management. By A. Pettigrew. 5th edition, enlarged, with engravings. Crown SVO, SS60. Equal. OA. Philip. The Function of Labor in the Production of Wealth. By Alexander Philip. LLB, Edinburgh. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. William Blackwood and Sons. 25. Philosophical Classics Faux English Readees. Edited by William Knight, LLD, Professor of Moral Philosophy, University of St. Andrews. In Crow VN 8 VO volumes, Whitley Portraits, price 3s. 60. /4 list of volumes published, see page 2. Pollock. The Course of Time, a Poem. By Robert Pollock. A.M. Cottage Edition, 32mo, South Dakota. The same, cloth, gilt edges. Is 60. Another edition, with illustrations by Burkitt Foster and others, FCAP, cloth, 3s. 60, or with edges gilt, 4s. Poet Royal Logic. Translated from the French, with introduction, notes, and appendix. By Thomas Spinoid Baines, LLD. Professor in the University of St. Andrews. 10th edition, 12mo, 4s. Potts and Darnell. Aditus Faciliores, an easy Latin construing book, with complete vocabulary. By A. W. Potts, M.A., LLD, and the Reverend C. Dahnel, M.A., Headmaster of Cargillfeld Preparatory School, Edinburgh. 10th edition. FCAP. SVO, SS60. Aditus Faciliores Grisai. An easy Greek construing book. With complete vocabulary. 5th edition, revised. FCAP. SVO, 3s. Potts. School Sermons. By the late Alexander Watt Meter. Potts. LLD, first headmaster of Petty's College. With a memoir and portrait. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Pringle. The Live Stock of the Farm. By Robert O. Pringle. 3rd edition. Revised and edited by James MacDonald. Crown. BVO, 7s. 60. Public Geneal Statutes affecting Scotland. From 1707 to 1s47, with chronological table and index. 3 vols, large SVO, £3, 3s. Public Geneal Statutes affecting Scotland. Collection of. Published annually, with general index. Radical Cuee Foliolvnd, the A letter to the people of England and Scotland concerning a new plantation. With 2 maps. SVO, 7s. 60. Ray. The Syrian Church in India. By George Milne M.A., Fellow of the University of Madras, late Professor in the Madras Christian College. With 6 full-page illustrations. Post SVO, 10s. 60. Ramsay. Scotland and Scotsmen in the 18th Century. Edited from the Misses of John Ramsay, a Squire of Auchtertyre, by Alexander Allardus, author of Memoir of Admiral Lord Keith, K.B., and C. 2 volume. SVO, 31s. 60. Rankin. A Handbook of the Church of Scotland. By James Rankin. D.D., Minister of Mudhill, author of Character Studies in the Old Testament. And c. An entirely new and much enlarged edition. Crow WNSVO, with 2 maps. 760. The Creed in Scotland. An exposition of the Apostles' Creed. With extracts from Archbishop Hamilton's Catechism of 1552, John Calvin's Catechism of 1556, and a catena of ancient Latin and other hymns. Post SVO, 7s. 60. The Worthy Communicant. A Guide to the Devout Observe. Ants of the Lord's Supper. Limp Cloth, is 3D. The Young Churchman. Lessons on the Creed, the Calm. Mandaments, the Means of Grace, and the Church. Limp Cloth. Is 3D. First Communion Lessons. 2 3D edition. Paper cover, 2D. 26 List of books published by EECORDS of the Tercentenary Festival of the University of BDINBURGH. Celebrated in APRI 18S4. Published under the sanction of the Senatus Academicus. Large 4to, 2 pounds, 12s. 60. Robertson. The Early Religion of Israel. As set forth by biblical writers and modern critical historians. Being the Baird Lecture for 1888-89. By James Robertson, D.D., Professor of Oriental Languages in the University of Glasgow. 3rd edition. Crown SVO, 10s. 60. Robertson. Aurelena, and Other Poems. By J. Logie. Roeertsoif, M.A. Cap. SVO. Printed on handmade paper. SIXS. Robertson. Our Holiday Among the Hills. By James and Janet Louis Robertson. Cap. SVO, 3s. 60. Robertson. Essays and Sermons. By the late W. Rob Wright. Son, B.D., Minister of the Parish of Sprowston. With a memoir and portrait. Crown SVO, 5s. 60. Roger. Aberdeen Doctors at Home and Abroad. The Story of a Medical School. By Ella Hill Burton Roger. In 1 volume, Demi. SVO. ZN, FTEJJ Res. Roscoe. Rambles with a Fishing Rod. By E.S. Roscoe. Crown SVO, 4s. 60. Ross. Old Scottish Regimental Colours. By Andrew Ross. SSC, Honourable Secretary Old Scottish Regimental Colours Committee. Dedicated. By special permission to Her Majesty the Queen. Folio. £2, 12s. 60. Russell. The Hagues of Bemerside. A Family History. By John Russell. Large SVO, with illustrations. 21s. Russell. Fragments from Many Tables. Being the Recall. Lections of Some Wise and Witty Men and Women. By George Russell. Crown SVO, 4s. 60. Rutland. Notes of an Irish Tour in 1846. By the Duke of Rutledge's D. GCB. Lord John Manners. New edition. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. Correspondence between the Right Hon. William Pitt and Charles Duke of Rutland, Lord, Lieutenant of Ireland, 1781 to 1787. With introductory note by John Duke or Rutland. SVO, 7s. 60. Rutland. Gems of German Poetry. Translated by the Duchess of Rutland, Lady John Manners. /C edit in preparation. Impressions of Bad Homburg. Comprising a short account of the Women's Associations of Germany /into the Red Cross. Crown SVO, is 60. Some personal recollections of the later years of the Earl of Beaconsfield, KG. 6th edition, 60. Employment of women in the public service. 60. Some of the advantages of easily accessible reading and recreation rooms, and free libraries. With remarks on starting and maintaining them. 2nd edition. Crown SVO, is a sequel to Rich Men's Dwellings, and Other Occasional Papers. Crown SVO, 2s. 60. Encouraging experiences of reading and recreation rooms. Aims of Guilds, Nottingham Social Guide, Existing Institutions, and C. Crown SVO, is Schiller. Wallenstein. A Dramatic Poem. By Friedrich von Schiller. Translated by C.G. N. Lockhart. Gap. SVO, 7s. 60. William Blackwood and Sons. 27. Scotch Loch Fishing. By Black Palmer. Crown 8VO. Interleaved with blank pages, 4s. Schuylkill. Prisons and Trier Inmates, or Scenes from a Silent World, by Francis Schuylkill. Crown SVO, boards, 2s. Cellar. Manual of the Education Acts for Scotland. By the late Alexa Itterspat Cellar, MP. 8th edition. Revised and in great part rewritten by J. Edward Graham, B.A. Oxon, advocate. With rules for the conduct of elections with notes and cases. SVO. New edition in preparation. Supplement to Seller's Manual. Being the Acts of 1889 in fio far as affecting the Education Acts. SVO, 2s. Seth. Scotisly Philosophy. A comparison of the Scottish and German answers to Hume. Balfour Philosophical Lectures, University of Edinburgh. By Andrew Beth, M.A., Professor of Logic and Metaphysics in Edinburgh University. 2nd edition. Crown SVO, 5s. Hegelianism and Personality. Balfour Philosophical Lectures. 2nd series. Crown SVO, 5s. Seth. Freedom as Ethical Postulate. By James S. B.Th., M.A. Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. SVO, is. Shadwell. The Life of Colin Campbell, Lord Clyde. Bliss. Traded by extracts from his diary and correspondence. By Lieutenant General Shadwell, C.B. With portrait, maps, and plans. 2 volume. SVO. 30 SIXS. Shand. Half a Century, or, Changes in Men and Manners. By Alex Innes Shand, author of Against Time, and c. 2nd edition. SVO. 1260. Letters from the West of Ireland. Reprinted from the *Times. Crown SVO, 5s. Kilcara. A Novel. 3 vols, Crown SVO, 25s. 60. SHAEPE. Letters from and to Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp. Edited by Alexander Allardus, author of Memoir of Admiral Lord Keith. KB, and E. With a memoir by the Reverend W.K.R. Bedford. In 2 volume. SVO. Illustrated with etchings and other engravings. £2, 12s. 60. Sim. Margaret Sim's Cookery. With an introduction by L.B. Walford, author of Mr. Smith, A Part of His Life, and 0. Crown SVO, SIXS. Skeldon. Maitland of Lethington, and the Scotland of Mary Stuart. A History. By John Skelton, C.B., LLD, author of The Essays of Shirley. De my SVO, 2 volume, 28s. The Handbook of Public Health. A complete edition of the Public Health and other sanitary acts relating to Scotland. Annotated, and with the rules, instructions, and decisions of the Board of Supervision brought up to date with relative forms. 2nd edition. With introduction, containing the administration of the Public Health Act in counties. SVO, S3. 60. The Local Government, Scotland, Act in relation to public health. A handy guide for county and district councillors, medical officers, sanitary inspectors, and members of parochial boards. 2nd edition. With A new preface on appointment of sanitary officers. Crown SVO, 2s. Skane. Columba, a drama. By John Huntley Skene. Warden of Glenelmond, author of A Memory of Edward Thring. FCAP 4TO. I am Diatley. Smith. For God and Humanity. A Romance of Mount Carmel. By Haskett Smith, author of The Divine Epiphany, and C3 vols, post SVO. 2560. 28 List of books published by Smith. Thorndale, or The Conflict of Opinions. By William Smith. Author of A Discourse on Ethics, and O. New edition. Crown 8VO, 10s. 60. Gravenhust, or Thoughts on Good and Evil. 2nd edi. Tie-in. With memoir and portrait of the author. Crown 8VO, 8s. The Story of William and Lucy Smith. Edited by Gboij. Merbiam. Large Post 8VO, 12s. 60. Smith. Memoir of the Families of M. Comby and Thorns. Originally M'Intosh and Illinois Thomas, compiled from History and Tradition. By William M. Comby Smith. With illustrations. 8VO, 7s60. Smith. Greek Testament lessons for colleges, schools, and private students, consisting chiefly of the Sermon on the Mount and the parables of our Lord. With notes and essays. By the Reverend J. Hunter Smith, M.A. King Edward's School, Birmingham. Crown 8VO, SIXS. Smith. Writings by the Way. By John Campbell Smith. M.A., Sheriff Substitute. Crown 8VO, 9s. Smith. The Secretary for Scotland. Being a statement of the powers and duties of the new Scottish office. With a short historical intro. Duction and numerous references to important administrative documents. By W.C. Smith, LLB, Advocate. 8VO, SIXS. Son of the Marshes, A. Within an hour of London town, among wild birds and their haunts. By A Son or the Marshes. Edited by J. A. Owen. 2nd edition. Crown SVO, SIXS. On Surrey Hills. 3rd edition. Crown SVO, SIXS. Annals of a Fishing Village. New and cheaper edition. Crown SVO, 5s. Illustrated edition. Crown 8VO, 7s. 60. Sorley. The Ethics of Naturalism. Being the Shaw Fellow. Ship Lectures, 1884. By W. R. Sorley, M.A., Fellow of Trinity College, Cam. Bridge, Professor of Logic and Philosophy in University College of South Wales. Crown 8VO, SIXS. Speedy. Sport in the Highlands and Lowlands of Scotland. With Hod and Gun. By Tom Speedy. 2nd edition, revised and enlarged. With illustrations by Lieutenant General Hope Crealock, CB, CMG, and others. 8VO, 16th. Sprott. The Worship and Offices of the Church of Scotland. By George W. Sprott, D.D., Minister of North Berwick. Crown SVO, SIXS. Starforth. Villa Residences and Farm Architecture, A Series of Designs. By John Starforth, Architect. 102 in Graven KS. 2nd edition. Medium 4to, £2, 17s. 60. Statistical Account of Scotland. Complete, with Index. 15 volume. SVO, £16, 16s. Stevens. Book of the Farm, detailing the labors of the farmer. Farm steward, ploughman, shepherd, hedger, farm laborer, field worker, and cattleman. Illustrated with numerous portraits of animals and engravings of implements, and plans of farm buildings. 4th edition. Revised, and in great part rewritten by James MacDonald, of the Farming World, Kansas. Complete in 6 divisional volumes, bound in cloth, each 10s. 60, or handsomely bound, in 3 volumes, with leather back and gilt top, £3, 3s. The Book of Farm Implements and Machines. By J. Slight and R. Sootburn, Engineers. Edited by Henry Stevens. Large SVO, £2, 2s. Catechism of Agriculture. /_new edition in preparation. William Blackwood and Sons. 29. Stevenson. British Fungi. Hymenomycetes. By Eve. John Stevenson, author of Mycologia Scotia. Hun Seconds. Cryptoamic S. Iatv. Of Scotland. Vols I and II, Post 8 VO, with illustrations, PSL 2S degree 6D. Net H. STEWAET. New Edrite on Trademark. Degree, NSTEWAET, VS. Stable Economy, a treatise on the management of horses. Ed. OT percent SPVF, 6, 3, degree trademark, S, 8. CI working. 7th. Stewart. A Hebrew grammar, with the pronunciation, syllabic division and tone of the words, and quantity of the vowels BV Bev. Duncan Stewart, D.D. 4th edition. 8 VO, 3s. 60. Stewart, Boethius, an essay. By Hugh Feasy Stewart. M.A., Trinity College, Cambridge. Crown 8 VO, 7s. 60. Stoddart. Angling Songs. By Thomas Todd Stoddaet. Hugh edition, with a memoir by Anna M. Stoddabt. Crown SVO 760. Stomonth. Etymological and Pronouncing Dictionary of the English language, including a very copious selection of Scientific tens for use in schools and colleges, and as a book of general reference. By the Eve James. Stomonth. the pronunciation carefully revised by the Reverend P. H. Phelps M.A. Kentab. 11th edition, revised throughout, with supplement. Crown. Gvo. Pages 800. 760. Asterisk. Dictionary of the English Language, pronouncing, etymo. Logical, and explanatory. Revised by the Reverend P. H. Phelps. Library edition. Imperial 8 VO, handsomely bound in half Morocco, 31s. 60. The School Etymological Dictionary and Word Book. 4th edition. FCAP. SVO, pages 264. 2s. Story. Nero, a historical play. By W. W. Stowe, author of Roba di Roma. FCAP 8 VO, SIXS. Vallombrosa. Post SVO, 5s. Poems. 2 volume, 7s. 60. Fiammetta. A Summer Idyll. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Conversations in a Studio. 2 vols, Crown SVO, 12s. 60. Excursions in Art and Letters. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Strickland. Life of Agnes Strickland. By her Sisti. Post 8 VO, with portrait engraved on steel, 12s. 60. Sturgis. John A. Dreams. A Tale. By Julian Stkes. New EDI. Tyen. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Little Comedies, Old Arid New. Crown SVO, 7s. 60. Sutherland, Duchess of. How I Spent My 20th Year. Being a record of a tour round the world, 1886–87. By the Duchess of Sutherland, Marchioness of Stafford. With illustrations. Crown SVO. 760. Sutherland. Handbook of Hardy Herbaceous and Alpine Flower SJ for General Garden Decoration. Containing descriptions of upwards of 1,000 species of ornamental hardy perendile and alpine plants, along with concise and plain instructions for their propagation and culture. By William Sutherlawn, landscape gardener, formerly manager of the herbaceous department at Kew. Crown 8 VO 7s. 60. 30 List of books published by Taylor. The Story of My Life. By the late Colonel Meadows Taylor, author of The Confessions of a Thug, and E. and C. Edited by Liz Daughter. New and cheaper edition, being the 4th. Crown 8 VO, SIXS. THOLUCK. Hours of Christian Devotion. Translated from the German of A. Tholik, D.D., Professor of Theology in the University of Halle. By the Bev. Robert Menzies, D.D. With a preface written for this. Translation by the author. 2nd edition. Crown 8 VO, 7s. 60. Thomson. A History of The Fife Light Horse by Colonel and Struther Thompson, with numerous portraits, small 4to 21s. Thompson. Handy Book of the Flower Garden, being practical direct. Tie-ins for the propagation, culture, and arrangement of plants in flower gardens all the year round, with engraved plans. By David Thompson, Gardener to His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch KT, at Drumlanrig. 4th and cheaper edition. Crown 8 VO, 5s. The Handy Book of Fruit, Culture Under Glass, being a series of elaborate practical treatises on the cultivation and forcing of pines, vines, peaches, figs, melons, strawberries, and cucumbers, with engravings of hothouses, and c. 2nd edition, revised and enlarged. Crown 8 VO, 7s. 60. Thompson. A Practical Treatise on the Cultivation of the Grapevine. By William Thompson, Tweed Vineyards. 10th edition, 8 VO, 5s. Thompson. Cookery for the Sick and Convalescent, with directions for the preparation of poultices, fomentations, and c. By Barbara Thompson. FCAP 8 VO, is 60. Thornton, Opposites. A series of essays on the unpopular sides of popular questions. By Lewis Thornton. SVO, 12s. 60. Tom Ceitstgles Log. A new edition, with illustrations. Crown SVO, Cloth Gilt, 5s. Cheap edition, 2s. TEANSACTIONS of the Highland and AGEICUL. TUEAL Society of Scotland. Published annually, price SIXS. TEAVEL, Adventuc and SPOET. From Blackwoods Magazine. Uniform with Tales from Blackwood. In 12 parts, each price is handsomely bound in 6-volume, cloth, 15s. Half calf, 25s. Traverse. Mona McLean, medical student. A novel. By Graham Traverse. 3 vols, Crown SVO, 25s. 60. Tulloch. Etional Theology and Christian Philosophy in England in the 17th Century. By John Tulloch, D.D., Principal O.T. St. Mary's Colonel Leg in the University of St. Andrews, and one of Her Majesty's chaplains in Ordinary in Scotland. 2nd edition. 2-volume. SVO, 16s. Modern Theories in Philosophy and Religion. 8 VO, 15s. Luther, and Other Leaders of the Reformation. 3rd edi. Tie-in, enlarged. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Memoir of Principal Tulloch, D.D., LLD. By Mrs. Oliphant. Author of Life O.T. Edward Irving. 3rd and cheaper edition. SVO, with portrait, 7s. 60. Turnbull. Othello, A Critical Study. By W. E. Turnbull. Demi Svo, 15th. Tweety. The Arabian Horse, His Country and People. With portraits of typical, or famous Arabians, and numerous other illustrations. Also a map of the country of the Arabian horse, and a descriptive glossary of Arabic words and proper names. By Colonel W. Tweety, CSI, Bengal Staff Corps, HBM, S. Consul General, Baghdad, and political resident for the Government of India in Turkish Arabia. G. FTE, CSS. William Blackwood and Sons. Veitch. Institutes of Logic by John Veitch, LLD. Professor of Logic and Rhetoric M. The University of Glasgow. Post SVO 12/6 CL. History and Poetry of the Scottish Border. In one volume. Demi 8 VORRY *. In the press. The Feeling for Nature in Scottish Poetry. From the Ear. Least times to the present day. 2-volume Feep. SVO, in Roxburgh binding. 16th. Merlin and Other Poems. FCAP. SVO 460. Knowing and Being. Essays in Philosophy. First Series. Crown SVO, OS. VIEGIL. The/Aeneid of Virgil. Translated in English. Blank. Verse by G.K. Eakides, M.A., and Lord Ravenswath. 2-volume FCAP. SVO. Tens. Wage. The Christian Faith and Recent Agnostic Attacks. By the Revelation. Henny Wage, D.D., Principal of King's College, London. Preacher. Of Lincoln S. Inn, Chaplain to the Queen. In one vol. Post SVO. Shortly. Walford. 4 biographies from Blackwood, Jane Taylor. Hannah More, Elizabeth Pry, Mary Somerville UE. By L. B. Walfocht Crown. SVO, 5s. Warrens, Samuel, Works. Diary of a Late Physician. Cloth, 2s. 60. Boards, 2s. 10,000 a year. Cloth, 3s. 60. Boards, 2s. 60. Now and Then. The Lily and the Bee. Intellectual and Moral Development of the Present Age. 460. Essays, Critical, Imaginative, and Juridical. 5s. Warren. The 5 Books of the Psalms. With marginal notes. By Revelation. Samuel L. Walkpew, Rector of Pshire, Surrey, late Fellow, Dean, and Divinity Lecturer, Wadham College, Oxford. Crown SVO, 5s. Webster. The Angler and the Loop, Rod. By David Webster. Crown SVO, with illustrations, 7s. 60. Wellington. Wellington Prize Essays on the System of Field Maneuvers Best Adapted for Enabling Our Troops to Meet a Continental Army. Edit Ed B. General Sir Edward Bruce Hamley, KCB, KCMG. SVO 1260. Wenley. Socrates and Christ, A Study in the Philosophy of Religion. By E. M. Wenley, M.A., Lecturer on Mental and Moral Philosophy. In Queen Margaret College, Glasgow, Examiner in Philosophy in the University of Glasgow. Crown SVO, SIXS. Werner. A Visit to Stanley's Rearguard at Major Bart Lott's Camp on the Aruwimi. With an account of river life on the Congo. By J. R. Werner, FRGS, engineer, late in the service of the État indépendant du Congo. With maps, portraits, and other illustrations. SVO, 16th. Westminster Assembly. Minutes of the Westminster Assembly, while engaged in preparing their directory for church government. Confession of Faith, and Catechisms, November 1644 to March 1649. Edited by The Revelation. Professor Alex T. Mitchell, of St. Andrews, and The Revelation. John Stuthabs, LLD. With a historical and critical introduction by Professor Mitchell. SVO, 15th. White. The 18 Christian Centuries. By The Revelation. James White. 7th edition, post SVO, with index, SIXS. History of France, from the earliest times. 6000. Post SVO, with index, SIXS. 32 books published by William Blackwood and Sons. White. Archaeological Sketches in Scotland, Clintyre and Knapdale. By Colonel T. P. White, R.B., of the Ordnance Survey. With numerous illustrations. 2 vols, folio, £4, 4s. Volume I, Kintyre, sold separately, £2, 2s. The Ordnance Survey of the United Kingdom. A popular account. Crown 8 VO, 5s. Williamson. The Horticultural Exhibitor's Handbook. A treatise on cultivating, exhibiting, and judging plants, flowers, fruits, and vegetables. By W. Williamson, Gardner. Revised by Malcolm Dunn, Gar. Diener to His Grace the Duke of Buccleuch and Queensberry, Dalkeith Park. Crown SVO, SS 60. Williamson. Poems of Nature and Life. By David E. Williamson J. Minister of Kirkenaden. FCAP. SVO, 3s. WILLIAMSOK, Light from Eastern Lands on the Lives of Abraham, Joseph, and Moses. By The Revelation. Alex Williamson, author of The Missionary Heroes of the Pacific, Shore and Comfortable Words, Ask and Receive, and See. Crown SVO, 3s. 60. Wills and Green. Drawing Room Dramas for Children. By W. G. Wills and the Honorable Mrs. Green. Crotitanium SVO, SIXS. Wilson. Works of Professor Wilson. Edited by his son, in law. Professor Febier. 12-volume Crow, /VN SVO, £2, 8s. Christopher in his sporting jacket. 2 volume, 8. Isle of Palms, City of the Plague, and other poems. 4. Lights and Shadows of Scottish Life, and other tales. 4. Essays, critical and imaginative. 4 volume, 16. The Nox Ambrosianae. 4 volume, 16. Homer and his translators, and the Greek drama. Crown. SVO, 4s. Within and Hui of London Town. Among Wild Birds and Their Haunts. By A Son of the Mabshees, see page 28. Worsley. Poems and Translations. By Philip Stanhope Wosahi. M.A. Edited by Edward Worsley. 2nd edition, enlarged. FCAP. SVO, SS. Homer's Odyssey. Translated into English verse in Spen. Syrian stanza. By P. S. Worsley. 3rd edition. 2 vols, FCAP, 12s. Homer's Iliad. Translated by P. S. Worsley and Professor Kahn. Ington. 2 volume. Crown SVO, 21s. Yate. England and Russia face to face in Asia. A record of travel with the Afghan Boundary Commission. By Captain A. C. Yate, Bombay. Staff Corps. SVO with maps and illustrations, 21s. Yate. Northern Afghanistan, or Letters from the Afghan Boundary Commission. By Ma. Jor C. B. Yate, CSI, CMG. Bombay Staff Corps, PEGS. SVO, with maps, 18s. Young. A Story of Active Service in Foreign Lands. Com. Piled from letters sent home from South Africa, India, and China, 1856, 1s82. By Surgeon General A. Graham Young, author of Crimean Cracks. Crown SVO. Illustrated, 7s. 60. Yule. Fortification, for the use of officers in the Army, and readers of military history. By Colonel at Jail, Bengal Engineers. SVO, with numerous illustrations, 10s. 60. 1190 seconds.
认识老母娘天上帝是否存在。天古人认为天是有情感能思想的存在者。孔子说过，或罪于天，无所导也。所作所为得罪了上天，有违天理，那么祈祷再多也是没有用的。于所否者，天厌之，做了违背良心的事情，上天就会唾弃我为乎？为天为大啊！只有天最高大天。孔子、孟子思想中，天似乎也是能安排一切的主宰。孟子也说过，天将降大任于斯人也，必先苦其心志，劳其筋骨，饿其体肤，空乏其身，情拂乱其所为，所以动心忍性，增益其所不能。道大道无形，生育天地；大道无形，运行日月；大道无名，掌讲万物，无不知其名，想名曰道。心经经有一位真神，自从造天地以来，神的永能与神性是明明可知的，实际是眼不能见，但借着所造之物，就可以晓得，叫人无可推诿。罗马书第1章第20节，我们要如何向人证明真正有一位上帝的存在？虽然上帝的存在不需要也不可能用人的方法来证明，但是很多人都不由自主地相信宇宙当中必然有一位冥冥中的主宰。在我们生活经验中，当我们尽了所有的努力，常常会带着希望说谋事在人，成事在天，生死有命，富贵在天。当事情不太顺利时，我们也常安慰自己说天无绝人之路，若事情已经绝望了，我们只好叹息天不从人愿。最后事情若起死回生时，我们会高兴地说天理昭昭，老天有眼，有一位真神上帝，看不见的并不表示就不存在。如空中有许多电波承载着美妙的音乐影像，虽然看不见电波，只要能借着适合的方法收音机电视，我们不但能知道电波的存在，而且能与这些电波有正确的接触。上帝虽然是我们肉眼所不能见，但借着他所创造的浩瀚宇宙和微妙自然，我们就能知道有一位真上帝，万物的创始者，有一位真神太初有道与神同在，道就是神，这道太初与神同在，万物是借着他造的，凡被造的没有一样不是借着他造的。新约约翰福音1:13，圣经创世纪1.01分
5 general 1:1
起初神创造天地
general 1:2
地是空虚混沌渊面黑暗，神的灵运行在水面上
general 1:3
神说要有光，就有了光
general 1:4
神看光是好的，就把光暗分开了。
General 1:5
神称光为昼，称暗为夜，有晚上，有早晨，这是头一日。老母娘上帝，阿拉万物之真宰明明上帝，无量清虚至尊至圣三界十方万灵真宰老母娘，明明上帝老母娘，生天生地生万物，为天地万物生灵之真主宰，又称无生老母，又称明明上帝。上帝当知道，我们所敬奉的真神，就是四书五经所说的上帝。这真神两个字和上帝两个字，音虽不同，意思却是一样。就如大雅所说的因之谓丧失，克配上帝。朱子说，上帝就是天的主宰。小雅上说，按形体而论，就叫做是天；按主宰而论，就叫做是地。既是朱子和程子两个讲解，和真神两个字的意思是一样，就可以明白，我们所敬奉的真神，就是古年间的圣人所敬奉的上帝。基督教辟邪归正论第56页，老母娘清净经云：大道无形，生育天地，可知天地之源出自于道，未有天地，先有此道。道德经首母章第52，天下有始，以为天下母。既得其母，以知其子，父守其母，莫身不殆。皇母训子十戒，三戒为道如尊我如尊，生克制化老身份。三戒十方母为主，养育圣凡一灵根。道生一，一生二，二生三，三生万物。道创天地而与天地同在，自性佛，即是灵，看不见抽象，但是它却存在每一位十方善知识的身上。所谓道化成肉身，住在我们中间。天主国与自性佛主耶稣对父神说，正如你父在我里面，我也在你里面，使他们也在我们里面。约翰17:21，道德经混成章第25，有物混成，先天地生，即其辽兮，独立而不改，周行而不殆，可以为天地母。吾不知其名，自之曰道，强为之名曰大。大曰始，始曰远，远曰反。故道大，天大，地大，人亦大。域中有四大，而人居其一焉。人法地，地法天，天法道，道法自然。大万军之耶和华说，从日出之地到日落之处，我的名在外邦中必尊为大。在各处人必奉我的名烧香马拉基书1:11，老子曰：道大，天大，地大，人亦大。道德经混成章第25，皇母老母娘即是无极老母，无极老祖，无生老母。 皇母天父，天上的父耶和华万军之耶和华神，上帝真神，阿拉真神主，真主造物主，为皇上帝，明上帝造真理，老母娘慈训，明灵义电光，上帝赐而真宝藏，无量慈怀传一旨，清虚大化救援皇至尊，无上威灵力至圣心法，复贤良三界法，与慈云布十方，共沐朝母娘，万灵归根乐欢喜，真载无为居天堂，老母娘上帝，阿拉万物之真载，明上帝，无量清虚至尊至圣三界十方，万灵真载，一点明上帝圣号之意，以明是代表先天纯阳光明本性，所以明不为是超越现象界的明，且是内在的明。超越现象界的明为天命，内在的明为人具足的本性良知。上帝即宇宙的最高主宰，他是诸天神圣三世诸神之本，也是宇宙唯一至尊的神。他不但是灵性之根源，也是创造宇宙生育天地运行日月长养万物的大主宰。在人而言，亦如无人本具之本性良知，如地尧之大仁，虞舜之大巧，夏禹之大功，文王之大德，周公之大才，老子之感应，孔子之忠恕，释迦之能静，耶稣之博爱，穆圣之清真，观音之大慈，世子之喜舍，文殊之大智，普贤之大行，弥陀之平直，关圣之刚正，纯阳之虚明，五目之精中，等十方众圣，三世诸佛，一切奥义妙理，无量智慧功德，神通妙用，全是由上帝的性体中流露出来的。上帝的性体尽虚空遍法界，我们所看到的一切，所看不到的一切，全是上帝所变现的，所以我们时时刻刻都是与上帝同在的。上帝的灵光大而无极，范围天地，小而无内，细入无间。凡是日月星辰，江海井泉，白云彩虹，雨露霜雪，一花一木，一草一蛋，宇宙森罗万象，全在上帝的性海中。无量清虚形容明上帝是无量智慧之根本，无量妙行之本处，无量功德之源头，是真空妙有，虚灵不灭的。至尊至圣世尊崇其位为至尊至贵，至高无上的，敬奉其德是圆融完美无缺的。三界十方，三界是指欲界、色界、无色界。十方指东西南北东南西北东北西南上下，表上帝的性体尽虚空遍法界无所不在。
X
三界28天图万灵真，在说明上帝的圣灵大而无极，范围天地，小而无内，细入无间，为万有之本源，万化的真主宰。 所以明明上帝为一切生灵的大总持，在传统道场亦有尊称为无生老母或以母字为代表，其意义如同明明上帝具有形上义与形象义，为万物苍生生命的大本源头。三界十方万灵真在至尊至圣无量心虚言其本体尊崇其位敬奉其德载主其尊用在万灵便不恒用在不无言为范其及形容其大说明其相明明上帝母字与母同音同义，字形与父母字相近。母字的情义一点中家中是天下之大本，代表体是阴阳，代表用。体用合一为母，有体无用则至空，有用无体乃至相，即体即用即用即体，体用合一即是佛也。二点点代表无极，点代表真如本心，三点中线拉直透出圈外，表示超乎太极之外，贯乎太极之中。四点母字正转90度，表示先天灵性之母。先天母乃外灵主宰，灵性之母心无形永久之如来自性。太极字的形义中是天下之大本，代表体。两点是阴阳，代表用。从代表无极，动生阴阳从直心代表真如本心。太极图各教圣人对老母娘的尊称一点如叫天上帝明明上帝为皇上帝等，中庸交涉之理，所以是上帝。天命之谓请，诗经小雅明明上帝昭灵下土，大雅上帝灵汝无二耳心。书经汤告为皇上帝降忠于下民，若有恒性。二点佛教大日如来毗卢遮那无生等法华文具会本法身如来名毗卢，此翻译遍一切处。坛经一问品若悟无生顿法，见西方只在刹那。大日经书亦云，梵音毗卢遮那者，是日之别名，即除安片名之意也。同16曰所谓毗卢那者，日也。如世间之日，能除一切暗明，而生长一切万物，成一切众生是也。今法身如来亦复如是，故以为喻也。三点道教无道无极天尊等，道德经有物混成，先天地生，即悉了悉，独立而不改，周行而不殆，可以为天下母。吾不知其名，自之曰道。天下万物生于有，有生于无。四点也叫真神耶和华天主天父上帝等。圣经创世纪，上帝照自己的形象创造了人。五点会叫阿拉真主。乌克兰经卷一奉大人大慈真主之名，六点先天大道无生老母明明上帝无量心虚至尊至圣三界十方万灵真在。真 竹古兰经，如果你问他们谁创造了天地，制服了日月，他们必定说真主296亿。如果你问他们谁从云中降下雨水而借雨水使已死的大地复活呢，他们必定说真主2963。真主古兰经，他是真主，是独一的主，112真主是万物所仰赖的，1122他不生也不被生，1123没有任何物可以与他匹敌，1124真神道上帝生命在他头，这生命就是人的光，内光是真光，照亮一切生在世上的人。这等人不是从血气生的，不是从情欲生的，也不是从人意生的，乃是从上帝生的道成了肉身，住在我们中间，充充满满的有恩典有真理。约翰福音1491314耶和华
Yav
耶和华
Yav/Yahweh/
的称呼，在原文之意义乃是自有拥有的他，亦即不生不灭诸天之国与神之国，神为诸天之国之上的主宰，母居里天，在诸天之上，为万灵真宰。诸天之国与神之国，宇宙能量，整个宇宙充斥着舞动的能量。除了此舞动的能量，我们的宇宙一无所有。在某个时间点，这些能量分成许多有知觉的能量与无知觉的能量，从而有意分为二就对立。斯瓦米维达帕若提
Swami Vedabharati
者着火于家约翰一书第4章第13节，神将他的灵赐给我们，从此就知道我们是住在他里面，他也住在我们里面。约翰一书3:24遵守神命令的，就住在神里面，神也住在他里面。我们所以知道神住在我们里面，是因他所赐给我们的圣灵。神的灵住在我们里面何处？约翰一书与约翰福音在文体上颇相似，因此可能是来自于同一个作者。福音书作者约翰，神上帝老母娘的灵住在我们里面。圣经创世纪提到上帝创造天地万物的情形，创造人时，耶和华神用地上的尘土造人，将生气吹在他鼻孔里，他就成了有灵的活人。创世纪275教阐到佛家所言正法掩藏灵山柳之净瓶主人翁真主人真如等等，儒家所言大学之道三人之行天命等等，道家所言古神荼毒玄牝众妙之门等等，回教所言阿米木亮木米木回回之地等等，基督教言十字架用火施洗窄门等等。对于以上所谈之名词，没有求道的人是无法体悟的， 所以说摸得着根的成佛祖，摸不着根的瞎修行而道，就是万教所要找的根。个根如没有经活佛师尊名师指点，是无法找到的。可见求道的重要。经典印证亦无有正法掩藏，涅盘妙心，实相无相，为妙法门，不立文字，教外别传。二佛在灵山莫远求，灵山只在汝心头。人人有个灵山塔，好像灵山塔下修。正法密传世尊在灵山会上，拈花示众，是时众皆默然，唯迦摄尊者破颜为笑。世尊曰：无有正法掩藏，涅盘妙心，实相无相，为妙法门，不立文字，教外别传。复主摩诃迦摄。世尊至多子塔前，命摩诃迦摄分作另作，以僧伽梨为之。遂告曰：吾以正法掩藏，密付于汝，汝当护持。五灯会元卷17佛释迦牟尼佛著僧伽梨比丘3之一，华译为众句11，又称为大一，由9条至25条制成，是作大法会，或是见国家元首重臣时所穿的。正法密传会能及会祖义。三无入世，足以袈裟遮围，不令人见。为说金刚经，至因无所住而生其心，慧能言下大悟，一切万法不离自性。遂起祖言和其自性本自清净，和其自性本不生灭，和其自性本自具足，和其自性本无动摇，和其自性能生万法祖之物本性。谓慧能曰：不是本心，学法无益。若是自本心，见自本性，即名丈夫天人师佛。
The lamp of the body is the eye. The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye is good, your whole body will be full of light.
马太福音第6章22，眼睛就是身上的灯。你的眼睛若了亮，全身就光明。台中国际机电会中华民国总会2001中英对照圣经新约全书
The Holy Bible New Testament Chinese and English Bilingual Edition.
窄门圣经马太福音第7章1-3
Enter by the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leads to destruction, and there are many who go in by it.
你们要进窄门，因为引到灭亡。那门是宽的，路是大的，进去的人也多。台中国际机电会中华民国总会2001中英对照圣经新约全书
The Holy Bible New Testament Chinese and English Bilingual Edition.
窄门圣经马太福音第7章1-4
Because narrow is the gate and difficult is the way which leads to life, and there are few who find it.
因到永生，那门是窄的，路是小的， 找到的人也少。台中国际机电会中华民国总会2001中英对照圣经新约全书
The Holy Bible New Testament Chinese and English Bilingual Edition 048L
佛家言步走正门，进入四生六道。胎生二牛马羊狗之类，卵生眼鸡飞禽之类，湿生口鱼虾水族之类，化生以马以蚊虫之类，泥丸公气天神度其在世投胎为人，任母归根修道，目的在离苦得乐，唯有任母归根，方能超生了死，生登圣域贤官，永脱苦海。母自垂武，教皇母慈是这恩师，一指点杀身难报，重如山恩似海，实际心怀若不受师指点，怎能脱苦，又怎能了生死，不受考灾。上超祖，下引孙全凭师力，各应当报大恩。尊师安排皇母10诫，第7诫五教圣人提出了诚恳的呼吁，一点穆罕默德可兰经文难了死，素拜真师反摇西；2点耶稣基督圣经空是玄真义，赞美诗词作高歌。3点太上老君道德5前卫严谨，素拜公常早归根。4点释迦牟尼真空非空，法非法，如然自在是个。5点孔老夫子雄神之化之其旨，定静安律见本源。古人云白藕绿叶红莲花。3角原来是一家3大圣人发庆礼，得了巧妙，回老家务有本末，事有终始，之所先后，则敬道矣。信教不爱修道，但不宜只有信教，耽误修道，本末倒置，实在可惜。点老母娘的奥妙道在使逆东郭子问于庄子曰：所谓道，呜呼！在庄子曰：无所不在。东郭子曰：其而后可。庄子曰：在蝼蚁。曰：何其下也？曰：在蹄。百。曰：何其欲下且？曰：在瓦辟。曰：何其欲甚且？曰：在使逆。东郭子不应。庄子曰：夫子之问也，故不及直。正或之问于监视律系也，每下欲况，汝为莫必，无乎陶物。指道若是，大言亦然。周天贤3者，一名同时，其之义也。庄子之备有第22老母娘的心声。3山坡母子离，乃不得已。皇母训子10诫，1诫亦当初天未分，混沌未探妙，明明无人，我空空一团。96亿元佛子先天同聚，无忧愁无烦恼，自在安然。先兄弟先姐妹生来伴，随母来随母去，不离身边。极乐国任逍遥，随意玩耍，成青龙跨彩凤，无量尊严，不惧寒不惧暑，无数无 观无阴阳，无对待，至理纯然，暇无事，任遨游先天妙境门卷来，或下棋，或将琴弹诗的是仙桃点琼将玉一穿的是登云斜仙衣仙山老母娘的心声。二论无极为圣欲至善宝，静静而应通，万化万类根源，自从那教子会气数以道为母，我命七佛治理坤乾，万八在气数并天使成就，又带至丑会满地是完全清气，升为天盘部，至星斗浊气，降凝为地湖海山川，至明会天地交日月和照会阴阳和阴晕，万类生全，此即是先天妙开辟之本，无极静态及动黄及坤乾老母娘的心声。三道即理理即道虚灵之妙道，生一一生二二又生三，一本散万殊哉，自无入有其奥妙，是神天意难尽言，天即成地即立，万物其北东土，无人焉，缺少女男，那时节为母，我无奈之处，方舍我九六子七将凡间屡次的差援佛东土，而下来一次反一次，不肯治，凡无奈何为母，我造下且九三山颇弘罪了菩萨，佛南设一个大仙池，其来起早，趁机会先一邪收回礼天众佛，自就醒来，不见母面，又不见先一邪，可在哪边老母娘的心声？四为娘我悲痛泪源自呼唤耳众等速东奔，莫要再敛，如若是先一邪教与尔等耳，哪个亦不肯再是至凡折树枝和树叶，遮寒地冷饿了失踪佛子，可引心全众佛子如调回悲哀悲叹，问母我至何时方把家还母？言答三其末，打开普度清烧书清寂性清度佛缘，降道乃为救良善，降劫乃为收恶煞，血泪以余叹子归，须用真心体会老母娘的心声。末节时期，把握经现效圣法前，不畏考验，坚守愿解共赴龙华，极乐国任逍遥，随意玩耍成青龙，画彩凤无量尊严，在理天极乐之天国里，任意逍遥游玩，随意玩耍成其青龙，化作彩色凤凰，任意去来，显现无量尊贵与庄严，不惧寒不惧暑，无数无管无阴阳，无对待，至理纯然，理天无寒暑冷热，总是恰是温度，无拘无束，亦无阴阳之对待，只有纯然一团理气。理天以跳脱一切阴阳对待，故无阴阳寒暑之分别对待，自性至理纯然，通达无碍，故无束无管，暇无事，任遨游先天妙境门卷来，或下棋，或将琴弹弦，暇无事则任意遨游，观赏先天美妙景致，或下棋娱乐，或弹琴消遣，理天之境无闷倦之事，举凡一切活动皆随心之所至，意之所乐而为之， 吃的是仙桃果琼浆玉液，穿的是穿云鞋仙衣仙衫，吃的是仙桃仙果，喝的是琼浆玉液，穿的是仙衣仙鞋。仙桃果蟠桃之果实，亦称仙桃。蟠桃实洲际东海有山，名杜所山，上有大桃树，蟠区3000里，曰蟠木。武帝内传7月7日，西王母将以仙桃4颗与帝，帝时折收其核，欲种之。母曰：此桃3000年一时，中下地薄，种之不生。帝乃止。论无极为圣欲至善宝尽尽而因通万化万类根源理天是至善宝地，是无极的境界，至圣之疆域。此地至虚至静感而遂通万物之造化，是一切万物之根源所在。自从那骄子会气数以道为母，我命七佛治理坤乾1元12，会子会开天丑，会替地寅，会生人卯，会辰会巳，会午，会未，会申，会人灭酉，会地灭戌，会天灭亥，会混沌昧，会各10800年。1元共129600年。七佛治世。三佛收元，七佛治世。南方是爱佛6000年，北方生玉佛4800年，即10800年。卯会东方甲三春佛3720年，西方有长庚佛7080年，即10800年。辰会西北方空谷佛5284年，东南方龙野佛5516年，即10800年。四会东北方祭天佛5800年，伏羲是代理佛500年，即6300年。五会中三佛收元，燃灯古佛清阳旗，掌天盘。莲慈会释迦文佛弘扬旗，掌天盘。灵山会弥勒古佛白羊旗，掌天盘。龙华会万八在气数足天使成就，又代指丑会满地是完全子会开天10800年，天成就丑会替地10800年，地完全至为会数尽，至是圆满。母会元灵收回，又会灭地，戌会灭天，亥会重回混沌星气，生为天盘部，至星斗浊气，降名为地土海山川清清之气，上升则为天。满天布满着河汉星斗，此为气界所居之处。重浊之气下降则为地，大地为重浊之气所凝结而成，形成了土海山川，此为象界所居之处。至阴会天地交日月和照会阴阳和阴晕，万类生全子会开天，丑会替地，以完成阴阳二气之分判。寅会之时，天地阴阳之气相交，日月叠相交替，阴阳阴晕而育生万物品类。此即是先天妙开辟之本无极静态及动黄及坤乾，此即是先天妙理。 开天辟地之本源，无极主静，属理天；太极主动，属气天；黄极主化，属象天。道即理，理即道虚灵之妙道，生一，一生二，二又生三，道即是理，理即是道，至虚至灵，万物本源之奥妙运用。道本虚灵，能生一，一能生二，二能生三，三能生万物。无极生太极，太极生两仪，两仪生三才，三才者天地人，万物因之而生，生化万物图。
e://LCC/LCC-2/
意图象极，生化5万点
JPG。
天既成，地既立，万物其备，东土里无人焉，缺少女男，天地既成，万物以其备，这就是象天。亦称娑婆世界、堪苦世界、苦海、此岸、东土等等名称，不一而足。这世界被创立之后，尚无人焉，缺少男女，整个世界乏人管理统治。那时桀为母，我无奈之处，方舍我救六子七将。凡间由于天地有定数，子会开天，丑会辟地，寅会需要有人降生。时机已至，老母娘亦有无奈之处，才舍下皇母之96元胎佛子，以其降临凡间，接受种种历练，屡次的差援佛东土，而下来一次反一次不肯治番，于是老母娘每次差遣援佛子下凡降临东土，每来一次又回去一次，就是不肯留下来治理凡间东土。无奈何为我造下血救三山脱红，罪了菩萨佛身在无可奈何之下，老母娘只好造下血救。在三山脱红罪了原本就是佛菩萨的原胎佛子，设一个大仙池期来洗澡，趁机会先一邪收回礼天。老母娘还设一个大仙池，好让大家一起来洗澡，趁机会将大家的仙衣仙鞋都收回礼天。众佛子就醒来，不见母面，又不见仙衣鞋，可在哪边？众佛子就醒之后，却见不到老母娘，又不见仙衣仙鞋。为娘我悲痛泪源自呼唤耳众等速东奔，莫要再敛老母娘，因为要与众原胎佛子分离，故而心中感到悲痛而流泪，并且呼唤众佛子速速往东土而去，千万别再留恋于礼天之舒适自在。若是仙衣鞋交与尔等儿，哪个亦不肯再是临凡老母娘？若把仙衣仙鞋交给原胎佛子，则又没有一个肯降临凡间留下来治理世界。折树枝和树叶，遮寒地冷，饿了吃松果子，可饮清泉到了凡间。若天气寒冷，就折些树枝和树叶来遮盖身体，以御寒地冷。 若肚子饿了，就取松子果子吃；口渴了，就取清凉泉水喝。众佛子如吊回悲哀悲叹问母，我至何时方把家还？众佛子听了老母娘如此吩咐，皆如吊失了魂魄一般，悲伤地哀嚎叹息，纷纷问老母娘：我们到什么时候才能回家呢？母言答：三期末打开普度清烧书清寂信清度佛缘。老母娘回答说，等到三期末节大开普度的时候，老母娘会亲自烧书寄信给大家，并且亲自来度化众缘胎佛子，告一回家之路。将相信书皇母训子师戒以及千佛圣训都是皇母烧书信度化佛子众生。众儿女心有一悲生大放为母，我且合同赋予。皇元听了老母娘的话语，众缘胎佛子心中有存惊疑，悲伤地放声大哭。老母娘见众佛子如此惊疑悲痛，于是写下了合同给众缘佛子，以作为将来回天之凭证。求道时的合同皆是凭证。自此，我缘佛子东土而奔至世界为男女在地人焉。从此，皇母之缘胎佛子便向东土奔驰而去，点治理世界，或为男，或为女，并传递人间烟火。母子分各东西，好不难过。自此，我众佛子受尽熬煎子各分东西，令老母娘内心好难过。而众佛子自此以后却受尽无限的折磨与煎熬。唐李白骨风师名利图煎熬，安得闲于不？至今时区只算6万年载美享，而在世苦母心难安。自三山托一别到现在，屈指算来已有6万年了。自寅会生人以来，至今未知出，已将近6万年时光。每每想起众佛子在世间受苦受难，皇母内心就难以安舒。一别千古，一别6万多年。今时夏运也至为母，降道差三佛半末，后普度收圆。现在时运已经到了，为唤回在世间受苦的缘佛子，老母娘降下了大道，指引众生回天之路，并差遣三佛办理末后一着的普度收圆。三佛燃灯古佛、释迦牟尼佛、弥勒佛，如何与老母娘同在一任理时修一理，不依人修道，任指真一人一出错，一理是良心2行公了，愿天不能言，地不能喻，人能弘道，非道弘人。结论而的敦厚善良，造就母的完美圆满，儿的光明坦荡，照耀母的灵明清虚，儿的柔和宁静凝聚母的慈悲感应， 而得知足，感恩建立母的欢乐喜乐，而得无私无我辉映母的无边无量，而得屹立不摇弃入母的永垂不朽本尊与分身关系。
On call.
资料来源网址
1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:1:c: _
Mm-hmm.